Everybody, and welcome to day one of the FIDE Grand Swiss. I am Grandmaster Christian Kirilla, and I will be your host today alongside my brilliant co-host, Grandmaster James Conti. James, how's it going, man?
Guys, we're here. It's the
We're
Grand
here.
Swiss.
Yes.
We in here. Yo, like, come on, Christian. We here, bro.
We here. Yes.
We
It's
here.
finally here. The day has come.
Yeah. And actually, I just realized how much money was on the line today. And I was like, oh, they playing for a lot of cheese, bro.
Oh,
A
yes.
lot of
Oh,
cheese.
yes. I
80,000, bro.
80,000 first place. And not only that, first and second place is also qualify for the candidates. And we know that's a pretty big prize as well.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot of money. But also the prizes there, of course, where you could, the candidates. It's a nice lineup. And let me actually check and see here real quick. I do want to see everyone that's playing. Some players I didn't even know were in. So this is awesome to see here. I'm excited to see obviously the time controls. The games have already started. We got ourselves
Absolutely.
a little bit of a Italian game, kind of boring so far, but it's usual stuff.
Absolutely. So just to give you guys a heads up, Hikaru is today playing in round one against Rasmus Zain from Germany. He's a very strong grandmaster, and there's not going to be any easy rounds in this one. If you have been watching Qatar, sure, maybe round one, round two, you get like some 2,500 still grandmasters, but around 2,500. In this one, they only invite the top 100 players on the planet. So it's extremely, extremely competitive. Every single round is going to go down to the wire. This is round one against Rasmus Zain, very, very talented youngster. I mean, he's 26. I don't even know how to call that. James, would you call that a youngster still?
These days, it's definitely not. I mean, he's an adult. He's a grown man paying bills at this point, right? So,
That's
yeah,
right, paying bills. That's a
yeah,
good
you
one.
have to pay some bills,
Yeah.
bro. That's funny. That's funny. I'm actually looking around. It looks good, man. Everybody, this is good to be here. See all these top players play. I highly recommend, especially if you're watching from chat, to just check out all of the games. You can use chess.com /events, obviously, to check that and just see what is going on all the boards. Try to learn something today. That is how
Absolutely.
it goes. So, yeah, 2646. That man's up there, but also Hikaru at 2780
Mhm.
here. And I'm curious to see, obviously, what's happening through this Italian game. Are you a E4 or D4 player, Christian? We got some games
I
online.
used to be an
Maybe
E4
today.
player
Okay.
my whole life up until I moved to college in the US, and then I kind of became a boring player and I switched to D4. But I still like to occasionally come back, switch back to E4 and play some aggressive chess. So
Mm.
I know the Italian. I've been studying the Italian. To be honest, I'm not a big fan, just for the simple fact that there's so much work nowadays in Italian. Italian used to be this slow-paced game in which you didn't really have to know a lot of theory. That's not the case anymore. Nowadays, you just have to know absolutely everything. Black has a million ways in which he can or she can set up their pieces, and White has to know how to react to all of those situations. It's the same if you're playing it from the black side. So very complex opening, I have to say. Now we see this move bishop to b6. I've seen a5, I've seen
Hmm.
a6, I've seen
Right.
all sorts of ideas, but this bishop to b6 is a move as well. And the idea behind it is that very often you're in fact going to try to go for the very quick knight to e7 followed by c6 and potentially a break in the center with d5. Conti, what's your experience with the Italian?
In fact, I used to play it growing up as a kid. I was playing it a lot from the white side, and I would always just play C3 and D4. I would play that type of Italian. And
Yep.
then I learned about the slow Italian, and I'm like, why would I ever play it this way? This is just the most boring way to play this, to play D3 and then play D4 later. Why am I taking two moves to make this move? So obviously, as you get stronger, you understand, but it is quite annoying. It's boring. And I played it from both sides, and I really just don't like. I'm an aggressive player, so I don't feel that at all from
That's
either
right.
side here, and it just never feels good. Even in the Roy too, as well, which is why I picked up Scotch Gambit, Viennas, and all type of stuff just to switch it up a little bit because Italian game can be very, very slow, especially in the D3 lines.
Absolutely. And especially when black decides to play with an early h6, because if you don't go h6, very often white has ideas of bishop to g5, pinning up this knight. And then whenever black goes h6, bishop h4, g5 sometimes comes on the board, and then we see all those crazy sacrifices,
Oh, you
knight
was just doing
hg5.
that. What game was that, bro? Was that Sam and who? Who played that? You was
Oh, that was,
commentating on that.
yes, it was. Oh,
It was the
nice
Battle of the
catch.
Sams. Was it both of them
No,
playing?
no, that was Sam Sevian with white piece against Lanier Dominguez.
Ah, yes, correct.
And that was a crazy one.
That
And
was
if I
crazy.
remember, Lanier knew everything, man. I mean,
He
he
did.
was so
Yeah,
well prepared.
he did. He was well prepared there. Yeah, he was sick. He thought for like what 40 minutes maybe on
He
that
always
fake.
does that. He
That's crazy.
he always does that. And then you know what's funny? He plays the best moves. He thinks forever, and then he plays the
And plays the
best
best
moves.
moves like in a freaking engine, man. He's
It's
so
incredible.
good.
He's one of those guys.
Wow.
So just because this is going to be a slow time control, we're going to move around some of the games as well. So we have some of the best chess players on the planet, so we might as well see what they're doing in the other games as well. Let's start with the top seed of the event. Hikaru is number 2, by the way. Fabiano is number 1. And I was telling you, there's no easy games in this one. And take a look at this. Ivan Saric, the Croatian sensation, he's playing against Fabiano Caruana. Fabi with the black pieces, and take a look at this. Now, this is this is more your your style, Kanti. Look at this. The
100%.
Najdorf, bishop d3, and now g6. Take a look at this. What do you think of this opening choice from both players, to be honest?
Well, two things. I'm a chessable guy. My chessable course is dropping actually quite soon for the Joe Baba London. Probably gonna be one of the most aggressive ones. But speaking of chessable, Ivan Saric has a very, I mean, he has an excellent course on E4 actually, which he recommends. He actually recommends the English attack in his course on chessable. But right now he's playing Bishop D3 and he's just mixing it up. Maybe probably that file or he looked at it or like whatever. So he's actually not even playing what he recommends, Ivan Sark is, but it's really fun. It's going to be very double-edged at the same time. Fabi can play really anything. I haven't seen him play a lot of Najdorf. For
Yeah,
me,
he's not. He's no. You're right about
that
that. He
makes
doesn't
sense.
play a lot of Najdorf. So this is a new weapon he's bringing to this tournament. It seems like.
Yeah, that'd be sweet. And this line is actually very topical with the G6, Bishop G7. I think Sam Shanklin and some other ones recommend Knight C6. Oh, that's
Especially against
it's
bishop
different.
d3. So
Right.
whenever you go bishop d3, then you don't connect the queen with the knight. And then with the bishop on g7, I have ideas of putting some pressure, early on pressure on the knight on d4, like bishop g7, and then at the right moment, knight c6, things of the nature that you discussed as well. Basically, against the Najdorf, you can play so many things as white at move 6. If we drop back a few moves, bishop e3 is one of the main lines, bishop g5, f3 you can play as well, and bishop d3 is a completely new, not necessarily completely new, but it hasn't been played at top level. Only recently it was tried. And now g6, f3, and this is what we got. And I was very much mistaken because I was saying, okay, he's going to go knight c6, he's going to put some pressure on knight on d4. Knight bd7 is Fabiano's approach. What
The
do you think
problem
of
here,
this? What are you making of this? You would rather be white or black in this one?
to be honest, I mean, I could play both sides. I could actually play both sides, but I think I would always give white just a slight, comfort zone here. I would prefer white just a little bit more comfortably because of the piece placement. I have the bishop on d3, and I know that this Najdorf is a strange one. Like this is a strange Najdorf.
That's right.
And it's scary to face. It may not look like there's a lot of venom into it, but white can quickly go queen d2, castle h4. It just looks like almost a Yugoslav, in fact, or a Dragendorf almost. With the
Dragendorf,
h6 and
yes,
bishop
yes.
g7, right? Exactly. So
I
you gotta
think
be
that's how
careful.
they call it nowadays, yeah?
Dragendorf, yeah.
What type of animal is that? All right, let's let's move along. By the way, I'm really hyped for this game as well. Take a look at this. Former world champion Ruslan Ponomaryov is facing Ali Reza Firouzja. Man, this one is a matchup as well. What's your take on this?
Definitely like you got the world champ or previous, I think PCA world champ. So very
That's right.
strong. Obviously, people don't know that he is a world champion. They're like, where? I'm like, Google it. So he is a world champion, in fact. So and Firouzja just being Firouzja, right? So this is going to be a heavyweight matchup. I actually like probably the flexibility involved in this game with white. I think he opened a c file. This had to be some type of English, like reverse Sicilian, it looks like.
Yeah.
But it's pretty good. I think the sides are level. I don't like the knights on a b6 and c6. They just look kind of clumsy. So we may have to figure that out later, but maybe we go f5, f4. I mean, it is Fallujah. You may see some chances.
Oh
F5,
yeah.
g5, you know.
F5, G5.
G5, Christian, send it. Send it
Send it.
to him, bro.
Send it, baby. I like it. G5. I don't think we're gonna see G5, but I like where your mind is, James, on this one. All right. Definitely, we're going to keep an eye on this one, but we should go back. And by the way, Hikaru has been thinking for a little while after this last move, bishop to b6. So we left it at a very good moment, just for the simple fact that Hikaru took all this time. And right now, he just played the move, knight bd2. So a very topical way of continuing this position. And again, my expectation, especially if you play this move bishop to b6 and not decided to go a6 or a5, make space for the bishop on a7, is to continue the position with knight e7. This is what I'm expecting from Zain. For example, knight e7. And again, it's all about the c6, d5 ideas and try to get things going on that side. In the center, break as fast as possible. Now, white has a few options. The question is, are you going to immediately try to redirect the knight to g3, keep control over the pawn on e4, and then maybe get ready for e4? If I remember correctly, and this is what I'm worried about, knight f1, and then you go c6, and then you go knight g3, and then I go knight g6. And then I'm not really sure, how do you stop the move d5? And very often we see ideas, by the way, I do think we have a new move. Yes, as anticipated, it is knight to e7 on the board. So let's go back to the same position, the analysis that we were discussing, and try to understand, okay, where is our play as white? Do we try to go for d4? How do we meet d5, James?
That's very annoying. In fact, this is why one of the times I just don't like playing this. Like, it feels like I am giving white, I mean, black, what they kind of want here in many cases, right? So it really is annoying, but later on, as you'll see, I mean, obviously it's slow games, slow grinds. I mean, even in Anisha's course on a part 3 or part 1, whatever it is, he got 3-part series, you know, for Chessable. And the games are really slow in the Italian stuff. He's like, all right, now our plan is G3, King G2, and H4. Slowly build on the king side, bro. I'm not doing that, right? We don't want to do that. So, you know, it feels like that, you know, this type of position. And the knight can go to f5. Bishop b3 can happen because you're not stopping d5. So you may just want to prepare for it. And d5 happens, takes
I
on
like this.
25.
Yep, take,
Oh,
and
but there's
take on
the
e5.
oh no, the knight's on f6. Yeah, sometimes you have bishop f2 and
And then
like
queen
some weird stuff.
f6.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not in this case because of the knight on f6, but yes, those are some nasty ideas in the position. So I think after bishop b3, it's all this, you know, maneuvering game. You get ready for this, I get ready for that, things of this nature. And probably black has to go rook to e8, right? Reinforce the defense on the pawn on e5.
Then I'll go probably knight f5. I mean, or d4, or one or the
Yeah.
other.
Yeah. At some point, we got to put some pressure in the center. And that's the problem, you know. I remember this line, d4, and I think d5 is one of the main moves in the
This is
position.
ridiculous, bro.
Yes.
Yeah, man.
Yes, and the funny part is that this has been analyzed so deep, right, by these guys at the elite level, and they all know what to do, man. They all know how to defend these crazy positions.
Yeah, that's so ridiculous. Like, I mean, you would do all of this just to an equal position. I mean, you just play h3, like g4, move 1. We might as well. No, but this is fun. It's also very combative here. I am not too familiar with this because I just was not studying a lot of Italian. It just, man, it gets boring sometimes. Some things you have to study, and you love to get these different positions. Magnus says play different openings to become a better player. So you want to have some knowledge of it, but it's definitely, man, this one, I would just not have fun studying this one. There's too much tension. And it depends on whose move it is on who dictates things. Obviously, here being White's move, probably just fizzles out to a draw. Trade everything out and, like, you know, you shake hands.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And as you very nicely pointed out, it's about who makes the next move that dictates the way this very funny looking center breaks, right? You can take on e5, you can take on d5, for example. Knight takes e5, I think, is one of the main moves in the position. And again, you would love to have one more tempo to get king to h2. And then let's say I'm just going to make a silly move. Now you're going to go f4, right? F4, and then rook. The funny part that this f4 move doesn't even work in this position because of knight to g4. Take a look at
Oh, get him splitting, get him off
yeah,
the
that's
board.
right.
Oh
That's
my
right.
goodness, that's
That's right.
gross.
That is gross. Exactly. So let me make a funnier move. After king h2, let's say you put the bishop on c7. Obviously, I'm not going to play like this, but now I can go f4 ideas, right? And if it still works,
What? How does this
it's
work, bro? This is a family channel,
it's
my guy.
still
Pawn takes. Oh, queen h4, queen g3.
queen
No, but the
h4,
rook's
and
hanging. Maybe
I
bishop
know what
check.
I have no
What?
idea what's
Take the
happening.
rook? Oh, this is sick, and it's made both ways.
That's right. King
Let me do
h1,
it.
queen h4. So it still doesn't work.
Dang,
I'm trying to make a point here, and the engine doesn't allow me to.
and just like
But let's
psych.
say you go back, and now I finally go e5, and I have a decent position. No, knight
Knight
g4 still.
g4. Yeah, yeah. You know what I
Okay,
mean? This
I
is
give up. I give up. I absolutely give up. All right, we have a move. He played bishop b3. Okay, prophylactic by Hikaru, and maybe keeping the option of going knight c4 next, right?
yeah. You see that a lot in KIA, King's Indian attack, but the bishop would be on G2 in that case. But you just go knight C4, knight E3. You have the structure of KIA, but the bishop's on B3 and not G2. So, and maybe obviously the pawn being on H3 rather than G3. So, you and H2, right, for the other pawn, right?
Yeah.
But knight C4, knight E3 would be some things, or mean that move the bishop around to E3. I just hate the maneuvering games myself. It takes a long time to get things done, and like it's just boring. It really is. Lots of stuff to do there. But Hikaru these days doesn't take a lot of risk unless he needs to. So playing an open like this just suits how he's been playing chess. Period. In the past few months, and actually a year or so, last year or so, he's been playing very good and very solid. He doesn't have to take many risks. So going knight bd2, playing principal chess, put the knight on c4, get my bishop off the back rank. We'll see what happens later.
Absolutely. And just to give you kind of a slight insight into how important this tournament is for the candidates run, we know that Fabiano, the top seed in this event, is already qualified. So he's out of the equation. But it's this battle between Hikaru, because there's one candidate spot that goes to the top rated player in January. And guess who's battling for that position? It's Hikaru. And the next one on the list is Ali Reza Firuza. And guess how many points separates the two of them? They're both playing in this event, obviously.
You mean like rating points?
Yes.
Okay, that's a good question. He dropped a little bit. I kind of briefly saw. Is it 3 points?
No, it's 0.6 points.
Wow.
Absolutely. So these
0.6.
players is 2777.6 for Hikaru, 2777. I think it might be 0.1 for Ali Reza. So they're so close to each other, and whoever has the higher rated whoever is the higher rated player in January gets that candidate spot. And the
Wow.
next one is Anish Giri at 2751. So he's very very far away from that rating spot. The battle goes on between these two players,
I didn't even know that.
Hikaru and Ali Reza.
That's good to watch. That's good to know. Now I'm definitely going to keep a very close eye. I'm already watching my guy Hikaru always, but now I'm gonna keep a closer eye on Ferrugia too. I didn't know about that. How the difference there, 0.6, the battle of the 0.6. So really, you're battling the tournament, but you're also battling for that spot of being highest rated. So
it's so important because this is the last, I think this might be the last classical tournament for Hikaru. Ali Reza still plays at the Sinkfield Cup, or at least those are, he's currently on the list to play at the Sinkfield Cup in November. But Hikaru, this is his last classical tournament until the end of the year. Perhaps, I don't know exactly his schedule, but from my understanding, I don't think I've seen him scheduled to play anything else. So this is hugely important for those rating spots.
You know what he says? So, I mean, I'm a streamer first. Like, guys, I'm a streamer first. It doesn't really matter. I don't really care. I don't really care.
That's right.
Come on,
He
chat.
needs to go back to his day job.
Oh, right. I just want to get back to my day job. Exactly right.
C6. By the way, we just got a move. Bishop C7 is coming, followed by D5. Now, all right, let's try to avoid this D4, D5 shenanigans that we were seeing in a lot of our analysis. How do we do that?
Yeah, he played a C6 is game move. Okay, so C6, knight C4. I
Yeah,
mean, yeah, you have to move the knight. We know that's coming. C4, right? Bishop, maybe, I don't know. D5
maybe
is
like
annoying.
this.
Oh, yeah, D4. But is there a knight E4 or something crazy?
Knight E4 is
No,
definitely a
it is
move.
possible. And then D5.
And then D5, and apparently Rook takes C5, by the way. It's a
Whoa,
crazy move right
man,
now.
that's beautiful.
Check this out. And you just sacrifice the exchange.
No, bro, I'm not gonna do that. Why would I just do that for a pawn here? Two pawns, yes.
That's a very good question. Why in the world is this actually a good move? I'm thinking about knight d5. No, I don't believe in
No,
this.
yeah, not as a human, definitely not. He's
I don't
gonna
believe in
change.
this. Yeah, yeah. And the knight on e5 is a very powerful piece, but an exchange is an exchange, man.
That's true. We got that one pawn. You need two, really, but it's
Yeah,
fine. Wow.
yeah. Cool. All right. So we just left it off after c6. Hikaru is probably going to take some time to once again try to understand where he wants to place his pieces and how does he want to stop black from finishing up his plan with bishop c7, guard the pawn on e5, play rook to e8 potentially, knight g6, and then at the right moment d5. That is the plan for black. White is going to try to do something similar in the center as well, either with knight c4, knight to f1, knight g3, and then the idea of d4. You have to time that break in the center so well, otherwise black is just simply going to counter it with d5 and equalize the game.
Yeah, exactly. Is that D5 pushes his whole plan. If we can play around it or, obviously stop it, then we have good chances. And usually you'll see king side development or play with, as you mentioned, knight F1 to G3. And then sometimes you'll see knight H4. I've seen Fabi do a lot of that from the white side. Just put the knight on H4. And really, I mean, it's a common idea, but I've just seen it more from Fabi playing, getting this knight to F5 after maybe being knight G3, bringing the other knight to H4. But I always like that idea. I'm always a fan of that because I'm always trying to be aggressive and attack you. And this is like the most aggressive way to do it. The bishop on C1 still points to the king side as well. Like we have some good chances. Other than that, we just kind of waiting around and trying to stop black from playing D5.
That's right. That's right. And I think the game that you were referencing was that game between Fabi and Sam Shanklin at the US Championship. You
That's
remember
correct.
when he brought his knights to F5 and could have taken on H6, could have
Oof.
sacrificed that bishop.
I
A
remember that.
lot of ideas in that game for sure. So if you, by the way, D4 is on the board. Do we have D4? Is that what we're seeing right now?
That looks
D4
legit.
is
That
on the
looks like the
board,
move.
baby.
That is
All
the move,
right.
baby. D4 and for the score. Nice. He's like, wait, so is that D5 move still there?
Not in this instance, because the knight on d2 defense guards the pawn on e4. So, for example, I think I can just simply take, right?
He wants to defend it.
D takes e5 is one of them. I can just simply take with the knight and then just be a
Take,
pawn
take.
up like that. And
Perfect.
again, it's all about this knight on e5 right now.
So he stops D4 from actually happening. I mean, D5 from happening just by playing D4, like very 2780-ish there. It's just like, how do I stop D5? Play D4. Got it. Done. And he's good. He's good here. Now, knight G6 is a common idea that defends everything.
Mhm.
And there is no D5 yet. Yeah, that was very
Not
solid.
d5 yet. Generally, I don't think you generally want to play d5 in this instance, just for the simple fact that black has a lot of transitions after that. I can take, you take probably with the e pawn, and then we see this like King's Indian style attacks with f5, knight moves around from f6, f5, e4, and it becomes quite dangerous for white.
Definitely. As we see knight G6. I mean, maybe knight F1, knight G3. It's the same ideas here. And
Yeah,
now we've stopped black from playing D5. So that is a win. I mean, small wins add up to the big ones eventually, but that's a small win for now. D4 stops D5, puts the move on to Rasmus to see what are you going to do with your pieces.
absolutely. And as you very nicely pointed out, probably what he's going to do is to go knight g6. You gotta, I mean, the knight on e7 is not very well placed. You have enough power to support d5. You need to support e5 as well. And the way to do that is by placing the knight on g6. Also, you're starting to look at some knight f4 ideas, reversed of what you were saying with knight g3, knight h4, knight f5, sort of the reverse of the coin in that regard. Knight f4 and followed by bishop takes h3 sacrifices. Those types of very aggressive plays in the position for black. So we're expecting knight to g6, and in fact, we do have knight to g6 on the board. And immediately responded by bishop to c2. KG move by Hikaru.
This is more of now you'll see, which one is that? Oh, I guess it's just kind of Roy-ish, where you'll see these positions very well, resemble Roy Lopez's that you'll see. But it's just like, it's kind of strange because the pawn's on c6. Like, you usually never get that type of structure. But you do see this a lot as the Italian and certain lines of the Roy are very similar, where you get the bishop coming around to c2. The knight is on d2. It swings around to f1 to g3, as you see in the classic Royce here. And we have d4 already here. So it's pretty good. It's pretty solid. Obviously, as the eval bar says, the zeros here, and that does make sense. I think I now kind of like white a little bit more because I am more familiar. Being comfortable and being familiar is a good thing. So I'm more familiar with these from the white side, where the bishops aim towards the king, and we try to put our pieces on that side of the board, maybe attack them later. Knight getting the f5 again is a strong idea.
Yeah. And by the way, it does seem like we're still in theory right now. I'm looking at the database. 12 games have been played from this position, at least in the database that I'm using. And by the way, check this out. We now have cameras. Hikaru is not at the board. And after this last move, bishop c2, Rasmus is thinking.
Yeah, I'm a fan. I know tournaments coming up. For me, I like to say that a lot of like my style nowadays is like mix, like I like to move fast, like Nepo, like just moving quickly because I'm prepped, got the geary type of prep, moving fast like Nepo with the confidence. And then I get up and walk around every game. So like, I'm up an hour on the clock and stuff like that. And like, you just sit there to leave them to do it. Hikaru is great at that. Probably the greatest I've seen, to just play some moves and then get up and walk around and make you figure it out.
That's right. That's right. Whenever you do that, you definitely feel, some confidence exuding, right? But how do you feel when your opponent does that?
Oh, I'm mad. I'm like, hey, bro, sit down, bro. Hey, nah, dog. Nah, big dog, come here. Yeah, let's talk about this. You know what? Your move. Sometimes I'll try to move quickly too. Like, nah. Wait till you get up, then move. So you got to sit back down. Like, mess him up,
I know what you mean.
Games.
It's like a discussion, right?
Right.
It's like a discussion, and he's like dropping the bomb on you, and it just leaves away, right? It's your turn right now to debate me. How are you going to debate me based on this last move? I like it. Yeah. I like it. Rook to e8, by the way, is on the board.
Rook e8, very easy move. Defending e5, and I guess trying to prep d5. Are there cases where d5 happens? That's going to be gross. So my bishop's going to get out really nicely. At least my bishop on c2. So yeah, I think man, a psych win here. It's just small psych win after psych win, I think. And I think what I mean by that is practically he played d4, and then Hikaru did, to stop d5. We go bishop c2 to again deter d5, because now you're going to open up my bishop if you play d5, which is probably something you really don't want to do. Maybe you could get away with it, but I mean, practically speaking, you are opening up my bishop for free.
Yeah, it's about the next move, right? So if you keep the knight on d2, I understand you're probably going to be better prepared to meet d5, because you have a nice defense on the pawn on e4. But at the same time, we know the plan in the position. The plan is to reroute this knight from d2 and open up this other bishop on c1 that for the moment doesn't do anything. You can do so in a couple of ways: knight c4 and knight to f1. The problem is, whenever you play those moves, is you release a lot of pressure off the pawn on e4, and then I can target it with d5 as fast as possible. Knight f1 is, by the way, the move that has been played the most in this position. And right now, and this is what I'm talking about when we're discussing the Italian, there's so many transpositions. Remember, one move ago, we had 12 games in the database. After this move, rook to e8, via transposition, we now have 35 games in this position. And knight to f1 has been played the most. And after knight to f1, finally, the question is, are you going to go d5 or not? It's all about this idea of d5. You got to be ready. If you play d5 right now, after knight f1, you have to know everything. You have to have analyzed this position at home, because you have other ways to just slowly continue the game. For example, knight h5, knight f4, things of that nature, right? But knight h5 also keeps more options for white in the position. So this is the dance we're seeing right now between these two players, the mental dance that we're seeing coming from Isle of Man.
Can I have this dance? Rocking this
Let's have.
Let's
Will you
tango,
give me?
buddy.
Let's tango. That's right. That's right. I like it.
Yes, as they're trying to figure out what to do here. Knight f1 no play very quickly, so that's good. Knight f1 on the board.
I don't think
And
knight f1 is on the board, actually.
oh, okay. I was about to say, wait a
Not yet.
second. Why he's still sitting there? Just thought he played it. Okay, so he didn't play it. So knight f1 was what the most common move was in that position. From there, got it.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's right.
yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
and as
nice
you can
from
see,
him.
Hikaru, Hikaru is not jet lagged, right? Because he's coming from Qatar. I think Qatar is more or less similar to, in terms of time zones, to what we have in Isle of Man. Somebody in the chat might slap me with some geography right now, but he's not coming from the US. From the US, it would be quite problematic because it's like a 7 or 8 hour difference depending on where you are. But coming from Qatar, that definitely helps Hikaru. We know that Fabiano is coming most likely either from St. Louis, maybe spent a few days in Spain, but still there's some jet lag that perhaps he's still getting used to. So keep that factor in mind as well.
Yeah, that's good. That's very good here. Hikaru actually went to the think tank, hands on the head there. That's the deep think thing. So the question is, what is he deep thinking about? No, it's
Yeah.
really just where to put the pieces at. I mean, like you're still cluster, like you see the box of pieces there from C2, D2, C1, D1, like just this little funny box of pieces there, which now blocks also the A1 rook as well. And black, on the other hand, feels like less tempi away from actually finishing development, moving the bishop off C8, moving the queen, connecting the rooks. We actually take a little bit longer to do that, which connecting the rooks is going to take a move longer. So we actually need to be sharp about this, be practical, try to pose the most problems. So I think he's trying to figure out where that is.
Yep. Yep. Still thinking A4 is an option as well in the position. Try to take more space on that king side and take a look at that. Do you see that man on the screen on the blocked camera right now? That's Levon Aronian, strolling around, enjoying himself, having a good night's stroll in the Isle of Man, coming from, I have to say, a disappointing US championships for him. I think he scored something along the lines of -2. So that's definitely not a score that Levon wanted to see, or perhaps -1. He was one of the favorites going into that event. Definitely a tournament in which he's looking to bounce back.
Levon, aka LeBron Aroni, is what I like to call him. So yeah, but he was not LeBron in the US champ. But of course it happens. Like sometimes you have good tournaments, sometimes you have bad ones here. So he's just gonna recover here. Looks like to be in good spirits walking around. Look at the MVL there. All the heavyweights are there. Stack corner, right? Cream Sickles, exactly. Fabi right there, just stacked.
Stack.
And the man himself.
There's MVL right there. You can see Fabi thinking in the back right now, the same line, visual line like Hikaru right there. You can see Fabi still thinking, still trying to throw the gauntlet in that game against Saric. And in fact, I mean, we've been discussing this position for a while. Let's move on to that game and see what's been happening in that one, because it was, by the way, we do have a move. Just as we were about to leave, A4 was played by Hikaru in this position.
A4.
What do we think of this move?
This space grabbing move. You do this a lot, and I mean, it's literally almost the same opening. It feels like at this point, but the Roy and the Italian, like you literally will put the bishop on C2. You play A4. You play B4. You gain a lot of space. You maybe put the knight on C4. The bishop on C2 feels a little misplaced. But we do go B4. We just gain some space. I mean, a move that is very, very easy to make, and no commitments yet. Nothing really is being said about who's got the right plan or who's got what plan yet. Still trying to figure things out, but A4 is a nice move.
I guess the question is, can I play D5 with black right now? And this A4, did it help you or not?
Hurt.
So Question is d5. Can you play this? Can I take on d5 right now?
That looks great, right?
Yeah, and if you take with the queen, now I can go c4. And
Whoa.
then where is the queen going, by the way?
Gotta go back to D8.
Got to go back to d8. You cannot go to d6, stay more active because of c5, and that's going to create that nasty fork in the position. You don't want to go on the same file as the rook. That's going to be very unpleasant for your queen. So you got to go back to d8, and perhaps this is one of the ideas of this move a4 as well. Take a look at this. If you try to swing the queen on the other side like this, I have a feeling your queen is going to get trapped, or at least very close to getting trapped after c5, bishop b7, bishop c7, excuse me, and knight to c4, right?
Pretty
Now with the
gross.
pawn on a4, you don't have the b5 square. Your queen is starting to be a bit intimidated in the position, right? Knight f takes e5. This one is not looking good for black. So you can definitely not swing the queen on that side after this exchange and c4. I have a feeling after queen to d8, things are just pretty bad for black. Bishop takes g6. I can go c5. I can even take on e5. This is just a pawn up, right?
Right. Clean pawn up. Very easy. Maybe just convert from there. Develop the
That's right.
bishop, get the bishop out. Easy game. So A4. Very nice
A4
move. Lots of ideas
and
behind it.
and definitely just once again making not necessarily a waiting move, but one of those cagey moves which don't immediately create a threat in the position, but later on in the game you're going to see that this move is probably going to help white, taking more space, controlling some squares, and maybe later on being able to even support this knight coming to c4 a bit more easily, right? Knight c4 and a5, try to kick the bishop from b6 away. So I like this move a4. It's all about what black is going to do next. How are you going to get ready to play the move d5? Because you have to play d5 at one point in time to break through and try to simplify the position. We're going to let Rasmus think in this position. And as we were discussing, let's move on to this game between Ivan Šarić with the white pieces against Fabi, who's playing, well, not the first time in his career, but definitely among the first times. He's
Yeah,
playing
right.
the Najdorf. I haven't seen him play this opening in a very, very long time.
Yeah, in fact, I mean, it feels like I can count on one hand. I mean, the Nightdorfs I've seen from Fabi. So he brought it out today here. It is a little bit different. So yeah, I mean,
Mhm.
I just like white. It feels like I like white here. You do have this b5, b4. Actually, let's go back. I just want to see the last few moves. Like he
Yeah,
just played
so we
b5,
left it
b4.
somewhere around here. Bishop g7, bishop e3, knight bd7. We said some Dragendorf action going on. Queen d2, b5, a4, b4, and just basically taking advantage. White, that is, playing this move a4, saying that, okay, I haven't castled yet. I haven't committed my king to the queen side, so I can just weaken my queen side in order to weaken your own pawn structure as well. Take advantage of the fact that you're a bit too overextended. b4, knight to e2, and this is the position we currently have.
Now the problem is there's just so many moves you can make. If you can go bishop b7, queen c7, do I castle now? If we play e5, which that's going to really weaken d6, but there's things of knight c6 to b4 coming in. The b pawn is hanging currently right now. Do we leave it alone? Do we even defend it? Like it's a lot. Bobby's probably
Mhm.
going to stay here for a while.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and he's been thinking for a while. As you can see, 1 hour and 17 for Fabi, 1 hour 34 for Ivan Šarić. So maybe Šarić is the player that's more accustomed to these positions, perhaps. And as you were mentioning, there's so many ways in which you can play this position. Queen to c7. You don't even have to defend this pawn on b4 because, for example, queen c7, queen takes b4. I have ideas of rook to a b8, but maybe even try to go for an immediate b5, right? Put enough pressure in the center to create some counterplay. So definitely, excuse me, queen to c7, an option in the position. What if I just, even though I don't really like playing
Yeah,
this
I don't
move,
really like that
a5.
at all. Like b5 square is just all whites. Like, ugh,
That's right. That's
just
right.
feels
Yeah, bishop.
wrong.
It doesn't feel right. And whenever you go c3 and you force the exchange of these two bishop or of these two pawns, the pawn on a5 is going to become a weakness as well. Yeah.
Right.
So there's so many problems you have to deal with on the queen side. I just simply don't like this move a5. All right. The big question, I guess, in the position is what if black goes d5? What if I just
Ooh,
go for
that's
it?
spicy. I feel some nice C6s, but then doesn't work yet.
Knight c6. Yeah, that's a good question. Let's see if that works. Knight c6. I only have one square for my queen.
That's right. Like queen C7, or
Where's my queen going?
And
All right.
then I still have to deal with D5 and now my knight's hanging, which is the problem. I could take on B4, but
If you take, maybe I take on e4.
take,
I mean, I
take,
am sacrificing a pawn. So I don't know.
take.
If you take with the f pawn, maybe I can just simply go bishop b7, right?
Looks good. These are
Yeah,
open lines, even knight G4 is coming. I mean, that's some nice initiative there from black.
I agree. I tend to agree in this position. And it does, I mean, look at this knight on b4. It's a little bit
Gross.
far away from the action, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not looking great. Not on d4. You would love to have the knight on d4. On b4, it doesn't really do much. You still have to defend this pawn on e4, maybe knight c3 or knight to g3. But it just seems like I have more than enough compensation for the pawn. I mean, both of my
Right.
bishops, they're cutting down the board in half, right? Bishop on g7, beautiful piece. I'm going to go castle next move. And then it just seems like my structure is better if I manage to regain that pawn by taking on e4 at any time in this game. I'm just going to be much better as black. So yeah, I have to say I'm liking Fabiano's position in this one, especially if he starts going for this d5 pawn sacrifice. And to be honest, it kind of feels intuitive, right? Because take a look at the last few moves. When you play b5, you more or less commit to this whole idea, right? Because after a4, do you have any other options than b4? If you take on a4, the pawn on a6 is going to be such a weak spot in a black's position. So you got to go b4 and then you get to this position. How do you defend the pawn on b4? I don't actually think you want to defend the pawn on b4. Just go for d5. What do you think of that? And I do. Go ahead. I think we did lose James for the moment, but he will rejoin shortly. As I was mentioning, it does seem like Fabiano has more than enough compensation if he decides to go for this d5, but it's definitely a pivotal moment right now for this game because, again, there's a few options. You either defend, but you take more of a passive stance in the position, or you go d5 and try to immediately break in the center. I like the position for from a fan's perspective, just for the simple fact that I think we're going to see some fireworks in this one. So definitely an interesting one. Let's go back, by the way, just to give you an update of what happened in Hikaru's game. We don't have a move after this last move, a4. So Zain or Svane right now, he's definitely pondering his options. He's out of his book. He's out of his theoretical knowledge, or perhaps he's just taking some time, try to remember his analysis. Nevertheless, Hikaru seems to be feeling confident, walking around, just enjoying his stroll in the Isle of Man and putting some pressure on the young German player. And let's take a look at this other game that I was mentioning at the beginning of the broadcast, this battle between a former world champion and maybe a future world champion. Who knows? Ponomariov versus Ali Reza. I was telling you guys, it's so important for these two players. Hikaru and Ali Reza are in a direct battle for that rating spot, the rating spot from the January rating list, which will determine who's going to be another one of the candidates. Whoever is going to be higher rated on January 1st is going to go to the candidates between these two players. I think the race is only between these two players because Anish Giri, the next one in line, is like 20 something rating points away. So unless a big accident happened, I think this is going to be a battle between Ali Reza and Hikaru. So only 0.6 rating points separate the two of them, by the way, just to give you some context of what I'm talking about. And this is what we have. Ali Reza with the black pieces, some early pressure from white. I like this bishop on d4, a lot of prospects for the bishop. What I do like for black at the same time is this a couple of pawns on b7 and c6, they completely block this bishop on g2. So white needs to do something about it. White at some point needs to go a b4, b5 and try to open up the bishop. The problem is you're not getting that anytime soon, because b4, bishop takes b4 is on tap. So you do have to spend some time to get ready for that. It's not looking easy. And I have to say, I'm looking at the pawn structure. It looks very healthy for black, for Ali Reza. White's pawn structure as well, very healthy. That makes me think that we have a very not necessarily equal but balanced game on our hands. And just to see, should we go back to Hikaru? No moves have been played in that one. In Fabiano's game, he played d5. Played d5. So right now, throwing the gauntlet at his opponent, saying, hey, take my pawn on b4. I don't care. I really don't care. I just want to open up the lines, the diagonals in the position. I'm trying to play for compensation right now. I'm going to be the one putting the pressure on you. So d5, big move by the top seed of the event, Fabiano Caruana. And right now, Ivan Saric is thinking just to go down the line. We also have all the top guns are in this tournament. Anish versus Sadhwani. Take a look at this. And by the way, Sadhwani has been on a roll. The PM of India is congratulating him. Vishy Anand is coming to his support. He's been winning some medals in junior competitions in the last few months. I believe he became a world champion at one of these world youth competitions and also got a silver medal. So definitely he's feeling good about his game, Sadhwani. And Anish also just had a baby, another one. So congratulations to Anish. Definitely feeling good as the father of 3 right now. And yeah, this one is going to be a crucial game as well. And I was mentioning at the beginning of the broadcast, there's absolutely no easy rounds in this one. This is round 1, and Hikaru already playing 2650. Anish already playing 2641. There's absolutely no easy rounds in this competition. And just to kind of take a look at how this game transpired, if we take it from the beginning. Oh, we got the London. All right, we got a London. Okay, bishop to f4, c5, a very aggressive London, counter London, I guess, from Sadhwani with c5 early on, c5. Knight c6, h3, e6, bishop d3, bishop d6, and this is what we got right now. a6, I like this move. I don't want to see any knight b5s and then c4 and try to put some pressure on this diagonal. So I like the move a6, maybe even considering b5 myself as black. The question is, how is white going to continue this one? At some point, you got to go for e4. You just have to go for e4 at some point. The question is, how do you do it? Because obviously you cannot go e4 anytime soon with the bishop hanging on f4, right? Do you exchange or do you shy away from this exchange with bishop to g5? Those are the big questions in the position right now. Anyway, we'll let Anish think about the position. Let's go back to Hikaru just to see exactly what happened after a4. And by the way, Rasmus still thinking, guys, still thinking in this one. Did Kanti die? No. Kanti is going to be back in just a few minutes, maybe a few seconds. Who knows? I'm not really sure about his status, but he will be back with us. So don't you worry. Don't you worry. Don't go anywhere. He'll be back for sure. This is what we have. A4 really stopped Zain in his tracks right now. Definitely a big move for Hikaru. Just a simple move, asking the right questions in the position. And sometimes this is the most important thing that you can do in a game of chess. Ask your opponent the right questions. So Kanti had to go get a little lift in. I like it. Yes, keep it in good shape. We know Kanti's always in there. Kanti's always in the gym, always pumping some iron. So who knows? Maybe that's it. Perhaps that's what he's doing, right? All right, a4. What do we got, guys? Oh, we got a move. A5. A5. All right, that's a big decision. Big committal decision from black. And take a look. You just see the move being played right now on the camera. A5. Okay. Well, I'm starting to like white's prospects right now. I'm not 100% sure about this move A5 for the simple fact that we've been discussing this way of placing the knight to a better position, either via c4 to e3, or maybe just leave it on c4 to put and increase the pressure on e5, or via f1 and g3. To be honest, after this last move, a5, my decision is starting to become a bit easier as white. What I think Hikaru is going to do, and there's Parham Maksudlu as well in the back, strolling around, another very, very um, top heavy hitter in the competition, 27-20 or 27-20 plus, definitely at or around his peak rating. So coming in hot, coming in great shape in this tournament as well. That's a player that we're going to have our eyes on. Also, A5 is on the board, and we're expecting knight to C4, but Hikaru is not there. Hikaru is not there. Where is Hikaru? Where is Hikaru? Hikaru is just hanging around, maybe just thinking about the position in his mind, strolling around, watching other games. What is he doing? Okay, we're still waiting. We're still waiting. Knight to c4 is the move that I'm expecting. And the question is, after knight to c4, you go, let's say, bishop to c7, right? The problem is, okay, you got the knight on a very nice square. Keeping an eye on the pawn on a5, keeping an eye on the pawn on e5, definitely increasing the pressure in the position. But you're also going to get hit by the move d5. So whenever black plays d5, you're going to be forced to react in a certain way. You're going to be forced to move that knight from c4. So those are type of exchanges, the type of trade-offs that we see in this position. So I see what he's doing. I see what Rasmus is doing. He's saying, okay, come at me, go play knight to c4, and maybe I'm going to hit you with a d5 at the right moment. This is the type of situation we're seeing right now and the type of decision that Hikaru has to take. Is he going to place that knight close to the center on c4 with a trade-off that you might get hit with d5 later on in the game, or you're going to stay a bit more cagey with the move knight to a5, f1 in the position, knight to f1 and then knight to g3. Knowing Hikaru and seeing the last few moves, especially the move a4, I think his decision is going to be to go knight to c4. Knight to c4 is what I'm expecting. But Hikaru is still not at the board, man. Okay, there we go. We see Fabiano in the back, hanging around, strolling as well. This is a maneuvering Italian, exactly. A maneuvering Italian, a very slow game. It's called AKA the Gioco Piano, which and I'm telling you now in advance, I have not brushed my Italian knowledge in a long time, but I do believe it means the slow game, Gioco Piano, the slow game. Definitely a slow game in this one, a developing one, a lot of maneuvering, knight to c4, knight to f1, maybe even ideas of b3 and bishop to b2 could potentially be on the cards. Hikaru has a lot of time, so this is something this is a very long format. It's a long event in terms of rounds. I believe we have 11 rounds in the tournament, but also a lot of time to ponder your decisions. This is a classical time control, but a very slow pace classical time control. An hour and 40 minutes for the first 40 moves. And if I'm not mistaken, after that, you get an additional 30 minutes with 30 seconds increment from move one. That's my guess, by the way. I haven't checked the format. I will check it later on and then tell you for sure. But I do believe that is the time format. So Hikaru has all the time in the world to try to ponder his options, and we're going to have to wait and see. Let's move on. And when Hikaru comes back to the board, Then, oh, there he is. I summoned Hikaru. Okay, all right. There he is, writing his move. A5. Looking a bit confused. Thinking, wait a minute. This move, A5. I did not anticipate that. I was considering bishop c7, maybe d5. What do you have in mind, Rasmus? What's your idea with this move a5? That's what he's thinking. All right. Let's see. Knight to c4 or knight to f1. He doesn't seem to appreciate Fabi prowling behind him. No. He doesn't really care too much. I can tell you that much. There's so many people. Oh, the jacket is coming off. And we have lag just at the right moment when the jacket came off. And you see Hikaru extending, stretching in the position. Jacket has come off. All right. Oh, that's right. No. You get used to people strolling around. I mean, all of these players have been playing chess for so many years. A lot of them, most of them, in a lot of open competitions, and in open tournaments, you always have a lot of people around you. And by the way, knight to c4 was not played. Hikaru decided to go knight to f1. Okay. Again, a bit more of a cagey approach, right? You're trying to keep your cards close to your chest. Knight to f1. And the big question right now is, does d5 work? Does d5 work? That is the big one right now. d5, what do we do right now after the move at d5? Do we go knight takes d5? Do we go e takes d5, d takes d5? I have so many options. What you cannot, actually, even knight to g3 is an option in the position, even though if you keep the game slow, I think you're going to be in trouble as well. You're going to allow black to equalize. So you have to react to this new tension in the center like this. And I do believe that we're just about to get James back in the broadcast as well. So stay tuned, stay with us, because James is going to be back in just a few seconds, a few minutes. d5 is the big question in the position, and I'm sure Erasmus right now, he's starting to calculate, okay, what do I have to worry about after the move d5? Probably knight takes c5. Let's start with that. Knight takes c5, knight takes c5. You have to respond like that. You don't have time to take on e4. I just simply don't like this move allowing to take on g6. It's an option, but look at the pawn structure. I mean, this is not something that you want to see. And even worse is the fact that this bishop on b6 right now, it's biting on granite, biting on that pawn on d4. And whenever you play c5, I mean, that's not an easy move to make. You're going to destroy your pawn structure even further. But yes, we do have d5 on the board. We were anticipating this move. d5 had to come on the board. You're perfectly ready and prepared in the position as black to make this break with d5. And you see a bit of a shrug from Hikaru. d5. All right. Nodding. Let's see what's next right now. Let's start calculating. Takes. And then we get to that position. All right. What is he calculating? Knight takes c5. We said d takes c4 is not the right move. Probably knight takes c5. D takes c5. Rook takes c5 or knight takes c4. You have a couple of options. You can also go, by the way, knight takes c4, right? Knight takes c4 is a pawn sacrifice, if I'm not mistaken. Knight takes c4, bishop takes c4. You have to address this pressure on f2, right? So you have to get rid of that knight on e4. Take on e4. And now if you go for the queen trade, I really don't like this because I have the couple, the bishop pair, right? And the problem is I don't have time to take on e4. This would be a really bad move. Take the pawn, but allow me to pin you down on the first rank. No. And Hikaru is just about to make a move. We saw him reaching. Hikaru is just about to make a move, and Fabi in the back checking to see what's happening in this one. Maybe going through his lines. Hikaru is like, hey, dude, what's up? What's up, dude? You like this position? You like what I'm cooking here? Let's see. D5. E takes D5. All right. All right. Hikaru says, all right, what's next for you now? E takes a D5. We expect E4 right now. And I actually think that you have to go E4 in the position. I don't think you have any other options, because if you do try to take back on D5, that's just simply going to allow me to take on G6, you take back, and then I take a pawn on E5. I munch on that pawn, and you don't have any compensation in the position. So that's not possible for you. Taking on D5, not possible, so you have to continue with E4. We're expecting a very quick E4 in the position. And right now, if you go knight D2, if you stay passive, C takes D5, this is definitely going to favor black. Very nice complex of pawns in the center, D5 and E4, a lot of support behind them. And the problem is, and this is one of the big problems in the position, is that my bishop on B6 finally has something to do in the position. With the pawn on D4, we understood this is a very strong pawn chain and is going to pretty much block the bishop for the remainder of the game, especially now that there's no pawns attacking the pawn chain, especially this spear on a d4. But what I can do is transition to the other diagonal. And this is a problem. I go bishop to c7 in the position. Next move after white, let's say, plays something like knight to g3. Bishop to c7, putting a lot of pressure on this diagonal. I have ideas of e3 as well, destabilizing the knight on g3. And if I manage to connect the bishop and the queen on the b8, h2 diagonal, I'm going to start looking towards that h2 square, right? So you got to be ready. You got to be ready for that. This is not a good position for white. I'm not expecting Hikaru is going to go passive with knight d2. So to go back after what we think is going to be the critical move in the position, e4, I think Hikaru has to go knight e5. Hikaru has to jump to the center, knight e5. And then we're going to get this position. First of all, can you take on e5? Probably, but I don't think it's the right decision, because now I take, if you do take on e5, now all your pieces are a little bit discombobulated, and I'm going to take on c6. Well, I'm going to offer this queen trade, but look at the structure, a5, c6, these are not good pawns in the position. I'm going to swing the bishop on e3. If you do trade, then my knight comes into play. I'm going to put a lot of pressure on a5, and then at the right moment, I'm going to go b4. Create that passer on the a file. So this one is looking good for white. I'm not expecting to see any of this from Rasmus. But what do you do? Take. Doesn't seem like the right decision. So maybe you have to take on d5. And we're going to see this position. Knight takes g6, f takes g6. And the question is, how do you assess this one? All right, I get it. You have a worse, let's say, in quotation marks, worse structure, but at the same time it's a very stable structure, and also opens up the idea of maybe swinging the rook down the f file, right? At the same time, what white should do in the position is start getting ready to pick at this pawn on e4. You cannot allow black to stabilize the position, play something like bishop f5, g5, bishop g6, king h7, bishop c7, queen d6. That would be the ideal plan for black, just setting up the pieces on the right squares. So you got to go for f3. Can you do it immediately is the question. Can you do it immediately? F3 is an option. And with this being said, we're going to let right now Rasmus think about his next very critical decision, either e4 or taking on d5 first. We're going to take a short break, and probably after we come back from the break, we're also going to be rejoined by GM James Conti. We'll see you guys in just a few. Welcome back, everybody, to day one coverage of the FIDE Grand Swiss happening in the Isle of Man. We are watching Hikaru's game right now with Rasmus Zain, and I am Grandmaster Christian Kirilla alongside Mr. James Conti. James, welcome back.
Well, hey man, now I had to hit the gym real quick. They called me. I had they told me about this weight. They was like, hit this 315. So I hit 315 real fast. Had to
That's right.
recover. Few sets of 315 on the bench. I'm good. We back. All right, we back.
You're
What's going
looking in
on?
good shape. You're looking in
Good
good
shit.
shape,
Good
ready,
shit.
energized. How are you feeling?
Thank you. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling better after that weight. You know what I'm saying? Got that weight off my shoulders, literally. So it feels better. So feels a little bit better
Absolutely.
now. So we gotta see what's going on in this game. What's the updates?
By the way, big sequence of moves. As we went on a break, take a look at the last few moves. We left it off after this move. E takes d5. That's when we went on a break, and a lot of moves have been played after that. E4,
Whoa.
knight d2.
Question mark? Question
Question
mark?
mark from Hikaru. What was
Uh,
supposed to be the best move in the position was knight e5, staying a
what?
bit more aggressive, a bit more active. But I
Okay.
have to say, knight d2, it feels like a normal, natural move, right?
Yeah, 92, it's just more natural. Like that's just the best way to put it. Exactly. It's just more natural. It hits E4, but I guess the problem is now where does the knight go? He goes F3. That was
That's
his whole idea. Okay.
the yes. The answer to your question is back to f3, because we go into this position and look, Hikaru was trying to get some sort of an imbalance created in the position, right? Because we were seeing all those potential massive exchanges in the center, exchanging all these pawns, that block of pawns in the center, and that usually led to massive simplification as well. After this e takes d5 and d4 and change of structure, we have a completely different situation. I'm not 100% sure who that favors. Perhaps it favors black, but at the same time, this is a very complex battle that we're going to see in the position. We are not looking at an easy way out as we potentially were looking a few moves ago, just simplification and shake of hands, make a draw, go back home, get ready for round two. This one is going to be a much more complex battle.
And that's nice to have now because now with the complex battles, I mean, we can shine where we need to. It's very important to have imbalances in a position to try to create more and also play for more. Of course, the engine does like black slightly here. I mean, they just always just say that you're garbage as a chess player because they just find all these ideas that like nobody's looking at, humans at least. So, but here, I mean, I actually like the white side. The reason for it is just I feel like my pieces can be better. They aren't like much better right now, but the problem is like, his bishop on b6 is blocked. He can go back to c7. I can't see that obviously, but right
Mhm.
now it is blocked. Both of my bishops, on the contrary, are actually hitting on the king side. If I'm able to move the knight, obviously bishop takes h6 is there, right, with queen f6 ideas. Knight is very weird, and you got the superfluous knights on d2 and f1, but it's really
Mhm.
gross because like these are really bad superfluous knights. Like that's
Mhm.
just kind of ugly. So you need to move the knight obviously to g3 or something. The knight needs to go maybe to b3. Bishop takes h6 is coming, and if we can get rook e1 in, I mean, we have some good ideas here. Man, you went to that school of Hikaru with them arrows, baby. You know what I'm saying?
I'm just
Graduated with
following your
honors.
lead, James. I'm
Yeah,
just following your lead. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah, dog. That's
I'm,
nice.
I'm improving my arrows. That's one aspect I've been working on since the last broadcast.
He was using the colors too, bro. You see the different colors there, like he was using the red, bro. I saw that. I
That's right.
saw that. I just
That's
used it
right.
yesterday on chess
I'm
base.
I'm glad you're taking notice of it.
Yeah, yeah, I saw it. I saw it, chat. That's that
All
school of
right.
Hikaru. Definitely.
Oh my goodness. All right. So we highlighted White's plan, but what is Black's plan is the question right now. And as you were just talking about all those crazy, good looking ideas of getting the pieces active as fast as possible, one thing that I noticed is this pawn on a4. And I'm thinking of ideas of getting the bishop out, right? I'm seeing the queen on e8, kind of a peculiar spot, but what it does, at least for the moment, is stopping, especially in those plans that you were mentioning with knight coming to b3, bishop d2, rook to e1. I always have ideas of queen takes a4, right? So also, to stop you directly from going knight to b3, what I can do is start off with bishop d7. And I think this is perhaps the best move in the position. Just try to put some pressure on that pawn on a4. And you highlighted very accurately the superfluous knights on f1 and d2 for white. And you have to find a variation in which you're going to be able to connect them in a different way or set them up on their own respective paths in the position to activate them. But right now, that knight is not going to b3. You're losing that pawn on a4. So you have to find a different spot for the knight. I'm seeing knight g3, maybe knight back to f1 ideas with knight
That's
h2.
nasty.
Yes, we're not staying
Pretty
active in the
gross.
position. That's the problem, right?
Yeah, you have knight g3, knight f1, knight e3, knight f5. If we get that in, I'm feeling good. That's a long way from home, though. Knight g3, knight f1, knight e3, knight f5. Like, dude, what are you doing? But, I mean, if we can get away with that, that would be a very strong position with a knight on f5 that's not really going anywhere because you have another one behind him, sacking on g7, sacking on h7. I mean, h6. I mean, and there's some scary ideas very possible in this position.
I think that's the plan that he's looking at. Yes, that has to be it. And by the way, bishop to d7 is not on the board yet. Right now, Rasmus is still thinking about his next move. But I have to say, the last sequence completely changed the character of this position. Absolutely. And right now, the onus is on Zain to find the best way forward.
Yeah, this is now it's spicy. This is like, okay, now it feels better watching this. We'll see.
It's getting interesting for sure. All right, let's move just for a second to see what's happening in that Fabi with the black pieces against Ivan Šarić. And by the way, when you were gone doing your lifts, guess what? Fabi was doing his lifts as well. Take a look at this last move. We discussed this d5. Remember that big money move d5. Try to sacrifice the pawn on b4. Try to get some compensation in the position. Play it in the style of a Sicilian. You want to win with the black pieces. And take a look at this. Bishop to h6. Question mark. What do you think of this one?
Okay, so it didn't go like, it's more of like a, oh, you didn't play, the best move because you're a human type question mark. Like, this was because the eval bar is still 0.4. So I mean, you would see a question mark and you would think, oh, it's blunder, and like the eval bar should react, but it's still equal after the question mark move here. So from a practical standpoint, makes a lot of sense. He is trying to trade the dark square bishops there. And I guess the problem maybe lies around maybe some knight c5s after trading on e4. We do need to trade probably on h6 first, I was thinking, because you obviously get a tempo there. And the question is, how do I actually get in there? I believe, even from an attacking standpoint, it's actually much harder for white than you think it is, just because the queen's over there. So, it's not actually all the way over. As you see, the engine already likes black, but I'm just curious to see how they do this thing.
You got to go back home, right, at some point. I mean, for the moment, you are stopping me from castling, which is definitely Šarić's idea, right? Just keep the king in the center, saying that you're definitely not going to castle long side, right? I mean, you just play the a6, b5, b4. You're definitely not getting your king on that side. You're going to get checkmated. And if you cannot go on the other side, short castle either, then you're kind of in a difficult situation. At the same time, you do have this weakness on e4, right?
So we take once, pawn takes, right?
You take with the pawn or with the bishop. Let's say pawn takes. It makes more sense, at least to my eyes. And let's say I go bishop to b7. Not only that I attack, but I also defend against all these nasty ideas of knight c6.
I'm castling. I don't even care. I don't even know if it's right. I just know I need to castle here.
Which side? Which side are you castling?
Oh, that's a good question. Usually we go queen side, says Grandfather Tao. But okay, let's go king side though, because I
king side. All right.
You want F file.
I like what you're doing. Yeah. Okay. Let's say I bite the bullet.
Wow, he's going for it. You dangerous man. You.
I have to.
Whoa, I have to. I mean, it's also like a bluff. Like, I mean, I'm gonna take it, bro, and he does it, and then he does it. Now what do you do? Queen g7 probably is playable. Queen g7.
Yeah. You were thinking of getting in like that.
96, but it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Ugh.
It's all about this knight. Yeah, finally still defending. I mean, it looks scary, man, from afar. Looking at this king on e8, kind of stuck right there. Yeah, boxed in.
What about knight f4? In fact, with the idea of 96.
Ooh. Oh, 96 is a big threat For example, if I go something like rook c8, just a funny move like this, you can go knight to e6. You can take on e4 first and then go knight to e6. You can also just simply go rook a
Rook
to
E1.
e1.
Yeah, this is
Yeah, and the
nice.
thing is with the knight on e6, why it doesn't work immediately is because I still have this queen, man. Take a look at this. That's a check.
Ooh, heat.
That's a double attack, right?
Heat.
So yeah. A
This is a
lot of things
spicy
happening.
game.
Oof,
Wow.
this is spicy. This is truly spicy. And by the way, Hikaru is back to his seat. And we do have a move, I believe. Queen to c6. We're going back to that game of Hikaru. Queen to c6 was played by Rasmus. So not bishop to d7, just activating the queen as fast as possible with his queen to c6. I sort of like this move for black for the simple fact that I never like this rook coming to e1 and asking the queen on e8 questions like where are you going to go next. No. I just want to get the queen on a safe spot on c6. And also you were highlighting these ideas of getting the knight away and then bishop takes h6 with queen takes f6 coming, destabilizing knight on f6. That's not happening anymore because of the
Right.
queen on c6, right?
Right. Well, if
So
that's not happening, I actually like the idea that we had before then with knight g3, knight f1, knight e. Because now we were talking about this bishop d7 thing, but it's just not playing it. Wow, Eval Bar immediately says this is not a move. Bishop takes d4. Oh my
oh,
goodness.
that's the idea. We
I
missed
was
it.
wondering, yeah. I was like, what's the idea? Wow. He said,
Oh,
hello, you little sneaky dog. You Rasmus. What are you? You sneaky dog. Oh, he's threatening that right now.
Ooh, that's nice. All right, all right. Now I see what he's cooking. Okay, okay. So Rasmus has some things in mind. We gotta address that. I guess we have to take on G6, right?
So annoying, bro. Like, I'm not trying to do that. I am not a fan. Look at my knights. Look at my
Yeah,
knights, Christian.
yeah. I don't like them. I don't like them. I sense the pain in your voice, James, when you're talking about these nights. No, I don't
No,
like it either.
no,
And the problem is that, okay, you did kind of weaken my pawn structure, but at the same time, look at this rook coming to f8 and maybe just hitting the queen on f3. Knight to e4 is coming along as well. And this pawn on g6 actually supports the bishop coming to f5, right? So yeah, I don't like this trade. From a practical perspective, I think this move, queen to c6, might create some problems for Hikaru. What I think Hikaru should probably be thinking about right now is
no.
simplifying the position. How do we chip away at my opponent's plan, at my opponent's tactical ideas in the position?
Hey, that was a really good move, actually, in fact.
Yeah, this
Wow.
bishop d4, we missed it. We missed it, but
Yeah,
he had something in mind. All right, knight d3 maybe, right?
yeah.
Defend
I
this
see chat
bishop
saying
on
93
c3.
only defense. And I was like, okay, that's nice chat. And then the idea is maybe bring the other knight around, but that's longer. It feels like 93, then knight f1, knight g3, knight f5 instead of knight g3, knight f1, knight e3, knight f5. But it's the same amount of moves apparently. So
Hmm.
it's we still can get our idea off with the other knight to f1, knight df1, two g3, two f5, and hope for the best. Hope and a prayer and energy from chat.
All
We
right,
should be
let's see.
good.
Let's see. We're gonna play some natural moves. Yeah, bishop d7, just develop, and then knight f1, rook e8, knight g3. Yeah,
Yep.
let's get
And
to
we
this
get the knight on
position.
f5. That's it. And like, you know what I mean? Knight on f5. Like, what do we do? What does he do? Maybe 97, which is kind of annoying. I don't want to trade him, but
Yeah, that's an option. 97 is an option. Maybe bishop c7, try to set something up on this diagonal, or maybe just simply knight e4. How do
you
we
can
think
play
about?
this move.
How
I
do we
thought I
feel
could take
about
on
this one?
d5. I could have swore, oh, I'm hanging a piece after that. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
This
I
is
think I
knight
can take
g3.
on
Yeah. For
g3,
some reason, I thought he
take,
just
and
couldn't
then
go here. Wow. Well,
yeah,
I mean, okay, knight f5 anyway. Yikes, not the biggest fan. And once again, but at least okay, we feel better. We got the nice. It's just I don't like
yeah.
it, but I feel like it's better than anything else we have, right?
And what if we take? How do we feel about this transition is the question. We're
Yeah,
changing the structure, but the question is who's favored after this one. I see no expansion capabilities for white, because whenever you go d5, open up this bishop, I don't think you want to see that. Keep the pawns as they are. B2, C3, D4, just try to stop this bishop. The problem is that once you don't have the knight on F1 and potentially on G3, now I see ideas of bishop C7, queen D6, set up this mating, attacking ideas on the B8, H2 diagonal. So definitely feeling a little bit uncomfortable for white in the position. Let's see. What can Hikaru do? This is what we have on the board right now. This is the live position. Queen to C6 was the last move with that devilish idea. Bishop takes D4. Yeah, yeah.
Check the cam. Okay, he looks stoic. He in the zone, so he's not shaking his head. Nothing crazy.
No. He's still feeling good about the position. Still feeling good about the position. Maybe king to H1 to stop bishop takes D4, because now I can just simply take on G6, right?
Oh, that's nice. A little in between, king H1. A little nifty tricks like that definitely work.
But by the way, is this that easy?
What is that? You gotta be kidding me. Are you talking about my knights are that bad? These knights are that bad.
They might actually be.
Wow.
You don't have a way to defend G1 in time. So you drop the bishop back, queen B6. And now you actually have to sacrifice the piece, otherwise you get checkmated.
King H2, how am I getting mated in there? There's got to be something engine-like. Check, right. King G3.
Check.
Oh, bishop B8.
Check.
Oh, my goodness. Get him off the board. That's a puzzle run. Bishop B8.
Oh, no.
Oh, man.
No. No, don't get mated like that.
That's
know what
gross.
I mean? You cannot even sacrifice that bishop because,
knights.
These knights.
These knights.
They're not good. They're not good. Not good knights. Good. We don't like the knights. We don't like the knights in this one. Okay, that's a nasty line. He made a move. 93.
Okay, let's go, Chad. 93.
We were expecting this one, right?
93. And then the other one has to go usually to F1. The reason why B3 is not as good is because you have to think about the future of the pieces when you move them. The knight going to B3, what is the future? Are you really going to put it on C5? No. A5 is not a move. And like, where else are you going to move the knight? And it's misplaced on B3. It also blocks the connection of C2 to A4. So you could lose it in some cases. So knight F1 is better over to G3 and F5. Let's see what happens.
That's the plan. That's the plan. And you know, there's still a lot of moving targets in the position. There's still a lot of questions that both players have to answer, and we're just down to their 1 hour mark right now. Rasmus has 1 hour on the clock, Hikaru 1 hour and 9 minutes, so still early in the game, still a lot of ideas to be played in the middle game phase of this one. Should we take a peek at some other games, maybe down the line? I see Report. I see LeBron. LeBron-Aronian. He's having some fun in this one. Definitely trying to create some havoc in the position. We see Battle of the Indians. Pragnananda against Aryan Chopra. I think we didn't see this one. Okay, there's not that much to see. We see this exchange Slav type of structure. Not a lot of action is happening.
Yeah, not a lot of action at all. This is one that you're just gonna have to, hopefully you stay awake. I got some coffee. Let me see. You need your coffee for that one. Like,
get that coffee, baby. But take it. Ooh.
Okay, let's stay here. What is going on, big fella? All right. My goodness. Okay, what's the opening? Can we see this from the beginning? What the heck was this?
Let's see it from the beginning. C4, E5. Okay, Okay. All right. Getting some control over that D5 square.
Okay.
But knight takes C5. Whoa,
Big Max. Big Max out here.
Max.
Come on, Max.
Coming straight from the Netherlands with the spicy chess. I like it. All right.
Nice.
Knight takes C5, D4. So guess what? LeBron says, okay, you want my pawn? I'll give it to you.
This is so nice. This is the game of the hour. Like, what is going on?
Oh my goodness. D3, bishop E6, bishop E2. Okay. Knight G4. Okay.
Take bishop F4.
F5, baby. Let's go.
This game is crazy right now, guys.
F3, okay. You're really trying to defend, yeah?
Rook F8? Oh my goodness. Yo, what? This is crazy. This is an engine game.
What's
This is a
happening?
this is an engine game, bro.
What in the world is happening? And he said, "I'll take it.
I'll take it. I'll
I'll
take you up on that
take it."
offer.
All right. F takes
Oh man,
e4. What in the world is happening? By the way, you cannot save this guy. You cannot save the bishop on f4 because you resign
hit the
on the
button.
spot. That's a check, and the queen is dropping as well. So how do you get out of this? I mean, you can castle long, but then I just simply take the bishop. I don't know. I don't
That's
think
kind
this
of
is
fine.
enough. I can also just take on d3 first and then take the bishop on f4. So
Mm,
how do you stop me from all these ideas? Maybe d4 first?
that's crazy. And then bishop takes.
By the way, knight
Oh,
takes e4 was played.
knight takes e4. Question mark.
Oof. And by the
Question
way,
mark.
yeah, you're gonna play some question marks in this position in this wild game. Okay, Castle. He's trying to save this one. He's trying to exchange some pieces, trying to make a draw. It seems like Max.
Yeah, probably draw. It's very draw like now. Of course, black has some initiative. But what
Yes,
a game.
what a game. And right now it's it's slowing down a little bit, but it does seem like black not only solved his opening problems, but I think more than equalized in the position. Maybe he's even better after rook takes g4. Equal pawns. Rook takes g4 is on the board. Equal pawns. And to be honest, if you allow me to get that bishop on d4, that's going
Could
to
be
be a
better.
nice bishop.
That
That's
could be
really
better.
going to be a nice bishop. Yeah,
That is
yeah,
gonna be nice. That is gonna
yeah.
be nice. That was a man. What
It's
a game that was. It's
it's
like mind
absolutely
boggling.
crazy, right?
And you know,
Crazy.
it was quick. I mean, look how much time Levon has used here. So they've seen some of these positions. I'm assuming before, or maybe it was his prep or something like that. But man, he played that quite quickly with the Queen E7 stuff and like F5 sack the piece, Rook F8. Like, hey man, chill out, wait, chill, bro. What are you doing right now? What are you doing? That was a great performance so far from Levon. It's nice.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Let's see, because we have so many strong players in this event. By the way, Gledura from Hungary via Webster University. Take a look at this. Whoa, versus NVL. And
Well, we got to see it from the beginning. This
I
is
mean,
like, I mean, chaos.
look at the
Love it.
time. Look at the time.
Oh, wow, he's down.
Gledura an hour. Oh, by the way,
Oh, he
yeah,
prepped his, of course, that's
yeah,
why you have
yeah.
time. He prepped
The
his
the
grip.
Grunfeld. Okay, okay. Queen d2, e6. Okay, f4. Get that bishop out of here. a6. Oh man, what is this? Oh, this is some wild stuff. Bishop c6.
Yeah,
Okay.
this is definitely wild.
Queen h4.
Oh,
Bad move,
question mark.
apparently.
G3.
g3. Queen to h5.
The rook's hanging. What is, man? Get off. Hold on, bro. What is
Give me
going
that rook,
on?
right?
I don't understand these.
What's that?
I guess rookie. I don't understand. Queen F3, bro.
Ah,
What?
Queen f3, and I attack your rook, and
Oh,
then the
rook
pawn on
F1,
e4, and then the
E4.
other rook as well.
Ooh, this tactician, boy. That's why you be playing this stuff.
Yeah, this is not good.
I'd rather
This is
go
not
King
good.
10 in the end, but yeah, exactly. Takes. Little
So you
pending.
cannot touch that rook. You got to defend against this. But
Oh,
what
but
if
he
I just
spends a lot
simply
of
take
time.
the pawn, right?
You're right. Beautiful move, right? Bishop
Take the pawn.
takes. And
I guess you
just
got to stop me from castling, maybe,
I have
with
King
bishop h6.
F2,
But then I
maybe.
just go king f2. Yeah.
Exactly, right? Exactly. So King F2 and just, fucking roll, baby. It's easy.
By the way, are we thinking that MVL might actually be in trouble early on in this one?
I think so because of the time difference. And like he just like blitzed them out. I mean, he's up a lot of time here right now. That's considerably a lot of time, which means that was definitely prep from him. But now
Yeah.
he has to obviously, figure the rest of it out, think on his own here outside of the prep, which he's very good at doing, and try to limit MVL with the tactics because he is obviously super strong with tactics. We all know this. We've even
Oh,
seen it in
yeah.
the Speed Chess Championships too, as well, even beating Magnus in 2 matches. Very ridiculous, very strong player, as we all know. So try to limit the tactics from MVL. He could be in great shape here.
Absolutely.
Against
Just take
Benjamin.
this pawn on d5, nullify any sort of openings of the center by d takes e4. Just forget about it. Bishop takes d5, get the king to f2, hide like this, and just make use of your extra pawn and extra time in the position. And I have to say, MVL is looking shaky at the start of this round. All right, let's move on to the next one. Just to let you guys know, it does seem we have a couple of more moves in Hikaru's game. So knight to e3, bishop to d7 was Zain's reaction to that.
Okay. Okay. We do want to go with this knight f1 knight. I mean, like, what else do we do? Like, what other ideas do we have, in fact, besides knight f1, knight g3?
I don't see it. So knight f1, yeah, we got to go knight f1. Rook e8, right? And
Yeah.
I think this is why he put the bishop on d7 and not on e6, because he wants to keep the e file open for the rook. Is the only thing that makes sense. Also, you have to keep an eye on the defense of the knight on f6, right? We were seeing ideas of bishop takes h6 and then go queen takes f6. We do expect knight to f1 to come on the board. And now let's go rook e8, right? How
knight
do we
g3.
continue?
I mean, we
knight
have
g3,
to,
or
like,
do you just like stay slow?
So gross. Man, I hate that move. But I mean, it is slow because if 94, I have bishop e1. But I mean, look at my pieces. Like, what am I actually doing? But I guess knight g3. At least I just want to get a knight to f5 and just see what happens, right? Just start with that. But then I can't get this bishop out. So maybe it is bishop d2 first, because I'm not trying to trade on 94. I just don't want to trade. But I can't get the bishop out, right? So it does make logical sense to maybe even play slower, play bishop d2, and if 94, bishop e1, then go knight g3. But then you have to risk, obviously, trading a pair of knights. But we would be happy getting rid of that e4 knight in that case. Yeah, rook e8, bishop d2, 94, bishop e1, something, and then knight g3.
And then knight g3. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's the way out of this difficult position for Hikaru. Maybe bishop c7 now.
Yeah, exactly. I thought the same. Bishop c7 is kind of annoying.
Let's see knight g3. Can we do this?
Anyway, -3.
Shoot.
Knight h4.
Oh, man.
Yeah, this is a bad position today.
This is not
good. This is not good. This is not good. So what if we go the other route then? Just forget about the bishop move and just go with the knight. Because we did waste a lot of bishop moves here. We moved it virtually over 2 squares, and it took
go
2
knight
moves.
g3 first.
Yeah, we just go knight g3.
Leave the bishop on c1.
We just leave it there.
Yeah. And after knight to e4, that's the big question. How do we deal with this pawn change, pawn structural change?
Do we have a bishop b3? I mean, it's a 1-move threat. It does attack the pawn.
I'm worried about this knight h4.
Oh yeah, you know what? Now that it's pointed out, like, well, why can't it be played immediately then after knight g6? I mean, knight g3.
Oh, you can. But I guess he just wants to keep an eye on the knight on g3 after the move knight to e4. Like, for example, if you go knight h4 here, then I can just go queen f4.
Okay, and the other way is knight e4.
The other way, if you do go knight e4, bishop b3, now knight h4, queen f4, I have a feeling you have some g5 ideas, or bishop to c7. You take this one, but I take on g3, and where's the queen going?
Right, queen h5.
You got to go to h5, but now there's some checks.
Knight g3 coming, king h1.
Yeah.
Heat.
King h1 or king f1, knight g3, and pick up the queen. And if you go to h2, then I bring the queen as well.
And then,
yeah, this is not looking good.
Beautiful.
Not looking good. All right.
Crazy. Okay.
So big moment right now after bishop d7. Hikaru really needs to find a way out, and it's not an easy situation right now. Because of this rook to e8, because of the dynamic play that black has basically infused into his pieces in the last few moves. And it seems like Hikaru at the moment is just a couple of tempos down. Knight f1, bishop to d2. If I manage to get that bishop out and get the rook to e1, like, for example, if I manage to get this bishop here, rook to e1, and then hide the bishop on c1, then I'm happy, right?
Correct.
That's the position in which I'm happy. But playing without the rook for the moment, that's the problem. That's the drawback of this position for white.
Oh, you know what? It's time to rely on the chat. I see spam in the chat there. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, I see spam. I'm with it, chat. I'm with y'all. This is now our time here to clock in, chat. This is what you get. This is what you get paid the big bucks for, chat. Okay, this is what you're getting paid for. It's time to clock in. Let's hit the spams in the chat.
Pay the big bucks.
yeah. Chat
That's
gets paid
right.
a lot of money to be here, so we got to make sure that they, clocking in. Spam, chat. Spam.
Spam it,
Spam it.
baby. Spam those flowers. Spam those flowers. All right. Yeah, bishop d7. Big moment. Difficult position, but we have the energy on our side. So we got the energy from the chat. Hikaru is feeling the energy as well. Still lots of pressure right now. And it's not only on Hikaru. We've seen a lot of the top players in this event struggling in game one because, again, there's no cakewalks in the park. Is that how? Yeah, something like that. There's no
No
cakewalks in
cakewalks
the
in the
park.
park. You hear that one, Chad? No cakewalks in the park. That's a nice
Absolutely not, because everybody's so strong right now. I mean, Hikaru playing round one against 2650. Take a look at that. I mean,
one. Right.
when does that happen? I think this is the strongest open tournament in the world. Do I have that right?
Yeah, I can agree. I mean, you have all the tops playing. Jan's playing. I think I saw his face. I don't remember.
Jan doesn't need to qualify to the candidates, so perhaps he's not playing
Just
in
chilling.
this
Yeah,
one.
I don't remember seeing him, but I mean, I did just see his face
He's
recently
not
or
around.
something.
He's just
He's
chilling
just
in
chilling.
Russia
He's just watching the
somewhere. I
games.
don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Just watching games. Okay.
Yeah. He's
Yeah.
back at home. Chilling, getting ready. I mean, maybe for the candidates, maybe regaining some energy. Jan is not there. Jan is not in the island of man.
Oh man.
Island
One
man,
walks
baby.
away. No, of course. It seems like one walks away. You know, no, but it is 80,000 though. That's a lot of money. And you also get that qualification spot. Candidates. It's gonna be nice. It's gonna be good to see.
Is this gonna be Jan's third? So he qualified in 2 candidates in a row to the World Championship match. That's absolutely wild.
Yeah.
Now he's playing another candidate. He's going to try again. But Hikaru is definitely eyeing that position as well, gunning for that candidate spot, because I mean, how close to a World Championship match are you once you made the candidates? You still have to go through that
cycle,
ring of fire, right?
Which is
the candidates, but you're one step closer to that match.
Yeah, you're one step closer. And what Hikaru says, you know, I'm a streamer first. And that streamer first mentality has catapulted him into where he is today. In fact, just not caring. Of course, you do have to care somewhat, but enough for that you don't have stress and you're not stressed out. The stress can affect your game, which it has not been affecting Hikaru. So very nice to see. We'll see, man. We'll see what happens, man. And Canada's coming up.
Oh yeah, that's coming up in April. But again, big moment right now. Hikaru is really trying, finally setting into the position, trying to understand where the pieces should go, and starting to calculate all of those variations that we are looking at as well, with knight to e4, knight jumping in the center. It's not an easy task, and right now Hikaru is definitely deep in thought, trying to figure things out.
Let me check him out right now. Bro, why are these people, man? I came to the camera. It was like, okay, it was kind of frozen, but it's like 4 people watching this game. It was just kind of awkward. I saw like everyone, why is everybody at his game? Okay, that was like maybe a minute or so ago because my screen froze, but it froze on the screen where I should chat saw it. It was like 4 or 5 people watching the game. So people are very interested in this game right now.
As they should be, By the way, now that you spend at least a tempo and the bishop is not coming to f5 in case I take on g6, does that help my cause at all as white? Or is this just simply bad once again because you have ideas rook f8? And now without the bishop, also knight f1 doesn't work very well because the knight jumps to e4 and there's nobody challenging that knight anymore. Like, for example, knight f1, knight e4, I don't know. I'm not happy. I'm not happy with that rook coming down the f file.
Knight g3 blunders in one move, and it's like, I mean, what do you even do? This is like, man, this is miserable. Like, look at my pieces. I can't go. I have to go back to like d2, like best move. Bring the knight back to d2. Allow rook f1. Like, you want to stay far away from this position.
Oh yeah. Don't take on g6. That's definitely not something that you want. All right. Big moment right now. We're gonna wait for Hikaru to make a move. Let's take a stroll and see what's happening in that Saric versus Caruana game as well.
Okay, you know what I'm saying? This looked like something I did here. We kind of looked at this line.
That's exactly what we looked at. Bishop takes h6, queen takes h6, take on e4, bishop takes c4, and this is what we got. Queen to c7 is the last move. obviously trying to avoid these knight c6 jumps. But to be honest, why not bishop b7? Why not create this attack immediately? And I think what he was worried about, okay, for good reason, now that I'm looking at the position, I'm starting to understand. E5, take a look at this. You cannot touch that pawn. I'm threatening e6. If you take on e5, queen g7 finishes the game on spot.
Boom. Very nice spot.
Boom, double attack. So don't do that. That's why he played the move queen to c7, trying to stop any sort of shenanigans with e5. Castle, short, not long. And now Fabiano is thinking.
Hold on, I'm going. My tactic senses are tingling.
Okay.
Let me think about this. I was just thinking if bishop b7, obviously my grandfather's house is sack first, think later. So I was looking at rook f7. That's exactly what I was looking at. Now it doesn't work here exactly, rook f1, but I think he just runs away. But it's so, I mean, look at this position, right? Yes, of course, eval bar is crushing us. But
it's that queen b6 move, yeah?
Yeah, that queen b6 move, correct. And I have to go knight d4. The other one, but like, look at this position. Like the king's in the center. Like practically, I think in any other format, this
give me one more move. Give me one more move.
Come on, bro. Just give me a move, bro. Just give me
one more move, and it's over. Yeah,
right.
One more move, and it's over. But I do go knight c5, I think, right now, and that also makes space for my king. And you're running out of firepower in the position.
Not enough. Not enough. But these are the type of sacrifices you have to always look for first. It does require calculation, some intuition, but calculation definitely. And calculation says that this doesn't work. Looks
calculation
good.
Over everything, baby.
Over everything. Oh my goodness. Exactly right. So rook takes f7 doesn't work there. So if the rook f7 doesn't work, well then how do we keep up the pressure is the question. Is there a queen g7?
So queen c7 castle, let's say bishop b7, right? This is what we're thinking.
Oh, queen g7, rook f8, man.
Oh man, I think I'm going long castle. I think I'm going long castle.
He don't care about life. Let's go c3. Let's go pawn c3. Yeah, this man's suicidal. Oh, 100%.
Oh man, okay.
C3.
maybe I'll get back from that long castle. I don't like that stroke.
Oh wow.
No. I'm gonna go rook f8. I'm gonna defend this pawn on f7 like that.
I still might go c3 anyway, but yeah, because I'm running out of steam. My knights are too far away. My rook on a1, the rook on f1 has done all I can do. Queen on g7.
All right, let's take, and then let's try to exchange. That's what I want as black. I want to get into the end game, right? Yeah. Exchange those queens, otherwise I'm getting checkmated. I don't like that.
And that's right. Yeah.
Get those queens off the board. And if I do manage to do that, I think black is fine.
Black is fine, 100%, maybe even better.
Yeah.
Man.
As you can see, Hikaru still deep in thought right now, trying to figure and find his way out.
Yeah, he in the zone.
He in the zone, baby. He in the zone. All right, what do we have? Still no moves in this one. After a short castle, 42 minutes. You see, Fabiano, just like MVL, is falling down on the clock as well. 20 minutes below his opponent. So difficult spot to be in. And this is only move 16. And we know that 42 minutes for 25 moves, I mean, that's not easy.
And it's funny, people are like, oh, yeah, so much time, 40 minutes. No, 2 10-minute things in this type of stuff, especially at this level. That's all it takes for you to be in time trouble. You're like, we got 20 minutes, yes, but I don't get time until another 20 moves or so, 15 moves, which means I'm going to now have to divvy my time and give myself only an allowed amount of time. It might be a critical position where you need to use more time. So it's important really having that extra time on the clock because it can dictate how you play the game. In critical moments, you can lose. I mean, it's really important. So 40 minutes here, he's close to being in time trouble.
That's right. Yeah. Very well put. He is close to being in time trouble. It's funny to say that. It's funny to look at it that way when you have 40 minutes on the clock. But as you mentioned, 25 moves, those are not easy moves, especially in this type of position. I mean, if you have an exchange Slav, sure. I mean, that's going to be easy to handle. Right? All the time in the world, baby. But 40 moves for this crazy Sicilian with the queen swinging deep into your position on g7 like that. Rook takes f7 on the board at every single move. I mean, this is not easy to calculate.
Yes, it's not easy to calculate, but if anyone can do it, it is Fabi, the human calculator. But he is trying.
For sure.
Figure that out in time. Yeah.
All right, let's see. I'm looking at some of the games. I'm trying to find something super interesting, super sharp. By the way, okay, that LeBron has kind of simplified in the position. Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa,
Whoa,
whoa,
whoa,
whoa,
and white is
whoa,
winning.
whoa, 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 whoa,
Oh
whoa.
man, look at D's pawns. What
Wow.
is this? Hold on, bro. We gotta see this from the beginning. This is like
What is happening here?
they made
This
this
is the
position up.
Duda game versus Puya Idani. 26-33 as well. And take a look at this last move. Double exclam.
Brilliant.
How do you call this? Connect 7 or
Connect
what is this?
7.
Connect 7, connect 6. Like technically, what
Connect
is this? Because I
6.
see we have 6,
Um,
but it's actually 7. You
right.
connect with this guy on F3 as well.
What is this? Man, that's crazy. So what was C4, E6, knight C3, D5,
Let's see.
D4, H6?
Ooh,
Oh,
H6.
it's
Okay.
just yeah,
Okay.
Nihal likes that. So that's how you
Okay.
get the pawn to C5.
Okay. A4.
Easy
We're
plan.
pushing. We're pushing. Pushing P.
Push
Yes.
him, baby. Push him,
All
push
right.
him.
A5. A bit suspicious. G5. Knight takes
Ooh,
A5.
dang.
Whoa.
Hitting before you split him, always in order. That's it. That's two pawns.
Whoa.
Yeah, the
Gift
two-piece
me
thing
that rook. Yes.
with the passers.
And who's first? I mean, you're trying to checkmate me on this side. But guess what?
Dang, bro.
I'm getting another lady on the board.
Okay, let's see it. We got to see it. Bishop takes F1. Actually, no,
Yeah.
he probably just
I
plays
I
A7
think
or something. Let her
I'm
take
going
first.
I'm going bishop takes F1, right? To
Yeah, that's
defend
fine,
this
fine,
king.
fine. And then take
Defend
on
this king
A6.
around
And how is he taking with the rook or the pawn?
with a pawn. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Pawn. And
Gotta
then
push.
you're just queening somehow.
I
Look
gotta
at the
push.
superfluous knights. That's the word of the day. Superfluous. That's
Yep.
crazy. Same knights in the Hikaru
Yep.
game.
Yep. Not great knights. Not great knight. I mean, imagine having this knight on G6 and ready to jump to H4. That would be problematic for the white king. But with this
Right.
knight so far away from the action, that's not happening. Like there's no avenue in which you're going to get close to my king. And the problem is you only have a couple of moves because I'm going A7, A8, and that's it. That's game.
Oh,
That's game. You resign at that point.
this was
I
a
mean,
very nice
you
game.
take, then you go knight G4. You're maybe a couple of moves from hitting the H2 pawn. Nope. That's two queens. Oh, you want to take one? Sure. But I'll take it back
I'll take
with
your
rook
queen
A7,
instead.
and that's the
Appreciate you. Thanks for
problem.
the trade. And that's game over.
That's it.
Wow. This was very impressive. I mean, he didn't even really do anything. It was just more of, oh, he spotted the nice tactic. Knight takes A5, knight D5, got this nice position. I mean, he really didn't take really any risk. He just
I
spotted some
mean,
very nice tactics here. Very strong play today from Duda.
beautiful play from Duda, I have to say. I think you got to take on F3. All right, let's try to make it work for black. Let's try to find that checkmate. So don't take this rook. You need this bishop on H3 to try to create something, right? So let's take on F3. Do you take back or do you go bishop to D3? I'm trying to go something like Queen D7, Queen G4, and checkmate you like that.
Yeah, that's sick. That's sick. I think I have to take that because that whole thing, I got to get rid of that. 100%.
Yep.
Number one.
So for example, if you do something like this and then you try to hide like this and say, oh, wait, I'm actually defending. Nope.
Who's getting mated? Oh, you
Who's
are.
getting mated first? And that's it. That's game. That's that. All right. Um, so after the move E takes F3, probably we gotta take that.
Right. Then I thought G4
All
because I want
right.
to get the knight into G5 next. Everything has to be tempo.
Uh-huh.
You can
Let's
just
get
take it, man. Yeah, if that's the case, then this is lost, like 100%. You
and
can't
guess
even get
what?
this off. I can't take the bishop.
You
I can't mate
can
you. Queen
you
G7.
can
Oh
oh
wow.
oh I'm coming back with my
Oh
second queen.
yikes! That one hurts. That one is gonna sting on the way home.
Just one move away from checkmate. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, that's the thing.
I think we're having too much fun with this position. I mean,
100%.
this
That's what
is
it's saying.
yeah, no. This one is, and by the way, if he actually calculated all of these things, I mean, this is absolutely crazy, right?
It's just like, yo, chill, bro. Oh, Hikaru is about to make a move. It looks like
Just to make a move, let's take a look at that.
Richard
Did he
for
make a move
yeah.
after bishop to D7? Not
He
yet.
reached up, he reached out, and then put his hand
Not yet.
back,
Yeah. Yeah.
calculating.
Yeah. Again, Not an easy move. And by the way, at some point, you remember Hikaru was up 10 minutes on the clock. Right now, he's down 10 minutes on the clock. So this was a 20-minute thing for Hikaru. And look at him, not feeling too good, not feeling too positive about the position, shaking his head a little bit, trying to figure things out. But still early in the game, and still a lot of things that White can do to try to correct his situation.
Right, not doing great, but I mean, it's not the end of the world. Things happen all the time, and there's a lot of precision still involved. So
That's right.
we will see what happens. But I'm curious to see what movie makes. Night of One just makes a lot of sense. But I mean, it's annoying because you take a lot of time and you're like, there's got to be something else. Like, what else can I do? And then you just kind of tank and like, it's got to be something else, and then you settle for Night of One.
You have to. Yeah, I really don't see anything else. We've been trying to find ways to improve White's position, right? I don't see any other ways but knight to f1, knight to h2, knight to g3, things of that nature. Now, can we try to hit this pawn on d5 maybe first?
It's a nice one.
Mhm,
Okay, we do
mhm.
have we have Bishop E6,
Yeah, yeah.
but then maybe, well, again, 94. I was gonna swing the knight around this time. Like try maybe
Uh-huh.
now it works, but it's the same thing.
But now the bishop is actually worse placed than on c2, right? Because
Right.
94 is not protected anymore. And by the way, I think I have ideas of f5 and just giving you that pawn. Once you take it, rook f8,
Ooh,
pin the knight,
Pete.
pin it to win it, and that's not looking good. That's
Yeah,
not
that's pretty
that's
good.
bad. That's juicy. Juicy pin on the f5 for black.
That is some heat there. Hikaru has to. What move number we on? Hold on, bro. I mean, we do have to think about this. Move
This
what?
is move
So we got
20.
20 moves. 20 moves. All right. I mean,
20
it's
moves to
doable,
go.
especially if you
20.
calculate this much. Like you calculate, then you make moves fast afterwards, especially if they go down the line, especially if you're thinking for a long time.
Yeah, yeah. And by the way, once we still don't have a move, we're going to continue letting Hikaru think about the position. We're just about ready to take a break. Right now, we're going to let him think, let him find the best path forward, and we'll be back in a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody, to coverage of day one of the FIDE Grand Swiss. Hikaru is playing Rasmus Zain in game one, difficult position, and we are here to call all the action. I'm Grandmaster Christian Kirilla, and I'm joined by my co-host, the one and only James Conti. James, what's up, man?
What's up, dog? What's good? We are here. So going through this, in fact, Hikaru has made a move, the move that we expected, which is knight to f1, going
Knight to
over
f1 and rook to e8. Yep, on the board.
Played quickly too as well, and it looks like Rasmus is trying to apply some pressure and put us in an uncomfortable position, because right now we are in an uncomfortable position. In fact, the moves we have here are knight g3 and maybe bishop d2, and like, hope for the best. We need some help here from
I think we need to get this bishop out. I think we got to go for bishop d2 and then wait for knight e4, buy the bullet, and just get the bishop to e1, because I really don't like playing without these two pieces, especially without the rook on a1. I need to involve this rook into play somehow. Again, I'm worried. I'm worried because knight to e4, you have to play bishop to e1. I don't think you can give up the light square bishop. The problem is not only that you're strengthening the attack by allowing this pawn to get to e4 and maybe get connected to that f pawn. And by the way, if you get f5, f4 on the board, it's game over, GG. I mean, don't allow that as white. So I really don't like bishop takes e4. Also, this bishop on c2, not only that it defends the position on the king side and in the center, but it also defends this pawn on a4, right? At one point in the endgame, you might have some trouble if the bishop is not on c2. So keep that in mind. Do not give that bishop out. And after knight e4, maybe bishop to e1. But again, I mean, look at the last few moves and the superfluous knights.
Yep.
You've been talking about them quite extensively. Yeah, no,
right.
Knight e4. How do we do it? Bishop c7 as black. Let's say bishop c7.
I'm not a fan because, like, from white, I mean, knight g3 we can't play again because knight h4 is just such a move you're missing. Like, oh man, I forgot that was a move, right? Knight h4 just ends it on the spot, and like
on the spot. On the spot. Yeah.
Immediate. So if I can't play that, then what do I play here? In fact,
you need the square for the rook, right? Maybe you can go c4 and try to destabilize this knight like that.
What a move. Okay, pawn takes, and we have d5.
I think d5 is the problem, and right now you're losing the knight on
5. Oh yeah,
queen c5. But I'm just picking up this this piece, right?
It's nothing. Wow, only way.
Okay, but the game continues. What if I go knight h? Knight h4 doesn't work because I have the bishop on e1 now.
E1. Yeah.
Nice.
Look at the bishop now. Finally coming to play.
Nice.
He may definitely spot this though.
Oh, he's gonna say it. He's gonna say it. So after c4, what does black have to do? I guess
first, that's in a move that you're not expecting. So you have to first stabilize and say, "Whoa, was not even considering that." Yeah. Secondly, we now have to figure out what do we do with it. Well, we can't take, and d5 will be captured. So, dang, that's a move, boy. I mean, the engine says everything's equal, but like, you may have to defend the pawn like a bishop e6 or knight f4 or knight e7 is ridiculous, but
yeah, bishop e6 maybe. I like knight f4. All right, let's see what this. But knight f4, I take on d5 and take on e4, right? That might be problematic, but I guess
there might be something like something weird. Queen g6.
Now there's knight h3 on the horizon.
Right,
gotta get ready for that. Oh man, this is a complicated position. It's super complicated.
But this is what kind of, I guess, having from where we were, we need something like this. We also need to move, probably slightly. We would be more comfortable and happy if Hikaru would, catch up on time a little bit too as well. Because, this is almost a 20-point time edge. Think about this. We sit here and talk for another 4 minutes. Hikaru doesn't move, and then he's down 20 minutes on the clock.
That's right. That's right. 20 minutes is a lot, especially with so many moves still to be played before the time control. We still have 19 moves to play as white in this position. Last move was rook to e8. And the thing is that I'm worried about for Hikaru in the position is that black has the easy moves, while Hikaru really needs to struggle to find the right moves, the right configuration. Black's pieces are just primed right now to find their best squares in the position, and that's what worries me.
Yeah, I think in fact one natural thing, this is just chess 101, beyond openings. It's just like playing chess is develop all of your pieces, right? That's just a principle that you need to do. And a lot of times good things happen when you develop your pieces. And the problem for white is what? The development of our pieces. The knight on
That's right.
F1, the bishop on C1, the rook on A1. Black has completed development, white has not. So, that could be something to be happy for if you're playing with the black pieces here. Game's not over, but black can do a little bit more, be a little bit more comfortable and have better squares because due to my better developed pieces.
Absolutely. And if you're Hikaru right now, what's your strategy? Do you realize that you're in a worse position and you try to pull the brakes and try to make a draw? How do you exchange the pieces? And do you actually go for that more conservative strategy?
Yeah, I'm actually going with I like to keep pieces on, and I don't want like I just hate playing for a draw. Like I guess my just Mikhail Tal and like
Mhm.
Rashid Nesbudinov, Tal's trainer, right? Super Nez, one of the greatest attacking books ever, right? So it's good to have. They don't play for draws, so I'm not trying to play for a draw. What they say is play for a draw is to play for a win. So I am going to play for a win still by maybe putting my pieces on the best squares. How can I optimally place all of my pieces? So bishop d2, bishop e1. That
Mhm.
c4 move is really nice. Figure out what to do with the rook, but at least maybe one or two moves at a time here, one or two plans at a time. But that plan involves making sure I improve the quality of my pieces.
Get bishop d2 on the board. Yes. So this is the move that we're expecting. At the same time, it's not an easy move to make, especially when you see that bishop getting hit by the knight coming to e4. So this is, from a practical perspective, the difficulties that I'm seeing for Hikaru. And the problem is, again, you move the knight, you try to exchange some pieces. Knight to g4, let's say, boom, bishop takes d4 comes on the
Oh, I
board,
forgot
right? I
about
can
that.
start with, exactly, you forgot about it.
Forgot
I
all about
forgot
that
about it
idea.
too. But once you move the knight from e4 and the bishop on c2 is not protected, you have this tactic in the position and you don't want to see this land on the board because this one is game over. So difficult, tedious defense right now for Hikaru, but if anything has taught us that Hikaru has incredible resilience, and that's what makes him such a valuable player, because his resistance in this type of difficult situations is top notch.
Resilient and resourceful at the same time. And knight g3 on the board,
Mm-hmm.
question mark. That's so crazy. Like we analyzed it. They're like, oh, try again, bro. Like, bro, it's logical. Like, what he wants to go knight f5.
Yeah,
What was
yeah,
wrong with this
yeah.
move again, though? We looked at knight g3 many times, but was it 94? But then we got a
I
knight
think you were
f5.
going to continue with your usual plan of just trying to improve the pieces, basically like bishop to c7 right now.
Mm-hmm. Knight
Bishop
f5? Like,
c7, knight
what happened? I mean,
f5.
we can't just
That's
put a
the
knight on
question.
f5. Like,
Yeah.
come on, bro. It's a knight on f5. Gary Kasparov says it has to be good. So, like, knight on f5.
So what he's worried about, I guess, is just actually just take on f5. If you
Knight
cannot take
takes?
with the knight, that's the
I
key
can't
idea
take with the
behind it.
knight?
I think rook e1 just kills
King
you.
f2?
Ah,
Rookie? No, stop
I don't
it.
know. I don't know. I'm
Rook
hiding. I'm
h1.
hiding.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, yeah. You can try to continue attacking me with g3, but I have rook h2. Yeah, rook
Yeah,
h2,
that's
and the bishop
crazy.
on c2 drops. Rook
Nobody's fun. What a
h1,
move.
man. That's the
That is
hidden
just,
spot.
yeah,
That's the
that's a
hidden
move.
spot right here.
That's crazy. Nobody's spotting that. That's insane, dude. I mean, you can't catch a break here. You got the knight to f5. But again, why can the rook get down h1? Because my undeveloped, say it with me, class, undeveloped piece.
Mhm,
So we need to do what?
mhm.
Develop your pieces, Master Ganti. Thank you. Thank you. Young Jedi. Thank you, young Jedi.
Develop those
Yes.
pieces.
Develop your pieces.
And the problem is, okay, I'm seeing some tactics. Maybe some knight takes g7. If you do take on g7, I have bishop takes h6, and maybe I'm back in the game, right? Rook takes h1. I'm sort of establishing some sort of material balance in the position. The problem is knight takes g7. I don't have to take. I can just simply throw in a check. You're not anywhere close to my king, and I'm in fact
Mm.
checkmating you first. Right now, you take this pawn enters the fray. At some point, I'm going to go e3, knight to f4. This bishop is still pinned by the rook on h1. This is not looking good.
It's definitely not looking good. But we have not gotten this far yet. So He played knight g3. We're waiting on him to make a move. Knight f5. We'll run into trouble with bishop c7. So if bishop c7, well, does that give us time to go bishop d2? Take g3 takes knight e4.
I'm worried about this knight h4 move.
Stupid
Again,
move.
you forgot
Stupid
about it,
move.
didn't you?
This is a stupid position, bro.
You forgot about that knight h4. Oh man,
this is just
yeah,
annoying. Like nobody wants to deal with this anymore.
But again, you know what? This is not that easy. This is not. I'm starting to see the positive light of this position for Hikaru. It's not that easy. I'm thinking about, and we were discussing about this maneuvers of the knights, right? For example, if you go queen d6, you cannot go knight to f5. That's the move you want to play. You cannot play it because I just simply take. You cannot take back with the knight. I mean, you can, but get checkmated after queen h2. And if you take with the bishop, you lose knight on g3. But what you can do is maybe just stay passive. I mean, I understand it's not pleasant.
Great job. Thank you, Christian.
Once
just
again,
stay passive. Okay.
But you got to do it. At this point, you got to do it. I mean, there's no way out, you know? I don't see it. What else can we do?
And just sit and wait.
Sit and wait.
Worst strategy ever. It's just it's the hardest strategy to do when you're trying to play for more.
Yeah.
Especially him being the higher rated player by a lot of points.
Yeah. But you have to do it. You have to do it. And, you know, this raises questions for your opponent as well. I mean, your opponent has to be precise to punish this type of passive approach, right? And if they're not, and it's going to go down to the wire, right? Down to the best calculation that Zain can pull out in this position if he wants to get an advantage. It's not going to be easy. So seeing the position, seeing how it develops, I understand maybe Hikaru is in a tough spot, but I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. I can see a way out for him because I'm not expecting Zain to find every single engine move. That never happens. That just simply never happens, right? You will find some good moves, but at some point you're going to put the wrong foot forward. And that's when Hikaru is going to have to pounce on the opportunity and find a way out.
And then be fine. Okay. All right. Let's see what happens. We're rooting for our boy here. Yeah. We've seen worse. We've seen a lot worse.
For sure. Yeah. No, knight to g3. Knight to g3 still. And by the way, I mean, Rasmus is thinking right now.
Right.
Yeah. Bishop c7. We see this bishop to d2 followed by knight f1. That's an option for black. But by the way, knight to e4 is also a very tempting option and perhaps not the best in the position. It opens up the type of complications that arise after knight takes e4, take on e4, queen drops back to f1 or f2. And then you have to be very precise with black as well. You have to open up the position with f5 at the right moment. How do you do that? Do you prepare it with rook to f8? Do you go f5 immediately and try to take advantage of the pin if white decides to take on f5? There's a lot of ways in which black can play this position. Not all of them are perfect, and they require all of them a lot of calculation. So I'm expecting some pitfalls along the way for Zain in the position also.
Absolutely. It is going to take a lot of precision, as you mentioned before. You're not going to play every accurate engine move. It just doesn't happen like that. So especially in positions that are complex like this one, do actually prefer black as the engine sees here. We just have the better pieces, but you have to prove it. And the knight coming to f5 at the right timing is going to cause some problems. If we get the knight on f5, we play bishop d2, get our pieces developed, it could be a different story here. All it takes is a move or so.
Imagine the knight coming to f5, bishop on e3, and rook to f1. Cover everything up.
Feeling good. Now
that's when I'm feeling good. That's when I'm feeling good. Exactly. Yeah. Knight to g3, and the onus is right now on Rasmus to find the best path forward. Okay, let's move on and see what. Ooh, my goodness, what just happened in this one?
He sacked a rook, or an exchange, not a rook.
Taric versus Caruana. Oh my goodness!
Oh.
Whoa! Knight f6. Rook takes f6 came on the board.
I don't blame him. I mean, you're just trying to rip his head off here, man. This is how you play. This is how you're supposed to play open Sicilians. So what?
Take his head clean off.
You know what I
Take
mean?
his head clean off.
Man,
Yes,
easy,
why not?
right? It's only Fabi. And then Queen G7, Rook F8, takes.
Bobby, cool as a cucumber. He's like, okay, give me that exchange. I'll take it.
Right.
Yeah, no problem. Bishop B7. Oh, but look at these knights, man. Ooh, take a look at, for example, play
These knights.
silly moves. Boom, boom,
Oof.
boom.
He
Spice on the board. And
puzzle
guess
rush.
what? You might still be worse in the position because this endgame is not fun, but it's still a fun line to see.
Nice tactics. Very nice tactics there.
Those knights are starting to swim around
Queen D8. What a move.
the
So
Black
he plays
King.
Queen E5 check. Definitely can't trade and Queen over to A5. Now is there a Knight D5 coming? Knight C6. I like white. Okay, practically
Ooh, ooh.
I'm gonna take white in a practical game, but this is right here. As a human, like you mentioned, you have to find all of the accurate moves here. But it is hobby, and at this level, it is easy to, find a few good moves from here.
Mhm.
But what is that starting with? In fact, is the question.
I mean, these knights, they don't look like knights to me. They look like hungry sharks
Ah,
swimming around the Black King right now. I mean,
wow,
knight d5, knight c6. There's definitely smelling some blood in the position. What do you think?
100%. If this knight to D5 is going to get live, right? But we have to be very careful of this one trick with Queen E3. That is the only trick that really annoys me. So if I get the knight on D5 and then you take on D5,
Mhm,
pawn takes
mhm, mhm,
D5, Queen E3 check, King H1, Queen, takes, right? Queen E3, King over, take the knight. Rook
mhm,
check, King D7, and then I'm staring at you real hard across the board. I'm gonna
mhm.
just be very uncomfortable stare as you try to figure out what you're about to do here down the road.
That's right. And rook to c8 is the move that Fabiano chose in the position.
And it's there. And knight d5 just doesn't work. So we need to do something else. But the thing here is tiny. And I don't think I have enough time here.
That's the idea of rook to c8 to go queen to c5. Try to exchange the queens. If black manages to exchange the queens, then he's just going to be an exchange up, right? And there's not going to be any checkmates coming in the position that the black king has to worry about. So that's why he played this move, rook to c8, try to get the queen on c5, try to exchange the queens. How do you get away from that as white? And I think the answer is only one move, queen to b6.
And I was looking at knight d3 too as well. But yeah, queen
Oh, knight to
b6.
d3, but knight to d3,
Yeah, it's ugly, right?
I cannot take. So this is the idea. I like this
Rook
move just for
e1.
the simple fact that I have this move, rook to e1. Nice knight on d3. Okay, okay.
But it's
I
just
see
I mean
what
it's
you're
just sitting
cooking.
there. Like I didn't really like it that much. So I was like, okay, it stops it, but it's more passive now because I went backwards and like I need to go forward. I mean,
Mhm.
okay, it is practical. I can play it. I do like that Queen B6 though move. It's nifty. It also defends the knight now. So knight D5 is possible.
Yes. Yes. Queen to b6, defending the knight on d4. Knight d5 is possible because queen e3 doesn't grab the knight on d4 anymore. And at least you're getting closer to the black king, right? That
Right.
queen on a5 didn't seem to be the best placed piece, but the queen on
Mm-hmm.
b6 definitely a much better square. So queen to b6, I have to say, I like this move, and I like it from a practical perspective for white as well in the position. Again, it's all about these knights, and it's not as easy to get rid of them as black. Maybe queen to c7, would that be a
Hmm.
move in the position?
Queen takes B4. I gotta take it. I don't even know what the
Hmm.
next move is. I just know I have to take it.
Yeah, and if you take on f4, you
Take
take
on B7.
on b7, and you don't have time to pick up the other knight because the rook on c8 is hanging.
Sweet.
um yeah, no, queen to b6, it's it's a tough move to deal with, I have to say. Tough
Yeah, I
move to
think this
deal
is
with.
sweet.
I'm thinking maybe queen to c5. By the
I
way,
have to
bishop to
take.
c7 was played in Hikaru's game. We
Oh,
were looking at that, so we'll give Hikaru some time to think about the position right now. Um,
take the bishop.
take the bishop, take on d4, right?
King H1. Now knight D5 is stupid strong. And
Exactly.
like, man, yeah, that's gonna be. I'm taking white all
Exactly.
day.
Exactly. Yeah. For example, if you try to stay passive, queen c5, knight d5, I think, I mean,
F6
it
is
might just
going
be over.
lights out.
It might just be over right now. Yeah, this is not. Man, a lot of these top players are having some difficulties in round one.
Yeah, these tournaments are
Difficult.
getting harder. They're getting
Oof.
tougher. Tournaments are harder out here. Like, why can't the 2780 just crush the 2650? Because it's harder at this level there. And much, much harder, obviously, there, and it's easier said than done. There's so many things you have to do
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
and keep control of.
And so many things to you have to do perfectly as
Right.
well, right? Because one move, one misstep, and you're in deep, deep trouble already. All right. So rook to c8, we expect queen to b6 and still a very complicated battle in this one. Let's move on to the next game. Let's see what Gucci Reza is doing with the black pieces. His first game, classical chess. Since I believe it was May when he played at Norway Chess. Was it May or was it June? Perhaps it
That's a
was
great
early June.
question. Yeah, early June.
But that was his last classical event, early June in Norway Chess. And in fact, he lost that game, that last game against Anish Giri. So definitely Ali Reza, he's been on a downswing in the last couple of years. He touched that 2,800, right now down to, it feels funny to say down to only 2,777.
Right.
But he is coming from 2,803. I think it was his peak. Still ridiculously strong player. And how do we feel about his position right now against a former world champion, Ruslan Ponomaryov?
Yeah, so Fallujah, very combative player, aggressive, as we all know. He can play lots of different type of positions here, for his sharp tactics.
Mm-hmm.
Here, knight f6 is a threat from white, actually, which is a really cool move. So he's trying to figure out what to do against this knight f6, I think, due to the loose bishop. So because the
Mm-hmm.
bishop is loose, there's also like it's dynamic, and I think white is just a pull better, like a hair better, because
Mm-hmm.
of my better placed pieces. My rooks are on the files, and I have some control over this c5 square.
Mm-hmm. The queen is a bit out of play as well, right? Especially if I manage to get the knight out, play the move e4 and hit it with the bishop on f1. That would be nice.
Yeah, it looks good.
So bishop g6, right? Maybe we should do like this. You were mentioning that knight f6 ideas. Why don't we try to defend that bishop by playing bishop g6?
Well, now, I mean, that's too much. Yeah, I'm always trying to go overboard. I'm just instantly thinking, oh, G4, go H5.
Oh,
You got all the time. Like, that's just chess for me. Like,
let's
go
do
for
it.
him all the time.
Let's do it.
So
Yeah.
learn from my grandfather Tao, right? Okay, takes now. Hey, I saw this move, but I was like, what do I do now? F4 might be too much. I also have G5. If I'm going
Yeah, f4 might be too
G4,
much.
yeah, I might just take it and then go where?
Take,
Knight G3 was tempting.
maybe
Take.
take,
Yeah,
right? Takes,
takes.
baby.
Knight
Yeah.
D6. Oh, wait,
Ooh.
does that work? It
Well,
does.
especially if you take with a knight like that. Yeah, that works. That's game over because the queen is protected. Queen takes e2. I don't have to worry. I can just simply take the exchange. You cannot take my queen because that's just a trade. And I'm a rook up. So this one is game over.
Yeah, that's a nice line. That's a nice line. I mean, it's just not necessary.
No,
I'm a
no.
fan of doing this type of stuff, but I'm suited very nice, and you always want to play positions to your style of what you can actually calculate and what you're good at.
By the
Good.
way, and this 2641 for Ponomaryov is very misleading because
Oh
the guy
yeah,
is a former 2750 level player. He's a world champion.
he
I
is.
mean, give him the initiative and he's going to take advantage of it. You don't want to mess around with this guy.
Yeah, he has very strong pieces right now. It's hard to lose this one, but of course, and look at his accuracy right now. It says 99.3 for this
Ooh,
game, bro.
ooh,
99.3 from
ooh,
white side here. He's
that's a
definitely going
flex.
off in this game. Yeah, that's flex for sure.
That's a flex right
100%.
there. He did some lifting in between the breaks as well. Maybe
Boy.
he joined you in the gym,
Oh yeah,
James.
easy work. You know what I mean, right? Where he running laps, trying to. Let's get it. No, but the guy is very strong. Obviously,
It's good.
he's a world champion former, that is, and extremely strong. Guys, do not get it twisted here. Fallujah being strong too as well, but Fallujah up time. I'm noticing that 28 50 here for
Mhm.
Rustling. What is what move number are they on?
They're at move 21st.
Okay, so 19 moves or something. Got it.
Yeah, yeah. Let's go down the road and see what else we have here. We haven't seen. Okay, Varmer done. Whoa!
Whoa,
Varmer done just
bro.
blundered. Take a look at this. Rook to e3. This is the last sequence of moves. G4 and now a big blunder, A3, forgetting a fact that I can just simply
My
take the pawn on
goodness.
C4.
Yeah, Levon just cooked him this game. I mean, Levon was rooking this whole game, letting Rook chat, letting Rook. This man, this was an epic game from LeBron Aronian. I mean, he started off very hot. What a game. You hear them
And
sirens?
take
Yeah,
a
they,
look
they
at this.
sending up the Max house right now.
Rook to
Wow.
E5, Rook to C2.
Man,
You're
look,
not getting away from it.
man, I don't know what got it into him this game. This the first game? Hey,
This is the
man,
first game.
relax, bro.
This is the first game. And by the way, if you do go for, and perhaps this is what he missed, if you go for this end game and you say, okay, I'm just picking up the pawn, equal pawns, I should be good. No, you're not. No,
Mm.
you're not. You're not defending on the second rank. How do you get there? How do you get to the defense of that B2 pawn? I mean, if you have to go king A2 and rook to B1, that's passive. That's what we call a passive position. And this is, I mean, rook takes H2 looks juicy in the position. And I think black is just winning.
I mean, you should have saw how we got through this. This is why this game is so crazy because that wasn't the first time something wicked happened in this game. Like the start of this game was absolutely wild, and now even he's just finishing in the same style. I mean, this is a brilliant game from
Yeah.
LeBron, aka LeBron Aronian,
By the
today,
way, they're actually going for this line.
and
This
it's
is
on
the
the board.
position that we have.
He could
The
just
rook is
resign anytime.
swinging to F2. I think that, yeah. This
That's
might actually just
crazy.
be resignation.
That is crazy. What a game!
Wow. LeBron Aronian. Beautiful.
Jeez.
Beautiful. All right. So this one definitely going into his favor. We spotted MVL having some difficulties, right? In that game against Gledura. Let's see what happened in that one. We left it off after queen to h5. Bishop takes d5 was the move. Rook to d8 and castle. Rook to a4 and queen to c2. Bishop to h3. That's what we have right now. How do we assess this one?
Well, now we have there's compensation clearly for black. Clearly has compensation, but I think it's just not enough because of where the pieces are placed. Yes, my king may feel a little airy, but I also have everything quite defended. I mean, I can go rook e1, bishop e3s are coming. If queen f3 at some point, we do have a queen f2. Get rid of that queen asap. I have the b file. We're coming down to b7 with the bishop on d5, hitting f7 as well. There you go. This is how I do it too as well. And the arrow game, very nice from Christian. Yeah, 100%. I do the same thing on stream. I just be drawing a whole bunch of arrows, but I really am like talking about all these ideas. This is exactly right, correct. Straight out of the school of Hikaru here, and a classic right triangle, as you see on the screen chat. A classic right triangle. So
The right
100%,
triangle.
100%. Like I like white here, but black does have some initiative and some weird things.
It's looking good. It's looking
Looking good for
good
white.
for Gledura. So another 2700 that's in deep trouble right now in game one. So yeah, this one not looking good, but still some play left. I mean, you were mentioning this Eric King on G1. Maybe you overextended a little bit with the move F4, but at the same time, from an objective point of view, it does seem like Gledura is in pole position to maybe upset MVL. So this one definitely looking interesting. No moves. By the way, never mind. We do have, after bishop to c7, Hikaru thought for a while and played the move queen to f2. Okay.
Yeah, I don't even know what
All
I'm
right.
trying. You always want to think of the plan. I guess just getting out of knight h4. Like
He's getting out of this knight h4. I mean, this knight h4 is so unpleasant. And in fact, right now, this queen on f2 is protecting against ideas of knight to h4, because then I will maybe do some discovery attacks by moving knight on g3, right?
Yeah, this is it was a move that don't want to really make it. Just you had to back up. We were in a way waste to move here to get out of this. But now he's asking that question. Okay, well, what do you do now? Yeah,
Hmm.
okay. Cool,
Hmm.
cool. You might have a slightly better position. What do you do now though? Is
Yeah.
the question.
I like this move, queen to f2. It's a patient move in a difficult position, and those are very
Right.
difficult to make. Queen to d6 seems like not maybe not the objective best move in the position, but the practical decision that Zvane is going to go for. Attacking the knight on g3, creating up this battery along the b8 h2 diagonal. I mean, this is something that he's been eyeing for a very long time, right? Bishop to b6 goes to c7, creates this action on that diagonal, and you have to make use of it. So queen to d6 just feels like the move that he's going to go for.
Yeah, and I'm gonna have to just bring the knight back. I mean, hey, it
Yep.
is what it is, guys. Got to bring the knight back. This is ugly, but hey, it is what it is. Shuffle and hope for the best here.
Oh yeah, the superfluous knights. We've been talking about it
All
since the
day.
beginning of the round, to be honest. I mean, these two knights have been dancing along. I mean, take a look. Let's just go back a little bit
Get
to,
these
to
knights.
see how these knights have been dancing from the beginning of the game. So knight to d2, we create the connection for the first time. Then now we get another connection after this move, knight to d2, the other knight to d2. Now we're back, right? Now we create this connection with the knight on e3 and the knight on f1. And now we switch around and we're ready to create the connection with
Oh
the other
man.
knight coming back to f1. This is a dance of the knights that's been going on for a long, long time.
All right, he's gonna be dancing all night, chat. Pun intended. Yes, that's
That was a good one.
funny.
That's a good one.
Yeah, I got my Danya puns. Been working on my Danya puns. All right, so knight f1 is coming. If queen d6, I guess we just hold and chill. Like it is what it is. You can't do anything besides that. Practical. Even engine says minus 1.5, but from a practical standpoint, you got to prove it. Easier said than done. Where things can change, but I mean, okay, black's pushing, obviously having the better pieces. Queen d6 gonna be quite annoying.
All right, I'm gonna quiz you.
Okay.
Which knight is this knight?
Uh
Where did this knight start?
oh dang.
You did
Oh
not expect
man.
that.
Dude. Dang, bro. Chat, is that Queen's Knight or King's Knight? That is, oh man, these are too many knight moves, bro. That is the freaking King's Knight. I'm just gonna
The
say
king's
King.
knight. All right. Keep an eye on it. Yeah.
I think
Keep
it's
an
the
eye on it.
King's Knight, chat. I
We're gonna
think it's
start it from the beginning. Keep an eye on this knight.
okay. Let's see it.
Do you have it right? Let's see. Keep an eye on it. Keep a close eye on it.
Let's
Oh, shish, you
go.
got
Let's
it. Shish,
go.
you got it. Oh my
Let's
goodness.
go, chat. Yes.
That's a
That's
nice
that
one.
COE. That's that COE. That's that
That's a
COE.
nice one.
I
Good
mean,
job. The
yeah,
king's
yeah.
knight, baby.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
send y'all my PayPal in chat. I'm gonna send y'all the PayPal in chat. Appreciate the bets there. Bank something like that. I'll take it.
Oh my goodness. That was a good one. All right. What to do as black?
I like Queen D6. I was a big fan of Queen D6 for sure. I
Mhm.
mean, it's just the fact that I don't really know what to do yet. So what you do is just put your pieces on better squares and try to make your pieces white worse. So hey, this makes your piece worse. Cool. And then try to find another move that does that same thing. Obviously, you need preparation as well. Like you can't always do this every move. So you're gonna have to make preparatory moves to be able to do that. But for now, I am tying you down. Maybe, well, I mean, maybe there's an H5
Ooh.
kind
Okay.
of.
All right. All right. Let's go for it.
No, but that allowed the bishop to get out immediately. Bishop G5, decay. I mean, Bishop G5, H4. Ugh, this is
Uh-huh.
tricky
Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah.
stuff.
Knight f5. But now again, I'm starting to see the light. Yeah. I'm starting to see some trades. I'm starting to see this knight. Finally, you're going to have to do something about it because I'm on f5. I'm ready to give you some checks on h6, maybe soften up the outpost of the knight on f6. And you have to contend with that. Are you going to take on f5? Sure. I mean, thank you very much. At least I have the couple of bishops. And the knight on f1 is doing something as well, defensively for the moment, but is doing a great job defending against those checkmates.
Yeah.
So I'm starting to like white's position if we get to this point. Again, it's all about precision for black as well. And we've seen precision in defense from Hikaru in the last couple of moves. So the trend is definitely, look, I see the assessment. I see the fact that the engine is saying black is definitely in pole position to win this one. But I'm also seeing the fact that black needs to find the best moves in the position to keep that edge. And if you don't find those best moves, then you're going to allow white to get back into the game. Give me 2 moves. Give me knight f1, give me bishop to d2, and I'm happy. I'm ready to go rook to e1. I'm happy, right?
He also has confidence right now too, as well as a lot of times getting up from the board. Now I have seen this. This is very rare, and I do see this usually with younger kids. Like they get up the board no matter winning, losing, drawing. They just walk around and go look at other games. But when you're usually generally losing or you don't feel confident, you're not really like you're gonna be sitting usually at the board. You like I can't move. Everything doesn't matter unless you have to use the restroom. Now, other than that, you just sit down at your game. So Hikaru getting up and walking around, I think he feels that this is back in. All right, cool. I'm back in the game here. Maybe I might have been slightly worse, but I think I'm practically fine now.
I think so too. And, sometimes when you don't see, even though, let's say you sense that the position is not healthy, you sense that there must be something, but you don't see it, right? And then your opponent doesn't see it either. Whenever you see something, it feels like there's a telepathic way in which you communicate that situation with your opponent, and then suddenly your opponent sees the way to win as well. So sometimes in a bad position, maybe you shouldn't even look for to spot those crazy tactics, right? Because then you're going to telepathically give them to your opponent. Okay, that's some nonsense probably, but
no, but it is definitely
that's something, you know what I'm talking about, right?
I do, yeah. Definitely. Yeah. It's more of the mind games, guys. Like someone in the chat said, mind game. Correct. A lot of the mind games. I actually had a game one time where I remember I was losing a position and I like reached for one piece, even though no, I reached for the right piece, and I moved the rook to one square and then I moved it to another square, like psychologically, just to make him think I was going to play one. And I knew that I was only setting up for a trick. That was it. But the way that I played it made it look like I didn't know what I was doing and unsure. So he went for it and I won. And I didn't win the game. I drew the game, but I was able to go for the trick. So that was a win for me because I won. Like, I was like, oh man, I got him. Like, it worked. There's a little stupid trickery there because I was in the losing position. So sometimes it happens. Although also little mind games work, chat. All the mind games. Sometimes work.
For sure. They definitely do. All right. So queen to f2, and he's still thinking. Rasmus still thinking in this one again. Look at the accuracy. 93.5 for Hikaru, 98.4 right now.
0.4 for him?
Sheesh, for Rasmus. So, this is a very high level game being played in this one, both from white and the black side. So, definitely still a lot to play for. We're going to have to wait for Rasmus to make his decision, make his moves. Let's see what's happening in the other one. Sheesh. Whoa.
He went for that 93 idea. But this F5, is that what just happened? 93 F5.
Yep. Those were the last couple of moves.
Oh, because Queen E3 check. Dang.
That's your idea right there.
That's accurate.
If you take, I go Queen E3, and I have a feeling, okay, you're giving me some checks, but where do I go? Do I go to D7 or to F7? I think I'm going towards G7. I'm running away.
Get out of the way, tuck and roll, and be out of there. Wow.
Tuck and roll. Yep.
Roll. Dang. That is fire.
Oof.
Wow. Okay. F5 was such a good move, bro. Dang.
Should we go back to that Duda game? Do you remember that one?
Yeah, somebody in the chat says, why does Duda have 5 brilliant moves?
Let's see. Oh my goodness. All right. Take a look at this. A6 last move. Take on F3. Bishop D3 was played.
That works? Okay, I guess it does. Didn't we look at Queen D7?
I'm not sure. No. I don't think. No. Never mind.
That didn't happen. Okay.
That did not happen. Bishop takes F3. Another brilliant move.
Yeah, we saw
Take on A6. G4. Queen B7. Bishop H1. Another brilliant.
I'm gonna twist the bishop. Anytime you put a knight in the corner like that in one game, and I literally did a full 360 with the knight. I turned it around, then I hit the clock, and I won that game because it was like a maneuver. But that's nice. Bishop H1, twist the piece, full
Twist
circle,
it,
and
twist it,
then hit the
baby.
clock.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Knight G5. I mean, the knights are coming though. A7, Knight F3. Okay, give me that one more move. Queen G4. You
Queen
want to make
F2.
another queen? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Check this out. Checkmate.
Yikes.
And Duda is like, sorry.
Queen.
Sorry, bro.
Oh man, dog, this is so funny. Like, bro, I'm just gonna, okay, maybe not resign because I feel like I can still have some chances here. But I know that everybody on me right now,
Oh,
man.
this is
They about to be
sweet.
cooked. This game is a brilliant seat. 5 brilliant
Sweet.
moves in one game, bro. Duda just went off this game.
Oh, this might actually be the game of the tournament, and it's not even round 1.5.
Right. Round one, chat.
It's
Not
round
even
one right now.
round one. It's just like crazy.
My goodness, Queen B8. Whew. Sheesh. I
Yeah,
mean, this
that's
is
a big
over.
boy move. That's yeah, you can hit the
That's it.
button.
I mean,
You know what? Let
there's
me just
nothing
get
you
out of
can do.
here. Go get some
There's
lunch or dinner, wherever they are.
nothing you can do.
I was like,
Wow.
jeez, man. Good game.
Wow. Nice
That
game.
was brilliant.
GG.
Excellent
Beautiful.
stuff.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Rasmus still thinking after that queen to F2. That's good news. That's a good sign. All right, let's see what Ali Reza is doing. Ali Reza versus Ponomariov right now, and let's see where we landed. Bishop C5, bishop takes C5 was Ali Reza's decision. B takes C5, knight D5, and now E3. Queen to A5 is the last move. Trying to start looking at those pawns on A3.
Oh, he's
Okay.
gonna take. I was wondering, I was calculating knight of 6, but that was the whole idea. He's just gonna take on A3 and be like, yeah, what do you have? Yeah, it was knight of 6, knight of 6, queen F5, rig D1, rig D1, queen A3.
Okay. Yeah, yeah,
Take,
yeah.
take, and
Let's
then
let's take some
it's
pawns. Yeah.
nothing. It's queen A3. And I might have to go G4, believe it or not. G4, G5,
Yep.
and just go for it. Because like
Yep.
black has a lot of stuff.
Yep, the knight is not that well placed. So, despite the fact that you got the pawn, I do see some compensation. This rook landing on d6, if you start attacking it, you don't have a way to include your rook into the play either, right? You would love to have the rook on the d file and try to threaten some invasions down the d file. On the e file, the rook is not doing anything. So the king on g1 is perfectly safe. You can open it up with g4, g5 ideas. And in fact, it's the black king who will feel endangered after, let's say, g5, and then you move the knight and I go bishop to e4. I'm starting to look at some checkmating ideas on h7. Yeah, this
He
one is
might be
looking good for
calculating
white.
this actually, because this feels like some type of Catalan type pressure. Of course, you neutralize the bishop with c6, but yeah, with this g4, g5 option, which you do see sometimes in the h4 Catalans, the weird ones where they castle queenside and play h4 is like craziness. But this feels like that because, as you mentioned, the knight is quite loose. Knight moves. I mean, I can bring something down to the 7th rank, 6th rank as well. Bishop's going to be active. This actually is some serious conversation for that pawn you're giving up on that queen side over there. So this may be something he's thinking about, but he needs to move quickly here because he is actually getting in some real danger. After I think like when you get under 20 and you start seeing it's at 19 minutes, I think that usually like a psych part is like, oh, I am really getting low on time. I'm in the teens now. I'm not even in the 20s anymore. I am going to have some trouble here if I start thinking a little bit longer than 5-6 minutes.
There's a conversation to be had about the compensation in the position in this one. So definitely it does seem like Ponomariov is feeling good right now, but on the clock, 20 minutes. Not that many. Actually, how many moves do we have left? 17 more moves to be played in the position. Okay, this is not easy. Definitely a slight advantage for white, but black is feeling good about the knight, at least about the knight on d5 in the position as well, and the weaknesses that he's playing against. This pawn on a3, the pawn on c5 as well. Still plenty of chess to be played in this one. Queen to f2, by the way, in Hikaru's game was the last move. Svane or Svein or Svan has not made his move yet. By the way, chat, tell us how you pronounce Svein's How do you pronounce Swain's name?
I would say Svain, but I saw somebody in the chat says Spawn with
Svan,
the with
Svain,
Alex, which is funny because
Svane.
like a lot of times you'll see the words and the pronunciations and stuff, and then people will be like, it's pronounced this like, or for instance Alakine or Eliakin, they like it's pronounced. How could you call it Alakine? Because everybody in the United States calls it Alakine,
Uh-huh.
but of course Eliakin, and then you have the Perks and the Pierce. It's like it's pronounced Pierce. I'm like, but it's a C. So I don't see that. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna call it what it looks like. So
Yeah.
it's kind of funny with the pronunciations. Or you
Yeah.
have like the Jan, the
Yeah.
J's, and I'm like, well, my name's James. Then I guess that's what we're doing, huh? No J. Don't pronounce it. It's a Y. Got it. Got it, guys. Got it. Appreciate it.
Yeah. 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 There was this soccer player, James Rodriguez, and I think his name was actually James Rodriguez.
Ah,
So yeah, it's
James. It's like, bro,
maybe
it's J.
in Colombia you're gonna be James.
James,
How do you
correct.
feel about that?
It sounds like hummus
Would
to
you get
me. So
offended if
no, I
somebody
wouldn't even get offended.
mispronounce your name?
Not at all. Because like nowadays when I see my American friends, I'm like, I've called somebody that. I was like, oh, what's up, Jan? I mean, oh shoot, my bad. It was actually his name's Ian. Like that's his real name, Ian. But I
Yeah.
called him Jan, and I'm like, oh man, chest is rubbing off. Like it's just oh man, the pronunciations it's ridiculous. It's
Yeah.
funny
Yeah.
though. It's
Yeah.
funny.
Yeah. All right, let's see. So this one, Giri. Okay, not that much is happening in this one. Anish Giri versus Sadwani. We got that London game, slow London game. Not a lot of things have happened in this one. Not a lot of imbalances. Definitely still white. Anish is trying for something, but it doesn't feel like he has much. Couple of double pawns on e6 and e5, but outside of that, I don't think white has too much of an advantage. Let's get back to our marquee matchup of the day. Hikaru versus Zvanen. Okay.
Yeah, too. We caught up on time though. Check, can we get some energy? Let's go. Let me just
That's
put
right.
some spam up. At least we now we feeling really nice here because we at least have, that time edge was almost 20 minutes. And now having that to 3, we feeling good after that. That's a good feel. That's a feels good moment, chat. So we're back in this for sure.
Yeah, feel good moment. Absolutely. I mean, take a look at that. Zain right now in deep thought. He's not finding it. He really is not finding it right now. I'm spotting Anish in the back. I'm spotting Fabi in the back. I'm spotting Sam Sevian, big Sam Sevian in the
That's a
back
big man, bro. That's a big
as
dude.
well. Who's that? Who's that just
Sam.
passing by
Sam.
right
Oh,
now?
that's yeah, I'm not sure who that
Oh,
was.
that's Jan Smits. That's Jan
Oh,
Smits.
Schmeets.
Oh man, I'm
Okay.
seeing a lot of interesting names.
Yeah,
Oh,
chess queen, Kosniuk there.
there she is, yeah.
Very
And
strong.
Fabi is scouting, looking for Hikaru. Hey, Hikaru, where are you, man? Your position looks juicy, but where are you,
Right.
man?
I walk around, everybody looking good there. And it looks like Rasmus here is a little nervous. You can see that from this the patterns of the body language, right? The hand on the head, the rubbing the head, the looking around, the fidgety, nervous. He's nervous, Chad. We can see that. It must be coming from him having the time as well, the little time control, or him getting lower on time, evening out. He was up time. Sometimes, I don't know if you know about this too, Christian, if you ever felt this, the time thing where like you're playing in a game and one player's up a lot of time, and then you're the player now down time. And a lot of times you're like, I was up almost 20 minutes on time. Now I'm about to be down on time. For me, sometimes I was difficult situations over the board, having that like, man, I was up all this time. Now I blew the time in a way, not really blew it, used it, but no, I'm downtime.
Absolutely. No, no, no. I understand perfectly what you're saying is those shifts in momentum, right? Psychological shifts in momentum, whether it's in the position, you've had a good position and now you're worse, you're on the defensive, whether it's on time, you've had, as you mentioned, 20 minutes on the clock extra, and right now you're down on time with Hikaru putting pressure on you. Those shifts in mindset, in psychological consequences, I mean, it just feels bad, exactly, coming for Zain right now. And that's exactly, you see, he just equalized his time and immediately made a move,
Yeah,
immediately
that's
felt
so
like he
crazy.
cannot go behind.
I
He
can't go
cannot
on
go
time.
behind on the clock.
I've been there. That's so crazy. That really is wild. Like it really just came to fruition here, guys. We was just talking about it and it just happened. instead
Yeah,
of going lower on time, he made a move right before he was going to be lower on time, which is
exactly.
crazy, being up the
Exactly.
whole game.
Psychological tricks right now being played with Zain. And by the way, I'm not sure if this was the best move in the position.
I like the bishops. I'm good. Be good. We don't got to worry about the. Okay, maybe not worry, but dark squares are kind of weak around our king. But do you have a dark square bishop? No. D5 is quite loose here. Time is
Yeah,
getting a little bit lower, which that's always going to favor Hikaru in like any format. When time gets lower here, they are
yeah.
getting closer to 40 moves too as well. But it depends on what's going on. Where things could get good for white if we when we get closer to the 40 moves here. 94 did happen. I'm assuming we just moved the queen. Can we just move the queen out of the
That's
way?
the big question right now. Do you move the queen or do you take on e4? If you go to f3, then maybe I have ideas of knight to h4, and perhaps this is what he's looking for. He's looking for very aggressive tempo moves, right? For example, knight
Ooh,
to h4, the queen is swinging to g6,
yeah.
maybe putting some pressure on g2, and then bishop
Wow.
takes h3 ideas come in the position as well. By the way, if you go queen f1, can I go bishop takes h3?
Oh my goodness.
Is that a move? That seems to be a move, right?
Yeah, that's nasty.
If
Takes,
you
take,
take
check, and
queen
I might just have to block with
g6,
the knight, bro. I'm not even
yeah, you
about to
have to.
go.
If you go here,
Yeah,
you get
queen
checkmated.
check. Oof, eat.
That's a check. That's another check. And if you go to h1, that's a queen. So that's
Right.
not possible. You got to defend like this. But I have a feeling queen g3, knight
Oh,
f3
knight
is
f3
coming.
is coming. Yeah. Whoa, man, this
Not looking good.
is sick.
Not looking good. And by the way, take a look at
F3.
this. If you do this, whoops.
What? Knight f2. Oh, rookie one. Woohoo!
Oh,
Woohoo! Oh my god, look at all your pieces on the back rank. Boy, you better develop your pieces, chat. I'm gonna need you today, chat. If you don't remember anything, get your pieces off the back rank.
oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yeah, no. This would be a really nasty finish to this game. I'm sure that's not going to become reality in any universe out there. So knight to e4, bishop takes c4, perhaps, right? Let's get that knight off the board.
And then bishop d2.
That's right.
Now we finally developed
I
and
think
can
we should do
breathe.
that. I
A
think we
sigh
should
of
do that.
relief. Oh, man, I can breathe finally.
Yes, yes. I think we should do
Man.
that, right?
And then this is just level. I mean, Angel likes black, but I mean, okay, from where we were, yeah, I'm feeling great. From where we
It's because
were,
of this pawn on a4.
yeah.
And the engine is saying that, okay, you cannot really move this rook away because you're going to lose the pawn on a4, and I can set up my offense behind this rook on e4, very powerful rook on e4, for example, queen e6, f5 potentially, and then whenever you move the rook away and try to defend the king side, then I can just pick up a pawn on a4. That's basically what it comes down to.
Yeah, that's it's level now. It's more level, I think.
Yeah.
We have our chances. Really do not want to take that stupid knight. I want to keep the bishops, but if not, it's gonna stay there. Like you either get rid of it now or it just stays there and it can become stronger much later. So really don't want to take it, but you just kind of have to. It's the best, right? Take it, get rid of it, develop my pieces. This is the natural way of doing it. Try to defend B3 at some point. Just kind of hope for the best.
Yeah.
Or defend
Yeah.
with
Yeah.
B3. A4 pawn.
I think he has to go for it. Yeah, just it doesn't seem like allowing this knight to survive is going to do any good for you. And by the way, the bishop on c2, I mean, look, we understand the two bishops, they're nice to have on the board, but again, we've been dreaming about this idea of bishop to d2 for a very long time, and with this knight on e4, that's so difficult to make happen, right? And if you put the queen on e1, that's just too passive. I'm going to go f5, f4 really quickly in the position. I'm not seeing eye to eye with the engine right now. The engine is saying maybe better for black, but not enough. -1 point something. I think this is practically lost for white.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, pieces. And then again, let's think about this. We're on move what 25, and I
25.
still haven't developed my bishop and my rook, which is like the culprit of the game here, where we
Yeah.
now have this chance to basically activate both pieces in one move.
Let's
Or
take
two
on
moves
e4.
here, but yeah, just by taking on e4, correct.
Let's
And then
take
we
on
go
e4 and
bishop
bishop d2.
b2, everything's out. Everything's out. Still got to worry about a4 as we mentioned earlier, but at least we can finally get this out.
I like this. I like this. And you still have to worry about the d5 pawn as well. You
Right.
don't have the same dynamic play in the position as black in the absence of the knight on e4, right? So I'm liking this transition for black. I think Hikaru will understand that. I think he will take on e4. What's your prediction, Kanti?
I think he is. He's going to take on e4. It just makes the most sense. You got to get rid of it. And I remember actually, even personal experience keeping a knight in the center like that later on is going to be a problem, especially if he's able to hold it and it's hard to get rid of it. I can't kick it with f3 or d3. d5 is hard to get to practically. I just don't have enough resources right now to get rid of this pawn. So I'm just going to have to take it. And you mentioned f5 at some point too. That may be annoying, but I think that's probably why he's just hesitating right now, because that can be maybe in some lines. Like bishop takes e4. First off, can he take with the pawn? It does change the structure. It allows the d file to open up. But the reason why I'm taking with the pawn is because I'm trying to play f5 next. So if bishop d2, meaning what you want to do, then f5 might be really ridiculous here. And f4 is coming, which is really strong. So this is something to consider too as well, which is like, yeah, fight the battles where, like, you have to pick your battles. I mean,
he's about to make a move. He's about to make a move. Let's keep an eye on that. 80 minutes right now.
What is he gonna play, chat? What are you gonna play?
I think bishop takes e4. That's my educated guess right now.
Bishop e4. I'm thinking the same.
I just don't like this queen f3, knight h4, queen g6 idea. I really don't like it.
Yeah, I also like, after knight h4, let's say you went queen f4. After just to stop it, there's g5, I thought. And then make the queen go back. But obviously there's no queen g6 now. But look at, your queen got to go to where? h2 or f1? Like, come on.
Yeah. No. But Hikaru, he has to make a move 17 minutes. And again, it's 17 minutes for 16 moves. A lot of moves, almost averaging 1 minute per move needed to make the time control. And 1 minute per move in this type of wild situation, very complex battle, it's not easy.
Yeah, not easy at all, guys. 17 minutes left. At least we'll do 7 minutes instead of being down 20 here. Hikaru thinking, pondering. He's like, but but okay. Takes. Let him calculate.
This is the one right here. This is the one right here. Let's see. Bishop takes e4 or queen to f3 is the big question. And Hikaru has been looking very close to making a move, but he's always backing down. He sees something that perhaps he doesn't feel very comfortable with. And that's why he's trying to calculate better, trying to calculate deeper, trying to make the best decision right now in this critical moment. He senses the fact that this is a critical moment in this game.
Yeah, it's very critical. I mean, you only have queen f3 and bishop e4. So you look at both. Queen f3 by default, I mean, that knight h4 move is just disastrous. I'm not a fan of it. Don't want to allow it. You also can't kick it very easily. So bishop e4, I guess, has to be played. Then you just think later, like, play what you have to play. What was that? Grandmaster was like, how many moves do you think ahead? It was like 1, but it's always the best move, right? So, I mean, just having like, it has 1 move at a time. Bishop takes e4 probably needs to be played. And we need to develop bishop d2, queen f3. Stuff like that.
Yeah, chat, send him the energy right now. Critical moment, big moment for Hikaru's first game in this crucial tournament. So bishop takes e4 is one way, queen to f3 is another, but queen to f3 allowing that knight to start swirling around the king with knight h4, queen g6, that just doesn't feel right. So we feel we need to get that knight off the board with bishop takes e4.
100%.
There and he did it.
It's on the board.
On the board, baby.
Bishop
Good
takes
move.
e4.
Good
Boom.
Move. Boom. Yes, nice. And right now, I mean, there we go. And he made it on the camera as well. Well played. And the thing is, once you play this move, you kind of have the next few moves already planned, right? You have bishop to d2, you have a rook coming to f1 or e1. You have your next moves and the plan already mapped out. And that definitely helps whenever we're getting close to the time trouble situation. If you allow the knight on e4, then you always have to think for the next move. Okay, if he does this, this is how I respond, but is it really the right way? Because that knight on e4 could potentially jump in a lot of places and create a lot of havoc in the position. Once you get the knight off the board, things become much easier.
Yeah, I've actually taught a lot of students about halves of the board, and I used to always make it like for them to realize when pieces get in your half of the board, anything 1 to 4 is all whites half, and anything 5 to 8, 8 to 5 is all black. So anything that crosses needs to be eliminated almost immediately, or else they just bring pressure and more pieces across into your half of the board. So bishop takes e4 principally just makes sense. You have to get rid of it, or else it's going to stay there, and then you get rid of it later, but it might be on worse terms. So bishop takes e4 was played. It's a move. It just didn't really want to play it. Kind of have to play it. It's played. It's there. It's done. And now we can think on Rasmus' time here as he's thinking. I think Rasmus is not at the board yet, so that's good. Play the move, have him think. Got to get back to the board, think about what he's going to capture with. We can make our moves quickly here. Bishop d2 probably to follow up.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes. And as you mentioned, this is not an easy decision either. You can take with the pawn and try to play for that f5 idea, or you can take with the rook. And let's try to delve deeper into this taking with a pawn, because we've looked at rook takes e4 extensively, but we haven't really spent a lot of time on d takes e4 and try to understand the subtleties of the position. So d takes e4. How do you continue right now? Bishop to d2 seems a bit too slow because of f5. You have to stop it somehow. Can you stop it with queen to f2 is the question. Or does f5 still work? And you take and rook to f8, right?
G4. I do have G4.
I'm not sure about this.
What is this?
Maybe
7. Ugh. This is disgusting. Look at the bishop. Look at the stupid bishop on c1, right?
Oh,
like you're just like, oh, you know what? I need to develop. So then you come back to like, well, maybe I should do bishop d2. Oh, yeah,
man, this rook coming to f3, the knight following on f5. Wait, what did he do? He took with the rook, right? He took with the rook. Yeah. He took with the rook. Okay. To be honest, I was worried about that move, d takes e4, because f5 was coming so fast, right?
Oh, same.
All right. He plays knight f1, not bishop d2. Okay. Well, that's an interesting idea we have not considered.
Oh, I think he wants bishop e3 and then knight d2. All right, something like that. I mean, because why else would you move the knight away?
Yeah. He's looking to go to e5. He's looking to exchange the
knight.
knights. Yeah.
Okay, I like it.
There's Fabi in the back.
Probably just calculating. Look at him. You can tell he just, what is he probably doing? Then he just disappeared, just appeared. He's a magician. That's crazy. He was just there and then he wasn't. You know what I mean? Teleported. That's Fabiano.
Yeah. All right. Actually, speaking of Fabiano, just to go there for... No. This is definitely not what we have. f5, knight f4, just to catch up with what's been happening in that game. F takes e4. Give me another pawn. Okay.
Bro, this is crazy. Whoa.
Oh, my goodness. He missed this one.
Sick.
Oh, that's a sick move right here.
That is sick.
So he was like, okay, you're going to go rook f7. I'm going to go rook e1. You know, I'm going to set up my pieces on the right spot. Maybe h3, make a luft for the king. Just take it slow. Boom, queen f6. Oh, you want to give me another move? Queen f2, queen f1. That's going to be a checkmate, right? So you don't have time to take this. Don't worry about that. That's a checkmate in a couple of moves. That's game over. So you have to defend against that. How do you do it? With h3. The problem is that right now after h3, I just simply go rook to f7. That defends my b7 bishop as well. So you want to take a pawn? Sure, you can take a pawn. My bishop on b7 is protected. I go e3. Now I go e2 next. How are you going to defend the knight on e2? How are you going to defend against queen to f1, queen to f2, queen to f1, and the coordination of the e-pawn? Or the checkmate on g2. Guess what? My bishop on b7 is doing something as well in the position. I mean, this is looking nasty for white right now.
Yeah, this is going to be a Najdorf game where I'm a Najdorf player myself. I do love myself a great Najdorf. So, you know, seeing that, we're going to put this in the books. You see that 5e game? Yeah, that's great. Shout out to all the Najdorf players. If you're a Najdorf player in the chat, let's just get some love or just say Najdorf or yes, whatever you like in the chat. If you're a Najdorf player or Sicilian player, those are nice, fun games.
Yeah.
Fabi is showing how fun it can actually be here. Very sick.
Bobby with the Nidorf swinging his Nidorf around. I mean, that's not bad. Oh yeah. Do I have to actually worry about the Nidorf as well when I'm playing Fabiano? Well, that's another one I have to worry about. I hate preparing against Fabiano because he plays everything. That's one of the things about he plays e5, he plays e6. Remember that game in
He
Norway
did
just
play
against
French. Yeah,
Magnus? He
yeah, he
played.
did.
I mean, this is just crazy, crazy,
Crazy.
crazy. All
What's
right.
up?
What about Duda? Oh,
Oh, that was yeah.
Duda is over.
Yeah, yeah.
Duda
He
is
won that
over.
one. Yeah,
Yeah,
look
he
at
won
this.
that one.
Three
Oh
queens on
my
the
god.
board. Man,
Oh
look
my.
at this, man.
Get him
He
out.
just went crazy. Get him off the board.
Get him out. Oh. Oh, that was a nice game. Game of the round for sure in this one. Maybe game of the tournament. We'll see if somebody decides to turn that around and change that fact. But for the moment, I mean, finishing up with two ladies on the board like this,
Man,
that's a nice way to
that's a
start a
great
tournament.
game. That
Yeah.
was beautiful.
All right. Nothing has happened after knight to f1 in Hikaru's game. Just to give you guys a heads up, as you can see on the left side of your screen.
Great job.
And well, we're okay. Wait. Do we have any other? Okay, LeBron won his game.
Oh, LeBron won. Okay.
Okay, good start for LeBron. Let's see what Ponomaryov is doing against Ali Reza. All right, not that much has happened. Actually, just one move after queen to a5, rook to d4 was the move. We're still going to let them think about the position, let them think of what they need to do next. 15 minutes, more or less, for both players. A little bit more for Ponomaryov, but this one is going to go down the wire as well as we go into the last 16 moves of the game. By the way, queen takes a3 was the move.
Just let him take this pawn. So, I mean, is he winning the queen or something? We got some queen money.
I think this is what he wants.
Oh,
He wants to
he wants to
sacrifice.
sack. Of course,
It's a sack. It's Firuza. Yeah, yeah.
Right.
Do you have enough though?
Yeah, I don't even see the next move here. I mean, everything's offended.
Knight f6. That's right. That's a move. Well, actually, knight f6. The problem is, so for example, if I go rook to e7, knight f6. The problem is the rook on c1, right? So you take, and I take on c1, and there's no rook on d7 to be captured.
And there's no mate. I was looking at rook g4, but then king f8.
That's right.
And that's it. That's it. Like, wow.
Which, by the way, I mean, this is not easy to understand, right? But queen f6, rook e6, and the king actually escapes. Bishop on g2 doesn't really do much. Yeah, we're going to see a sack of the piece.
Good. That's pretty good.
All right, we have more moves in Hikaru's game. Let's get back to that one. Knight to f1. Okay, what do we have? What do we have? I see a move.
Oh, you see me?
I thought that I saw a move, and perhaps we have a slight delay, but I do believe that.
Oh yeah, something happened in this Hikaru's move. Let me see if I can see it.
I think he made a move. Oh, there's a pawn on f5. There's a pawn on f5.
Shoot.
Yes. Okay.
Oh, this is annoying. Oh.
So he played f5. What's next?
That's annoying, bro. That's a good move. F4 is coming. He got to grab some space. Might just have to kick him, bro. Whatever. Knight d2. Like,
you got to follow up, right?
You got to get out of there. Yeah, we got to kick the knight the rook or something.
Yep. I think he has to go for knight f2.
Yeah.
Knight d2, excuse me. Knight d2, knight f3, and knight e5. If I manage to get to e5, then I'm good.
Yeah, I'll be feeling
That's the struggle in the position. How do I get to e5 on time?
Knight d2. Did he play it yet? It's not.
Can you go f4?
You can. The question is exactly queen f2, knight f3. Yes. And looks good. I mean, f4 seems like a weakness now.
Absolutely. And I'm ready to sacrifice the pawn if I have to. I mean, I'm going to sacrifice pawn to exchange the knights and go into an opposite color bishop endgame. I would love to do that. I want to make a draw right now.
Right, 100%.
Like I'm looking to equalize the position with the white pieces. Look, I've had a difficult opening situation that I'm fighting my way out of right now. But I have to say, the problem is after 92 f4, I don't think it's forced. I think you can go knight f4 in the
Oh, it's
position.
92. My
That's right.
goodness.
That's right.
Whew. Okay, some heat. All right, so it's a fancy move. So how do we get out of it?
Mm-hmm.
Is it like a, I don't freaking know, King H2? Like, oh man,
He's just
I
about to
am
make a
walking on
move.
eggshells here, boy. This is a scary one.
King f2 or h2? Where do you put the king?
I gotta go H2. I just gotta go. Like F2 feels like I'm gonna get mated somehow.
So let's go
92, Queen
here.
B8 check.
Queen b8, rook e8.
Oh, he has Rook E8. Queen's trapped. Well, maybe not. Queen A7, but
You
you
can
get
go
mated.
queen a7, but then you get
You
checkmated.
just get mated. Yeah, you just get mated. So that's not it. Okay, we have to go
So queen b8 is not the right
somewhere.
move.
F2 or F3 only moves. Maybe D3 too, but
You know what the problem is? And this is what worries me about the position. You see the move knight to d2. And if you spot the move knight to f4, then you're starting to doubt
the
this knight to
position.
d2 option.
Yeah.
Because if you have to allow this check
Hmm.
and actually play the move g3 in the position, I mean, this is not something that a human plays. A human almost never allows these type of situations.
Right.
Because then you have to worry about knight hg3. You cannot take because of rook to e2.
Heat.
Maybe you can take on e4, and perhaps this is a good position. But I mean, good luck seeing all of these things from afar, right?
With 13 minutes to for Hikaru, and we're at 20. Dang, is it still 26 moves?
Yes,
Yeah, that's
yes,
I mean that's less than a minute per move. Like
yes.
so, we need to be
That's what I'm
careful.
worried about. Just because the fact knight to d2 is the natural move in the position, but if you do see knight to f4, things start getting very dicey, very chippy for you as white, because you see this knight landing on e2, you start worrying, you start seeing ghosts in the position, and this is what I worry for Hikaru right now. So let's try to find a different move
Yeah,
that is
exactly.
not
I'm like,
knight e2.
where else do I move, bro? Like maybe Queen. Oh my goodness, I was about to go Queen F3. Maybe Queen F2 again. Queen F2, but he goes no F4. I'm cool with. I'm going 92.
Now I set up this this battery.
Yeah, yeah. This is rough. This is a very bad game for us right now. It's just practically the practical sense is hard to defend this with the time we're given. If we have another 25, 30 minutes, we can figure this out.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
But this
mm-hmm,
one's really hard to do in the time constraint we have.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
just going 92. Dang, but then you're right. Like if I see knight f4, I'm like, I don't want to go that route. I don't want to go that route.
yeah. No,
Yeah, we need
this
some
is
help.
not looking good. I think as
Spells,
we
spell.
let Hikaru think about this situation right now, I think it's time for us to take a break, and we'll be back shortly. Welcome back, everybody, to the coverage of day one of the FIDE Grand Swiss. We have some super interesting games in round one. I'm your host, Grandmaster Christian Kirilla, alongside my co-host, James Conti. James, what's up, man?
Well, Hikaru got to move, and in fact, he did. He moved. I mean,
Yes.
this time difference is huge here, and we are not that close to move 40. He ended up playing Queen F2, which is a move I was looking at too as well, just to put the knight on G3 from there. And yeah, so we're fighting back. And what happened? What's the live? Is this the live? 92?
Yes, 92 is the move.
Oh, wait, did he? I thought there was a move. For some reason, I heard a
He
move.
played 92. No. He played 92. This is
Oh, he
what we
played
have.
92. Okay, Queen F2 was on us. Perfect.
By the
Wow.
way, Hikaru played this move knight to D2 with only 5 minutes on the clock.
Wow.
This is what worries me in the position right now. And the problem is this knight f4 is coming like a thunder in the position, but he misses it. Nice. Because right now after f4, this is a completely different situation. Missed knight to f4, and Hikaru is back in this game.
Let's go, Chad. That's all we got to say is let's go.
Queen to
Let's
f2, and
go.
now knight
Looking
to f3
good.
is coming.
Now
Now
we can
finally
breathe.
knight f3 is coming. Yes.
Man, needed those. We definitely needed that.
Whew.
We needed those, bro.
that was a dodge bullet right there.
Yeah,
That was a
right there. You
dodge
know what I'm
bullet right
saying?
there. I mean, that knight f4 move, man, that was so dangerous in the
Yeah.
position. So
Come
right
on,
now,
Chad.
after rook e8, we know knight f3 is coming. We know Hikaru is going to make his next move in a matter of seconds. So he's going to gain some time as well on the clock. This is starting to feel much better than it used to a couple of moves ago.
100%. It feels really good now because now, I mean, this knight on G6 is going to be, defending the F4 pawn. 95, as we mentioned before, is going to be a nice move for us to, take the F4 pawn. That's something we do want to do. A4, obviously, will be a little bit weak.
Might
But
as
we
well
have the
exchange
opposite
the
color bishop.
d4 for the f4 pawn, right?
Exactly. And then maybe if we put the bishop on D4, that would be a rock in the position. That'd be
Oh,
crazy if we
imagine.
could,
Oh, yeah.
man, look at
Oh,
that,
yeah.
right?
Oh,
I in
imagine a
there.
bishop on d4. Yeah, that would be nice.
Right. Opposite color bishops, feeling good in that position.
Yeah. By the way, right now after queen to f2, and by the way, queen to f2 was the only move in the position. Okay, understandably so, because if you do go queen to f3, then allowing rook to e1, that's a recipe for disaster in the position. So queen to f2 definitely makes a lot of sense. And as you can see, if you look at the camera right now, Hikaru seems a bit relieved. I think he saw that knight to f4. I think he understood how difficult that would have been for him. And right now he's feeling good. He's feeling ready to maybe make a push to equalize this game and make a draw.
You can tell from the body language, he feels more relaxed. He was definitely more tense in those last few moves. Now he's more relaxed. Looking
Yeah.
around, looks calmer. It looks like he feels calmer, which is a good Hikaru to be, good spirits here. So looks good. Looks good. Now we have to try to, consolidate the time again. Just play good moves from here. I think the worst is over.
Yes. The worst is definitely behind him right now because,
Right.
and we do sort of expect either rook to e8, or maybe if you are trying to stay a little bit more active in the position with rook to e6, that's another option as well. But for those couple of moves, I will have the exact same response. I will go knight to f3, and Hikaru is off the board again with 5
There it
minutes on
is.
his clock. What
That's
is
how
he
you know you're
doing?
confident. He's like, I don't care about none of that. That's enough time. I'm gonna stand right here though. I probably ain't going too far. Look at him, came right back
Yeah,
to the
he's
board.
he's
He's
he
like, I ain't
doesn't
going too
have
far
time to
though.
go. Yeah, he doesn't have time to go to the bathroom right now. Don't worry about that. Just stay next to the board.
I ain't going too far. I promise you that. That's exactly what he did.
All right, so let's actually follow what Hikaru was following. He was looking at this position of Fabiano after rook e1, queen f2, king h2. Give me that rook and queen to e5. What? No. I mean, you can't.
Knight
Your
b3.
attack cannot be successful if you have to make this type of
Hoping
moves,
for the
knight to
best.
b3, when you're a couple of rooks down in the position. Okay, so your compensation is 2 rooks for a knight. Is that
Yeah.
what? 2 rooks for a knight?
Yeah, you're like 2 rooks for a night, and wait, what? Right, you have to say it again. Wait, huh?
And what else? I mean, what else?
kind
rooks
of
for
a
a
king
knight.
attack, but kind of is not right. And especially when the knight going backwards, it's not going to be anything good. He's just going to be a few more moves away from putting this one away. Fabi is.
Oh,
And
never mind. Never. He
okay,
just
well, yeah.
resigned. He was like, okay,
Even, you know what? I'm out of here.
queen to f2. There's no more knight c5 because I actually take and I force the trade of the queens, and that's pretty much game over. GG.
Fabi with the dub.
Queen f2. Fabi with a dub starts off his campaign in style with the black pieces. Big victory against Ivan Šarić. All right, back to Hikaru's game because still a tense situation in this one. I mean, what do you think Zvane is thinking about? Is he thinking about swinging the rook deep into Hikaru's position with rook to e3?
Yes, rook
Is that
e3
it?
is possible, but I mean, maybe just go. Yeah, let's see
Maybe
that.
some queen e6, try to
Whoa.
give up the exchange like this, but I don't know. I don't believe in this.
Yeah, I take queen g3, and I'm just chilling. Rook e1, 95.
Yeah. There's no attack, right? You cannot sacrifice like that.
Right.
You cannot sacrifice like that. So if rook to e3 is not in the books, then what else?
You're
What
right. You
else
know
is
what?
he
We just
thinking
go
about?
back, and which is annoying, but that's great for us. Shoot, rook e8, and we with the knight to f3. Maybe even one knight b3. I mean, that's the tempo. No, knight b3 is too much because he just goes to b6, and then like we were just getting out of things. Now we're back into kind of some trouble. So
As in the knight is back into a difficult situation. Yeah. No. After rook e8, I think we're going to see knight f3 immediately played by Hikaru. And we're at move 28 right now. It's gonna be 29 after knight f3. That's not that okay. Still 11 moves to play, right? But at the same time, 11 moves with an easier position, not that many threats that you have to worry about. Hikaru is starting to feel good about his chances.
that's it. That is it. He's trying to feel a little bit better. Yeah, he looks confident looking around.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Don't spend too much time, he says.
Well, actually, you know what? Spend as much time as you
As
want.
you want to, buddy.
Zain, don't worry about it. Yeah, get down to your last 3 minutes. Maybe I'll even try to win this one.
Push for more.
Yeah, why not? Why not? No, he's letting him stew and over this position. I like it. I like it. All right, let's try to make more moves. So knight to f3. Hikaru is off the board once again. Well, Fabi is done. Like who? Okay. Gucci Reza makes an appearance.
Look at him. Okay.
Maybe they're switching sides,
Real
switching
quick.
analysis a little bit. I mean, Gucci Reza
Out.
comes to see Hikaru's game. Hikaru goes to Ali Reza's game to see what's up. Yeah, all right. Knight f3. What do we do now?
Knight f3.
Maybe queen f6, huh?
Okay. Bishop. I was thinking just bishop d2 and castle. I mean, it's castle. Rook e1. Bring the rook to the e file or something like that. I have to be careful of a4. I forgot about a4 again.
Yeah,
Which is something you can really forget about is that pawn. For sure.
Maybe bishop f5. But if you go bishop f5, then I go knight e5. And this is the type of position that... Oh, we have a move. Okay, rook to e8. Rook to e8 was played. All right.
Easy move. He played it.
Yes, he played it. And again, we're expecting knight f3 very quickly. Yes.
Heard another move just now. Okay, knight
f3. Immediately. Yeah, he's not even thinking. No. Knight f3 has to be played, and he played it. There it is.
Right. So we have knight f3, 95 being a thing next. Bishop b2 as well. Yeah, we gotta get this bishop out. Guys, don't try this at home, okay? What we're saying here is like this is almost move 30, and you haven't completed development. This is a very rare case, of course. But do not try this one at home, guys. Let's make sure we develop our pieces today.
Yeah.
In all of your games, please develop your pieces.
Knight to f3. Okay. Once again, it's Zvane that needs to find a move. It's Zvane that needs to continue his offensive. Now, I'm trying, and this is my dream. If I'm looking at this position from Black's perspective, my dream is to get a bishop on e4. If I manage to get the bishop on e4 and then the rook on f8 and then basically, whenever you move the knight, I go f3 in the position and I try to break open your king's position. Then I feel
Okay.
good about my chances. So let's start with bishop f5.
Okay, bishop f5. I am almost tempted to take on f4 and then play knight
Ooh,
e5. You know me, I'm a
okay,
Jedi. I love tactics. Knight
okay.
e5. Now, if rook takes, I might even be able to play queen f4 right now.
Yes, you are.
Beautiful. And then I can hit
Yes,
both
you
of them,
are.
and I'm winning here. Wait, maybe not. Okay, I forgot about rookie too. But takes, I mean, I have some initiative, but okay,
I,
but okay,
I
probably
think you're
draw.
better. I think you're better right now. I mean, rookie 7, rookie
Oh, I
6
can go rookie
ideas. You
7.
have the
Yeah.
more active pieces, and don't you dare take that pawn on c3.
Maiden one.
Oops. Oopsie doopsie. All right, we have a move. Oh, bishop f5. Bishop
Bishop
f5 is on the
f5.
board.
Oh, bishop
Yes,
f4. Let's see if he goes for this. That's a
bishop
six
f5 is on the
line.
board. I was telling you, I mean, look, it is the dream. Get the bishop to e4. That's the
Yeah,
dream
he
for
was definitely
black.
listening to you too. He was like, "Yeah, this is the dream, bro." He definitely went for it.
But bishop takes f4. Okay,
I like bishop f4 and then knight e5, and then it's
okay.
beautiful, beautiful combo. Make sure you're doing your tactics, breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
I like it. I like it. All right. Look, if he finds bishop f4, I mean, I'm looking at the position. I see ideas of, okay, knight takes h3. He's about to make a move. He's looking at that pawn, isn't he?
I see him. Yeah, he looking
I
at
think
it.
he was looking at that pawn.
He looking at okay, and all right, yep. Is he
Mm,
gonna do it?
okay, let's stick with the live position to catch the moment, the precise moment when he does it.
He said maybe the pawn is looking at him. Billy Styles in the chat. Yeah, the pawn might be looking at him. Hey, Hikaru, what's up, bro? You see me? Yeah. You see me, bro? Take me.
Is h4.
H4. I was not
What?
expecting this at all. Question mark.
Whoa, whoa. This
Oh
this this
man.
completely threw me off, I have to say. I was not even looking at that pawn.
Me either. I guess he wants. Okay, I understand completely, practically what he's doing. He wants to carve out a square. If you go h5, I might go knight g5, maybe. But my idea is to go h5, obviously, and then play knight e5 after you move the knight. It's like it makes total sense. Or you take on f4, correct? Even that, I was. I mean, somehow I forgot. I just really wanted knight e5 so bad, but h5 is makes a lot of sense here. But engine's like, try again, big fella, try again.
All right, so bishop to e4, right?
h5.
And now bishop takes f3 is the only way that
And
I could try for something.
I mean, now you're right. This is quite annoying.
But
Maybe I could
how
take a
annoying is it? Because I take on g6, right?
correct. You go bishop e4. I take on
And now I
f4.
take on f4,
You take
right?
on g6, and I go bishop.
I guess you have this idea perhaps to
Oh,
take on g6 with
ooh.
the rook, and then you have some problems. Hmm.
Oh man, that's crazy. And there's
But I
almost
don't
like a
know.
no. Check this out. There's almost a bishop d6 too as well. Bishop back there instead of bishop e5.
Uh-huh.
Bishop d6 almost works, but there's queen of d6. Trying to set up. You see me. You know me,
Oh,
trickster, right?
I know. I
Say
know what you have in mind. I got lucky
trickster.
because I'm defending both e8 and f8, but
Yeah,
those are ideas for sure.
yeah, it doesn't work. Sheesh. And yeah, black
Okay.
has a nice initiative with that. That's very nice.
But by the way, I mean, okay, h4, sure. The engine is saying question mark. But how easy is it? Because you only have 5 minutes on the clock, 6 minutes 20 right now.
Mm-hmm.
He played bishop to g4, saying that, yeah, I don't want to see h5
H5, none of
land
that.
on the board.
So 95. We still have the idea. Oh no, rook e4 is now a thing. You would just blunder a piece. After knight takes e5, queen f4.
And you have to take on e5.
Yeah, you have to take on e5, correct.
There is no other move.
Takes, and then bishop
If you
takes.
take them, maybe even queen takes f4, but bishop takes f4, I think should be good enough because rook e1 is coming next, right?
And we finally get the piece out. And now, I mean, yeah, it's anybody's game. It's
I mean, you
literally
can go rook
anybody's game.
e2, but queen
Queen
g3 seems to
g3,
be pretty
feeling good.
decent. Follow with bishop e5, rook e1. I
Right,
might even give you the b2 pawn if you really want it.
right.
But bishop e5, and you were saying this for a very long time. Get the bishop to d4. get the bishop to d4. And if you manage
Right.
to get the bishop to d4, then you're in really good shape. And that's exactly the case in this position.
That's it.
By the way, Zvana is still thinking after 95. Is he actually considering something else?
That's what I say, right? You have to take this, big dog. What you doing?
Yeah, he took it. He took it.
Okay.
He took it.
Takes.
Okay. Yeah, takes. And this is once again a critical moment because you have a couple of options. You can take on e5, and that allows me to finally get my bishop out and exchange this very, very dangerous pawn. I have to say the pawn on f4 is a very dangerous pawn for white's king, because whenever you go f3, open up my king like that, that's not feeling good. So rook takes e5 is one of the options, allow the trade of these pawns. But also what you can do as black is maybe a move in your style. Conti. G5.
G5? You gotta be kidding me.
Let's go.
But you know what? I like it all day, every day. G5 and we live. Wow.
Yes.
A big move. Dang, look how ugly my bishop is. That's why it's such a strong move.
It seems good.
Crazy.
But perhaps we have just rook to e1. How bad is this?
I mean, yeah, you're
how
right.
bad is this?
You are right. You have a good point there. After trading, like, I see a hard time black winning this.
I don't think you're winning.
Yeah,
this.
Exactly. I have too many checks. The king is too airy.
Yeah. Like, for example, even if you go queen takes a4, I do have a feeling that I have ideas of queen to e7. And even if you take my bishop like this, even though maybe I don't have the perpetual, but I do have bishop to e1, and I'm ready to give you some checks.
Right. And g5 is loose.
Yes.
Black.
Yes.
I mean, black. Yeah.
By the way, Rasmus down to his last 4 minutes. Once again, the pendulum is swinging in terms of their time situation. Rasmus was ahead for the majority of the game. And right now he's down on the clock and still quite a few moves to be played. 9 moves for Rasmus in a difficult position and difficult decisions to take. And by the way, look, I'm dropping down to my last 3 minutes. I'm playing against Hikaru. At this point, things are getting a little bit dicey, a little bit tense. I think I'm pulling the brakes. I'm taking on e5 and making a draw.
Yeah, 100%. Especially as you're getting lower on time. You may practically be feeling good, but you are playing against Hikaru.
He took on e5. Yeah.
He took on e5. There it is.
He took on e5. There it is.
And the move is getting
yeah,
getting dicey, as you
mentioned.
No,
now it's good. Now it's good. Now he's fine. Now Hikaru, I think, is fine. And to be honest, I think Svane realizes that as well.
Takes e5 on the board, boys and girls.
Yeah, rook takes e5 is on the board. Bishop takes f4 as well on the board.
Rook moves.
Yeah. But again, finally, now we're getting some trades. We're getting the trades of the rook, right? And to be honest, right now, rook to e2, I'm not even sure I want to play that move. I understand maybe it's the best move in the position.
Right.
But I see queen to g3. I see this, okay, rook to e5. This is what we have. Bishop takes f4. He played a move. I think
he went rook e2.
And queen he G3. Did go rook to e2. Okay.
This is logical. I mean, you're like, all right, logical, right? You put the rook on the second rank, and it's you cause some problems, but I don't really see them, to be honest. Especially with this bishop d4, bishop e5 move. At some point, it's gonna be really strong. Maybe black's going h5.
I think he wants to go queen e6.
Queen e6, okay.
That's my guess.
Defending everything.
Yes.
Stopping bishop e5 as well.
Yes. And by the way, look at Hikaru. Hikaru is kind of okay. Yeah, I'm okay now. I know that I should have probably tried. I shouldn't be on the defensive side when I'm playing with the white pieces, but it's been a rough game. It's been a difficult defense, and I'm ready to make a draw right now. Yeah, this was difficult. It was a difficult start, but this is why chess has not won in the opening. I mean, it can be, in fact. I don't know. What was that? I don't know if y'all was doing commentary over there in St. Louis for that, but there was a game, and it was a King's Gambit, I think. I don't remember who played it, but the guy was down a piece out the opening, like 6-7 moves, but still won the game. Right? Yes, I remember. I remember. GM game. I don't remember who played it. It was in one of these rapid events. I think it was LeBron actually against
Tabatabai or
Korobov.
something. Korobov, okay.
Yes, I think so. And maybe it
Yeah.
wasn't a King's Gambit, but no. Okay, I know what you're talking about. Tata Steel, yes. Tabata
Oh, it's
Bay,
Tata Steel. It was
Tabata Bay.
Tabatabai. Yeah, man, that's
Yeah,
good. My memory getting
yeah.
better. That's like, but yeah,
With
that's
Pečak, Jurgis
and
from
he
Slovenia or
lost the
Slovakia.
game. He got up a piece on like move 6, White did, and then still lost the game. Like so, and it was a classical game, so it's very possible to boss things. And here we are far from bossing anything. Here we're feeling good, if anything, especially uptime as well now.
Can you go Rook E1? Rook
You want
F1,
Rook
okay.
F1, okay. Bishop. Wait, what did he play after Rook E2?
He's trying to go to
Queen
F2.
G3. Oh, he went
Yes.
Bishop F5. Oh, he went
Yeah,
Bishop
yeah.
E4.
Okay. So now I'm seeing the draw. I'm seeing the draw. So this is how this game is going to finish. He's going to go Queen G6, take, and then Rook F2, and that covers everything.
And then take
You give me a
and
check,
say,
that's
"You wanna
fine.
draw?"
Draw. Let's repeat the position. I mean, you can go Rook to E4, but that's not enough. That's definitely
Right.
not enough. I can even go B3 in the position.
Defend and be nice.
Yeah.
You have to take the draw here. I mean, you can't win every single game. It does happen like that. You lose
No.
probably 2, 3 points here, and then you go to the next game with black. See what happens.
Yeah.
Man, tough game. Tough game. At least we got out of the opening with that because it was tough.
Bishop to E4. Rook to F2 is more or less forced in the position.
Rook takes. Maybe we take with. I mean, you can take with either or. Probably queen takes.
I guess you
takes,
can go
matter.
Queen B6 as well to really force matters. Queen B6 and then Bishop E5. I'm threatening a checkmate.
Queen takes
Queen
F2.
takes F2. I think this is how it's actually going to end.
Head shake or head nod from Hikaru. Like, yep, yeah, it's a draw.
Yep. Rook to F2. We're expecting Queen to B6. We don't see this game going anywhere else but a draw right now. Never mind, not Queen to B6. He takes on F2.
And Hikaru thinking, what is he going to take with? What do I take with? What do I take with? I like taking with the queen. King takes. I just don't like the stupid check on B6. Like, that's really annoying.
Yeah.
I don't think I can get away with that. So I have to take with the queen.
No reason to do that. Just
No
take with the
reason
queen.
to allow that.
Yeah. No. Look, this is best case scenario. Very good. After the opening, given the opening, this is a very good result for Hikaru. He probably will be a little bit disappointed with his opening play, but I have to say, Svane was well prepared, and he found and he employed this interesting idea in the Gioco Piano with Bishop B6, C6. This is not an easy one to tackle. And if you don't know exactly what you're doing, you can get in trouble, exactly as we've seen in this game, because there's so many changes of pawn structures, right? After that move D5 in the center, there's a lot of ways in which both sides can continue. And we've seen what happened afterwards. But I have to say, after a shaky opening, a good, very resilient defense by Hikaru.
Yeah, resilient. That's the thing. He's a very resilient player. As we all know, guys, extremely strong here. And, showing that it's not all about, just kind of crushing your opponent and trying to win. It is, you do want to win, but you don't need to take the risk here. And that position was bad. Man, it was bad. The superfluous knights was like 3 times in that game. They were like superfluous. They're the same amount of squares, same amount of routes. It was crazy. But we were now able to equalize, not our result we want, but at the same time, it's better than losing. It's better than losing. And they do say, it's about not losing. Try not to lose, really. Yeah, you can draw games, but just try not to lose any. And there will be no L in this one.
Yeah. Okay, there's going to be a pawn chopped off the board with queen takes a4. You are losing a pawn, but that's simply not enough due to the presence of the opposite color bishops. And I'm able to connect the bishop with the queen via bishop e5, queen to g3, or bishop to e5, bishop to d4. Set up this beautiful bishop that you were envisioning for quite some time on d4, and black just simply doesn't have a way to create any separation in the position.
Even having an extra pawn, it doesn't mean. In fact, I don't know what page that is. That's like Devereski page. I gotta think about that for a minute. It's in like 350s, the 350s, something like that.
Is the 350?
But
Yeah,
it's like the
you're in the
350s.
350s.
I
Yeah.
do. I definitely been deep in my Devereski in game manual. Shout out to my uncle Devereski. No, but it's more about there's a one diagonal method where like one bishop can stop three. You can be down three pawns, but still be able to defend depending on what position you will have in that thing. So being up one pawn is just not enough. Bishop D E5 is really nice with Queen G3 coming, and like we have no problem drawing this game.
Just to kind of give some context to those ideas, let's say we exchange the queens, and I don't think you can avoid that because I'm setting up this attack over G7, and at some point you will have to exchange the queens. And the problem is there is no way that you're going to be able to create a pass pawn unless you manage to connect these pawns on the fourth rank with A4 and B4, but that never happens because I just simply take on B4 with the C pawn. So if you do go for this position, let's say we make a couple more moves and we trade. Now this bishop, I mean, there's no way you're going to dislodge this. I'm going to put this pawn on G3. I'm going to swing the bishop around E5, D4, E5, D4. I can do whatever I want. And you're never increasing the pressure in the position with the black pieces.
100%. And we have a clean draw coming up. It should be 100%. Feels good. Lose some points. It always sucks to lose points to draw or not. But I mean, hey, you don't lose, and you learn something from the game. And we go to the next.
Yeah.
The annoying thing is that you want to win with white, draw with black. That's what they say in the high level stuff. Like win with white, draw with black. I'm a fan of like I'm trying to win with white and win with black like all the time. I'm just gonna play openings that give me those type of chances. But top level stuff, win with white, draw with black. Here sometimes it's annoying because you draw with white, and then now you get the black pieces. So right, it depends. But I mean, Hikaru style these days is very, very solid, very, very good, and very solid. So playing Berlin's, playing Queen's Gambit declines, taking no risk or less risk, that is, and getting good position. So I think he'll do well. But we didn't lose, so that's fine.
Somebody is asking me in the chat. Crazy Coffee Man is asking, can you explain to chat what the Swiss Gambit is? Yes, so basically in a Swiss tournament, if you lose the first one, but to be honest, the Swiss Gambit doesn't really apply to this tournament because everybody is so strong. But if you do lose a game in a regular Swiss, you're probably going to play a weaker opponent, and then it's going to be easier to build up the momentum, get a few victories in, and that's what we call a Swiss Gambit. You lose the first game, or you lose in the first couple of games, and then you try to string together a few victories after that. That does not apply in this one, just for the simple fact that everybody is so strong.
Swiss Gambit.
Swiss Gambit, baby.
Don't try that at home, Jack.
No.
I mean,
no.
Swiss Gambit. We have a move. Queen D7. It's like getting prepared for all that. Maybe just Queen C5, Queen anything. Queen F4.
Queen F4. Yeah. Taking away that Queen to G4 idea. By the way, this is move 39. And the one way that Hikaru wins this game is if Rasmus forgets about time and lose on time.
All right, being under a minute here. Like
B5. All right.
B5, okay.
B5. Okay. Now, are we expecting bishop to D4, Queen E5? Is that?
I like it.
And Hikaru looks just bored at this point. He's like, okay, let's get it over with. Let's get it over with.
Ready to be done.
B5, we're expecting Queen G3 or King H2. Just put everything on dark squares.
Yeah, probably A4 from Rasmus here. Or I mean, what else would you play? A4 is coming. Probably they make time control. Maybe make a few more moves. Maybe draw.
Yeah, move 40, King to H2. And if you think that the players are going to slow down, you're probably mistaken because I don't think any of these players believe that anything else but a draw is going to happen in this one.
Right. Carl's bored out of his mind. Bro, he is so, I mean, he like, my goodness, can we get this over with, bro? You can tell out of his mind bored.
Yeah, King H7. All right. Queen g3 or king to g1. Which one are we going to go for?
Just king g3. Just throw it out there. Like
King
draw already.
g3.
Exactly. Yeah, I like king g3 just to put it out there. He making them make some concessions though. A4 is going to
Oh, I
put
like
your
this move,
pawns on
bishop
light squares.
c7. Yeah,
Love it.
I like this move, bishop c7. Because now once you play a4, you don't even have this idea of b4 anymore. Like we've been discussing this idea of playing b4 and at least trying to exchange one pair of pawns. That's not happening after the move a4. So there's, in fact, no way you can create a pass pawn after you play the move a4.
Wow. Yeah, a4, bring the bishop back and just shuffle and shuffle and shuffle around. Yep.
Yeah.
Shuffle
Bishop
around.
d4. Queen e5. At some point, you will have to exchange the queens. At some point, you will have to exchange the queens. And that's going to be all she wrote. Like, for example, you have to go queen f5, take, bishop d4. And yeah, I mean, the only way you can lose is if somehow black gets the king to b3. And then you put the bishop on a3 to defend the pawn on b2. And then I have ideas of d4 you take, and then I
and
trap
B4.
the bishop with b4.
Wow, that's a long shot.
That's the long
plan.
shot.
Yeah, it's a plan you gotta be aware of for sure.
That's the only plan in the position. The problem is, okay, and I'll make some moves and I'll actually allow you to get to b3, which I don't have to. The only thing that I have to worry about is whenever you go to b3, I have to control this d4 square.
You gotta be ready.
With a king. I have to be ready, yes. You go b4, I just simply take it, and then d4, I'm going to munch on that with a king. Then I'm going to put the pawn on g3, everything on dark squares, and there's no way you can create any separation.
And you shuffle.
Yeah, you just shuffle right now. But this is it. Basically, I just have to be ready to take on d4 with the king, not with the pawn, because obviously this just finishes the game after b4.
GG.
So there's only one thing, one tactic in the position that I need to be aware of in around these lands. But I have to say, yeah, that's not going to happen.
Hey, looking good for our boy here. Take the draw. He walking around. It's like, bro, man, he, let him think it out.
Yeah, and we're just learning that this is a 38 game streak of no losses for Hikaru.
Wow.
38 games. That's not bad.
Not bad at all. No L's. No L's. A4 on the board.
Yeah, and again, we sort of expected the fact that the players are not going to take a long time coming to the realization that this one is going to end in a draw. Despite the fact that both of them got 40 extra minutes on the clock. 40 or 50? Wait.
That's a good question. That is a good question.
I think it's 50.
50. Oh, you're right.
50 more moves. 50 more minutes. Okay.
Almost an hour.
Oh man, that's that's a long time control, I have to say.
That is very, 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 very long.
Yeah. We had it in the regulation, or at least we thought we had it in the regulation, that it's going to be 40 minutes after 40 moves. But it does seem, at least the clocks we see on chess.com, that it's 50 minutes extra after 40 moves.
It says 42 as well. That's crazy. But yeah, it looked like he got 50 because he definitely had 5 minutes.
Yeah. All right. Let's move around. So Fabi did win that game. We've seen that. We have a bunch of results on the top boards. By the way, Firuza, draw. Giri, draw. Gukesh, draw. LeBron has won. Right. Duda has won. It seems like MVL managed to stave a draw. So that's big. That is a big one. Because this was not easy. Take a look at this. So this is Gledura versus MVL, which Gledura was definitely looking primed to take a victory in that one. Bishop d4. And this was just simply not enough. After bishop to d4, they agreed to a draw.
Yeah.
And then what else do we have? Okay, we have this game still pending. A game between Richie Rapport. We haven't really looked at this. And Ilmaz Mustafa. Turkish number 1, 2640. Very strong player. in his own right. But I
Sure.
do think that the two pass pawns, connected pass pawns, are probably going to make the difference in this one.
Richard needs to move to as well. Downtime on the seconds here. Maybe he made a move already. I don't believe he flagged. Oh, he's at 40.
Well, this is move 40.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. They just made move 40, and he's going to take his time right now trying to figure things out. But I think this is more or less over after queen c8. Yep.
Yeah, queen c8 and then king exactly h7 has to be
And now
played.
queen f8.
Ooh, yes, GG.
You don't have time to take because you're losing the rook on e6. So what you have to do is connect the rooks, such as this. But then I just simply take, and then I push my pawns, and that's it. A5, A6, B6. Yeah. So Richie Report also seems to be headed towards his first victory.
First up, looking good.
First dub of the tournament, yes. And it does seem like Zain maybe is going to actually try to come to terms with the fact that he missed his chance. He missed his big chance.
He did.
Take down the number 3 in the world right now.
And
So.
had a 4 move earlier, but yeah, I mean, you can't be mad at this result. Higher rated player, take a draw with black.
No. He must be happy with it, right? I mean, who plays a perfect game?
Yeah.
Look, it was a good game, but it should have been perfect if he wanted to get a victory.
Exactly. Should have been perfect. He should have been perfect, bro.
Yes, that's the only way you're gonna beat these guys. You know, you gotta stay perfect. Not easy for sure. And since we made the time control, I think we're ready for a break. Right now, we're going to keep an eye on this one. We're going to leave it on the screen. Maybe they will shake hands while we're on a break. Who knows? We don't expect something much different when we come back from the break, but I'm sure we're also going to have perhaps an interview with Hikaru afterwards. So we're going to go on a break, and we'll be back shortly. We are back, ladies and gentlemen, with coverage of a day one of the FIDE Grand Swiss. And we do have this very tense game, what used to be a very tense game, the one between Hikaru with the white pieces and Rasmus Zain. James, anything happened while we were on a break?
It looks like the same thing. It is just boring. No, I'm kidding. It's a draw. It wasn't boring before, and it was actually Hikaru trying to equalize, and he was in a worse position. But now looking very, very draw-like as we've made time control, lots of time on the clock here. Hikaru not at the board. He's like, "Yo, when are you gonna move, bro? I just heard something."
He just played Queen E7.
Okay.
Just played as we were discussing Queen to E7, but once again, just set up this attack against the G7 square, and there's absolutely no way you're going to make any progress in the position. In fact, probably the easiest plan right now after Queen to G3. For example, first of all, can you go A3? Not really, because then I'm just simply going to take. You cannot take because of Queen takes G7. So that's an easy way to blunder the game in the position for black. Of course, they're not going to do that. These guys are top level players. They're never going to fall for this type of silly tricks. After Queen to G3, to be honest, I simply don't see a way for black to continue. Maybe G5 is that a move? But
G5.
yeah, I mean,
but
I just simply take. We know that the end game is a very easy draw, so that's not going to happen. But if you do try to take and keep things interesting with H takes G, can I just simply give you a check and go to H8 after?
I saw that. Like the check looks good.
Just something like this.
Looks good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm done the pawn, but like, hey, opposite color bishops. Who cares?
Yeah. There's nothing you can do. I mean, you can try to venture with a king, but now you have to be a little bit careful. I mean, you cannot really try to do some funny business with, I don't know, A3 or things of that nature, because
Getting mated.
once the queen leaves, I mean, yeah, you might get checkmated yourself. Something like queen to E5 or queen to F6. Yeah, this is over. In fact, don't do this, kids. Don't try this at home, right?
Exactly.
This is a checkmate and not
nice
for
pattern.
Zain. Right. All right. So this one, again, we don't expect much. We're going to leave it at that. Let's keep an eye on. Okay, Rapport seems to be winning. This is what we currently have. F4, setting up some sort of a checkmating pattern. Also, just getting ready to promote one of his pawns. I'm not actually sure how you're going to defend against it. For example, if you do this, I go B7, and now you don't really have enough time to set up your defense. Queen to F8 is coming, followed by B8. And that's going to win the game. So Rapport seems to be winning his game.
Nice.
Out of the top games that we still have going on, I see Dmitry Kolar's versus the Chinese representative in this tournament, Yu Yangyi.
Yu Yangyi, yeah.
Yes, the third highest rated player from China after Ding Liren, the world champion, and Wei Yi. Wei Yi, I think, was the youngest player to ever reach 2,700.
Yep.
Yeah. And right now we have an American trying to break that record, Abhimanyu Mishra. But yes, extremely talented guy. He's not playing a lot of chess nowadays, just like the world champion, Ding Liren. But Yu Yangyi, he stays active.
Yeah, he's all the time playing. I see him all the time.
Yeah.
It's good. He just like loves the game, keep playing strong. He's doing good this game here. This was a what was some type of Sicilian, looks like. Pretty good game.
Oh, this is looking good, right? I mean,
yeah,
we exchange this and then we get the rook on E3, maybe at the right moment, queen to C3, transition into the endgame. And I have the rook and the bishop, and I have all the possible ways to break the position open, like taking with the B pawn and then follow it up with D3 ideas, taking with the D pawn, keeping the position as is, but the knight on G1 is such a bad piece, right? Such a controlled piece by Black's forces. So I'm seeing this as a win for Yu Yangyi.
Yeah, especially with all the weaknesses around the king. The dark square is there too as well. The knight on G1 hasn't moved, so I mean, really looking good.
Are you sure it hasn't
But
moved?
yeah, you know what? You're right. You know, from what we saw,
I
from what
think it
we saw
moved.
today, it probably did move and just went back to G1. In fact, now that I think about it, it probably did move.
Let's see. Let's. We
This
do have
night,
all the time
yep,
in the
we
world.
do have
Okay, so he did move. And then
this
how
nigga
did it get back to G1 is the question. Okay. Okay. Knight B2. Okay. Knight D3, Knight D2, and Knight G.
undeveloped chat. Nice. You don't see that one every day where, you know, you
Yeah.
started, you get it off the starting position, and at some
Yeah.
point we put it back on the starting position.
Why not? Why not?
So you're getting ready for the next game. That's what it is. Same
Oh
thing.
yeah, exactly.
Easy.
It's a good point. We do have a move in
Hikaru's
Hikaru, a
game.
couple of moves, in fact. Let's see what happened. So he went for queen to e7, bishop to d4, b4, c takes b4, queen takes b4, and we expect queen to e5 now, right?
Queen 5 looks great, 100%. And then shuffle the bishop back and forth. C3, E, D4, C3, D4. And like, what do you do? Queen centralized, bishops looking great. You have no real counterplay.
Yeah, that's it. Put the queen on e5, keep an eye on g7, and there's really nothing that black can do. Because after bishop to c3, the problem is if you try to create your own checkmating threats, queen takes g7 is over.
We made first.
Yep. Yep. No. We expect queen to e5. We've been saying that most likely the players will agree to a draw a long time ago, but it does seem like Rasmus still hopes, still believes that maybe something's going to give.
Right. Just maybe I can still play this on. What if he loses like somehow? That is gonna hurt. That is going to hurt. But it's like really hard to lose this. Like you really have to try to lose this.
You do have to try to lose this. So, I mean, this is the only other attempt that I'm seeing to get the queen to g6, but then I just drop on g3.
Easy.
Once again, this is over. So you have to avoid the queen trade. We know the endgame is an easy draw. You have to avoid the queen trade, and then I go back to e5. Then this is the only square that you can both protect g7 and attack g2 in the position. Also maybe g4, but the answer is going to be always the same, queen to g3.
Okay, queen g3, yeah. Looking good. Queen g3 looking good, boys. Queen e5, queen b7, and shuffle. Bishop c3. Oh, there's a he might want to play d4.
Yeah, that's fine. But then we take on g7.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. And then
Actually,
even
do we
this
take
is
on g7?
takes. You know, I think we just end up following the king everywhere.
Yes, king g3.
Yeah.
And if you go this way,
I go that way.
I think we're
literally right on time.
On time, yes. Like one square. This thing. Okay, maybe he shouldn't go for this.
Right.
maybe he shouldn't go for this.
That is something, but that's kind of funny. So
yeah, this is a draw. Okay, so queen to b7 is on the board. We're still waiting to see what Hikaru is going to do next, but yeah, this seems to be more or less close to finito. All right, what about our good friend? I'm not sure if he's our good friend, but let's assume he's our good friend. By the way, Erigaisi won against the other Zain in the event.
The
Frederick
brothers.
Zain, the younger brother of the guy playing Hikaru.
What was this opening? Just curious.
Let's see. Okay.
Regular stuff.
This type of Carlsbad structures.
Right.
And King D1, that's a funny move.
Yeah, King D1. That's a very funny. But I guess he said I can't castle, and I also want to go queen side and keep the initiative on the king side.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, king goes to c2. Give up the pawn, but you get some attack going on. By the way, did you see what happened to Arjun in Qatar? Are you guys see? You see
No, what
that
happened?
that final game? He was leading the whole tournament, and then final game
Oh,
against
and
Abdusattorov,
blunder. Yeah,
he
with the
was like,
bishop
oh,
f6 or
he
something
just allowed
before.
a fork in one move
Yeah,
in
in
an
one
end
move.
game.
I saw the reaction, and you could just feel it. You could feel it for him when it happened, and he was very
Yeah,
professional about it. But you could
yeah.
tell, the hair on the head, to pull the hair real quick. He just felt the agony there.
That's one of those games that you still have nightmares 10 years after it happens.
I had a $20,000. Let me tell you this: I had one game, remember Millionaire Chess, the first one, the Millionaire
Uh-huh.
Chess. I won
Uh-huh.
$20,000 in that one. What did
20K.
this
That's not
happen? Oh,
bad.
that's crazy.
This happened, by the way.
That's crazy. That's sick, boy. I was supposed to win 40,000, and I remember there's one move that I played against Q Bao Wang who won 40,000.
Mhm.
Was one move. Knight H4 was a $20,000 blunder for me. Imagine that,
Mm.
like one game. I still remember sometimes, having cold sweats at night, wake up and like Knight H4. Oh man,
Mhm.
20K
Mhm.
extra if you
Oh
play a
man.
certain move, right? So that feels man, never forget that one. Never forget
Oh
that
yeah.
one. But I still
Oh
won
yeah.
money, but
Oh yeah.
never
But
forget.
it's experience. I mean, let's not forget Eric Ice is like what, 18 years old or something like that, like
Right.
something ridiculous like that, super young. So definitely still plenty of experience to be gathered by this young man, and still such a strong player at such a young age. 27-12 right now on the scorecards. So looking good. And by the way, take a look at this. Queen takes h6. Nice. Beautiful.
Yeah, that's a way to do it. That boy does his tactics. Bishop G6, Queen H7, and then the Queen takes. Yeah, oof, just
Oh,
cooked him. Let him cook, Chad. Let
oh,
him cook. Oof,
oh, nice one.
man, demolished.
Nice one. Really nice. All right. Uh Vidit. What is Vidit doing? Oh, Vidit is in trouble. Okay. That's a big one. Vidit
Oh yeah, so this is
against
Irwin. Whoa, okay, Big E, Irwin out
Orwin
here.
Lamy. Yeah, and by the way, I think you
Me,
can just
right?
go rook to h4 followed by knight to e7,
97
right?
and hit the button. Okay, maybe not. You still have chances with the what? And after takes, then keep yeah, you can hit the button.
Like rook d4 or something,
Yeah,
but
rook
this should be
d4
winning, right?
should be correct.
With this g pawn running down the board, I'm just going to use my king to help my rook. And yeah, that should be good. Oh, wow. So Vidit off to a slow start. Okay. And what else is happening? Just to give you some Maksudlu with the black pieces. Actually, no, with the white pieces. That's
Man, bro,
what
what is
happened in
going?
this one.
How did this happen? We got to see
Okay.
this from the beginning,
All right.
bro.
All right. All right. What just happened in this one? All right. Maksudlu versus Yuri Kuzubov, a very strong grandmaster from Ukraine as well. Knight to e2, bishop e5. Okay. All right. Okay, bishop b5, bishop b7, queen c2, trying to set up that rook on the d file. Bishop on d4. Nice bishop on d4, by the way. Look at that monster in the middle of the board.
Very
Bishop
strong.
d6, knight h5. Okay, you know something is coming. You know something is cooking
There you go.
on the king side. g4, baby.
Yeah,
Whoa.
yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
You don't care about none of that.
Okay. f4. Okay. I mean, the
Send it. Bishop
ooh,
d3. Brilliance.
forgot about
Oh,
that
there's
one,
some
didn't you?
sacrifices coming. Oh my
He
goodness.
forgot about that one. He forgot about that one. And there is a checkmate.
98.
Oh,
Woo! Heat.
that's a
Heat.
nice. I mean, look, you finish with a move knight to e8 a game, and then your confidence level just
Goes
soars
through the
through the
roof.
roof. Yeah,
And 98.
absolutely.
Put that on the
Yeah,
board.
very nice, very nice. Maksudlu with a nice victory. Um, let's see what Big Sam is doing.
Big Sam I am.
Big Sam, Sam Sevian, off a rather lackluster U.S. championship. He did win the Chess 960 earlier in St. Louis tournament in which Hikaru also played in
Right.
that one. That was a good victory, and the first victory for Sam. Oh, there we go. As they came down to the board, back to the board, that one finished into a draw. We were expecting Hikaru versus Rasmus, finished in a draw.
Nice there, guys. We got a draw. No bleeding there. Of course, we might drop like 2 or 3 points. It is what it is. But at the end of the day, we learned something from the game as they're talking about, discussing, and we got ourselves a draw, chat. Not bad at all. Not bad.
Absolutely. And Hikaru is going to be joining us for
how's it going, you guys?
An interview. Oh, Hikaru is right here.
Wait, where's my camera? 1 second. Where's my camera?
That was quick. Let's
1 second.
Hikaru to get his camera going.
What the heck? 1 second. 1 second. Okay.
Hikaru teleported after his draw. That was a quick one, James.
Yeah.
Did you like that?
Hey, how's it going?
Teleportation. Good. Very, very good. How are you, Hikaru? Feelings after your first round draw? Obviously, probably the opening didn't go the way you wanted it to go, but how are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty happy that the game ended in a draw. Obviously, I went for a pawn structure that I thought was quite interesting, and I suspect that in fact it's just bad for me. So, yeah, it's not a great day at the office, but I at least didn't lose.
Exactly, no deal, bro. Exactly.
Absolutely. And tell us, when did he surprise you? Did he surprise you with his bishop b6, knight e7, c6 idea? Obviously, you've probably studied this, but maybe you didn't study it in
yeah, I mean, of course, I hadn't looked at it before the game. I mean, he normally doesn't play e5 to begin with, so I thought that I would surprise him. And, you know, in all these Italians, there's so many different move orders and different setups and everything else. And, yeah, what I went for is definitely not ideal. I mean, the whole idea with e takes d5 was something of inspiration, because I actually had there were 2 games that I had with the same pawn structure, or very similar to it. There was one game against Levon Aroni in the FIDE Grand Prix where I actually chose not to go into this structure, and I think it was like 2021, where I had the black piece. And there was also a game against Vishnad out of a Berlin with the same structure with this whole e4 f3 stuff. But I think basically with the rook on e1, I think it's just very bad. As I recall, when like Levon had it or Vichy had it, I think the rook was on f1 and the knight was on e3. And I think in this situation with the rooks getting traded, it was just very bad. And I mean, I don't think somewhere around here, I don't think it was the end of the world, but I just put the pieces on all the wrong squares pretty much right away. Like queen c6, I thought was not the best move. But then, yeah, I didn't play queen f2 here, which basically, just think about it, I could have gotten more or less the same situation with queen f2 and knight g3. Now, I'm not saying this is better, but at least I don't waste like 10 moves. Like essentially, when I went knight e3, I forgot that he could play bishop d7. I thought he had to go bishop e6. And I think after bishop okay, so instead of bishop d7, yeah, so bishop e6, I can go knight f1, rook e8, knight g3. And I mean, I'm not saying this is good or anything, but I mean, it's a much better version essentially than the game.
Yeah.
So yeah, so I mean, as soon as he played bishop d7, I just started thinking forever. And I mean, the other problem with this game that was very unnerving is every move that I played where I used a lot of time, he immediately moved and he played something that I was not expecting, which I don't know if that means that I was calculating poorly or if he was, but yeah, somewhere around here, I mean, I just realized the darks for bishop on c1 is just so bad. And I mean, knight g3 is not the move that I should have played, I suspect, but I mean, at this point, like bishop d2, knight e4, and it just looks absolutely horrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw this and I thought f5, and I just was very unhappy with the whole position.
Yeah.
Again, maybe the computer says it's playable or something, but you know, at least for me, I basically ended up in the situation where I didn't have obvious moves. I was down on the clock, and I just sort of started drifting. When I played knight g3, also like he confused me with his move. I was so worried about knight e4, and then he didn't play. Then he played bishop c7. Like essentially all the lines I was looking at were involving knight e4, and then he played bishop c7 right away. And then I just like at this point I'm just very unhappy. And I played queen f2, right, and then he decided to take, and then yeah, he plays knight e4, takes. I mean, I thought this was a mistake.
D takes e4.
I mean, I was worried about everything, but my general feeling was that bishop takes g3 was just a silly move. I mean, I don't mean like it's not a good move per se, but I felt like it starts trading off pieces. And I think if he had played knight e4 instead of bishop g3, I was very, very concerned about this one. I really
What
didn't
was
know
your
what I
plan
was
after
gonna,
this?
I didn't have a plan really. I think I was gonna take with the knight and play was it like bishop b3 or something? I mean,
Yeah.
I think I was gonna go bishop b3 and pray, basically. I mean, I had a feeling it was very, very bad though.
Yeah.
Um yeah, and I mean, because once he traded on g3 and then played knight e4. I mean, I thought that at first I thought I could also not take. I really wanted to play queen f3, so I spent like I think 10 minutes here trying to find some way. But I think after queen f3, knight h4, it's also just like terrible.
Yeah.
Because this bishop on c1 and rook on a1 are just completely out of the game. And so then I took on e4, which I think was correct. And I mean, basically the big moment was here after I played knight f1, f5, knight d2. Does knight f4 work or not? This I think is the big question.
It does.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna go queen f3 here, I think. Yeah, and then rook e1, king f2, rook e2, king f1. And again, I didn't see a four. What? No. Yeah, king f1, and I didn't see a force one. Yeah, queen a6, c4. Like again, I had a feeling this is. Oh my god, you can just take and go c3.
Wow.
That is very bad. Yeah,
Okay.
I didn't even see that. Yeah.
Yeah. And after king g1, where's
diagonal's open now. Yeah, just taking bishop c6. I mean, just crushing.
Oh, this is over.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, no, I mean, basically I had a feeling it was bad, and then he played f4, and like once he played f4, I knew that I was going to probably survive. Because basically black is still better, but now I'm going to be able to trade off knights, and practically speaking, with the opposite colored bishops, I should always have pretty decent chances to survive.
Right.
Yeah.
And it felt like he probably realized that he lost his advantage as well, because it didn't seem like he was trying to make the most critical moves either.
Yeah, I mean, but I think somewhere around here already, like he's trying to, he realizes he's lost the advantage, but he also doesn't want to let it go the other way, which I think is why he plays. But once I get rook f1, like rook e2, queen g3, and then rook f1, I mean, I think it's never in doubt here. At this point, I think I'm pretty solid here, and I should never really lose this position just with the opposite color bishop. So yeah, I mean, it wasn't very good, but you know, it's still it's better than losing for sure.
James,
that's what it is.
Yeah.
No.
Still, we were discussing about this. There's absolutely no easy games at this championship. Everybody's so strong. How are you going to approach the next game? Any strategy, any special strategy? Obviously, this is a very important tournament for you because of the Canada situation, because of the rating race that you are engaged in with Ali Reza. You guys are basically the same rating.
Yeah, I mean, to use like to put it in sort of like colorful English. I mean, the whole situation is pretty effed up, to be honest. I mean, the fact that like every game, I mean, like Ali Reza was watching my game a lot. I mean, I wasn't really watching his game closely, but the whole situation is kind of messed up because I mean, really, it does come down to us like looking at each other's games and then like, you know, hoping the other player, I guess, messes up. And so it's pretty weird, honestly, because also at the same time, like you want to play like you're trying to play. I mean, maybe not necessarily you're not thinking about winning the tournament, but you want to be up near the top. You want to be contending. But then there's also this whole sideshow with the rating, and so it's just it's a very strange situation, certainly. You know, I think there really are no easy pairings. I think honestly there is a bit of luck involved. Like Fabiano's game, I think is a perfect example of this, where I mean he was playing with the black pieces, and Sarich just went completely. He went completely insane. Tried to really attack Fabiano. I mean, it backfired. I don't even know if it was spectacular or not. It just seemed like he was lost. So. You know, I think there is a bit of luck from that standpoint of like who you get with the right colors and who's trying really hard to win. So yeah, I mean, you take it one game at a time. I wouldn't say there's any special preparation. But you know, if there are opportunities, you just have to capitalize on them. And I think certainly today was an opportunity where probably I should have lost, and I was able to capitalize and avoid losing the game. So it's going to be all about, you know, the opportunities if they exist or don't. I mean, if they don't, that's life. If they do, just have to maximize when the opportunities exist. So it's all good.
Good. Very great approach, as you always have the great approach to it. Of course, as I was telling chat, I mean, he literally doesn't care what makes it this far. Of course, right? Streamer first is what we were saying, which was good.
Well, I mean, I think, you know, Yeah, I mean, again, I know like a lot of people assume that I care a whole lot, or like I'm desperate to qualify for the candidates. I think
Right.
it's my approach is pretty straightforward. I mean, if I play good chess, good things happen. If I don't play good chess, good things don't. I mean, bad things happen, I guess. So like it's not really that big of a deal either way. But I still think the whole situation is definitely a weird situation with this whole rating thing. Because like I'll give you an example. Like for example, let's just say Ali Reza loses a couple of games. Say he loses 2 games and he's like 10 points below me, and we're in like round 10 or something. Probably from a mathematical standpoint, I should just make 2 quick draws and get out of town.
That's right.
And
Right.
like this, like so like again, the situation is just it's just very, very strange. Like it's just very, very weird. So I mean, just take it one game at a time, and we'll kind of see how it goes.
Quick
Excellent.
draws, get out of town, bang, bang, like in a Western movie. I like it. But yeah, it's
Yeah,
always
yeah.
that calculation in the back of your mind, I guess. Alireza still has the Singfield Cup. Are you planning on playing any classical chess after this one, or is this the last one?
No, I mean this is it for me. Like either I make it here, I don't make it here. I mean I have a feeling it's likely going to come down to the Singfield Cup, just a guess. But at the end of the day, like I mean I'm a streamer. I have my obligations. They're a little bit more important than playing the candidates, frankly. So if I get there, I get there off this turn. If I don't, I don't. That's just life. So we'll just take it one game at a time and see how it goes.
Beautiful. We're
Yeah.
rooting for you, bro. Every day, chat is loving it. Chat's loving the energy
Yeah.
and loving the
So.
games, man. It's good stuff. Good vibes.
Yeah, so of course I'll go do a recap of this hideous game and just move forward and see who I get tomorrow with the black pieces.
Excellent.
And we'll be here to call all the action. Thanks for joining, Hikaru. Good luck tomorrow.
Good luck.
Thank you, guys, and keep up the good work. I'll see everybody tomorrow.
Thank you.
See you guys.
Yeah.
See you, Hikaru. Awesome. And that was Hikaru with his immediate thoughts after literally immediate. I think
Yeah,
it took him
literally
like
teleported to
5 seconds to get from the game
like,
to
no,
the
man.
commentary room. That was impressive. Well, James, I had a lot of fun with you. I'm not actually sure whether we're going to continue covering the remainder of the games, but my guess is that we're probably going to sign off and come back tomorrow with round 2. And as he mentioned, I mean, it's all about that mindset. You know what I mean? It's all about keeping a positive mindset. Sure, in the back of your mind, there's always those permutations. Okay, Ali Reza, what is he doing? How
Right.
many rating points is he losing or is he
Right.
gaining? And what do I have to do in relation to that? So those are the type of situations and type of questions that we will be answering in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, that's stressful. That's very stressful to be having to sit there and just, oh, what is he doing? Oh, what move did he make? Oh, bro, focus on your game, right? You just got to focus on your game there, and good things happen when you play good chess. That's what he said. So it's going to be good. We didn't lose, and we just keep moving one day at a time, one game at a time. As he mentioned, it's the best strategy to go with.
Absolutely. And in fact, we will not sign off right now. We will be looking at a couple of more key games. And I want to jump to this one, the game between Vincent Keimer and Murzin Volodymyr. I would say Murzin is probably the big star coming out of Russia, the Russian homeland for the past maybe decade or something along those lines. We've had Esipenko, but Esipenko has slowed down a little bit in recent times. But I have to say, Murzin, I believe he's around 15 years of age. He's a special talent. 26-33, definitely a guy that we should be having our eyes on. And right now, I mean, Keimer, 27-17. Keimer has been cementing his legacy above 2700 in the last few months with some really powerful performances. So
Yeah,
definitely
Vincent's
also a player that we need to keep an eye on.
underrated.
What do we think about this position?
Yeah, I like this G4 thrust here from Vincent here. He's like, all right, we got to make something happen in this messy position. G4 trying to just mess up the knight here. Obviously, I really love it. I really love the amazing G4 move. Just trying to loosen the F4 pawn, F5 pawn. I mean, take the knight. Stuff like that's happening. We got the pass D pawn too. I think practically I got some nice chances with white.
Nice chances for white, absolutely. But at the same time, you need to pay attention to the weakness of your king, right?
Right.
This might be a little bit problematic. For example, okay, I have a couple of options as black. do I want to go into an endgame? I'm saying, okay, you played g4, you're destabilizing my knight on e4. I might as well try to go queen to c5. Or do you just go something like queen g6, defend the pawn on f5, and try to cement the knight on e4 as is, keeping the queens on the board and try and take advantage of the weakness of the white king? Those are the options. In the never. What?
All right, cool. Well, all right,
What?
wrap up. I'll see y'all later. Cool. Have a good one. All right, peace. Yeah, news is all right,
What was what? I thought I had a nice monologue about his options as black, and it seems like Heimer actually offered a offered a
got
draw
him out
and
of there real
finished the game.
fast,
Was like,
boy.
okay, let's get out of here.
Yeah, he's like, you want to draw, bro? You know what? Yeah, anybody to shoot. Yep, especially like Merzen, like, yeah, for sure, bro. I'll take it. Get up out of
Good
there
timing.
real fast.
Good timing. Good timing. Let's go back to this one. Irvin Lamy still putting the finishing
How do we
touches.
win? And b5 was nice because he wants to put the knight on c4 in some cases. If the king gets to c3,
Something like this.
a4 check, but then king takes d3.
Some-
Yeah, exactly.
yeah.
Something like this. Yes, which is still winning, but it takes some serious precision. So that's what I'm trying
Yes.
to figure out right now. Okay.
Yes.
You just
So
kind of just walk the king over. I'm
maybe king
assuming.
e1, by the way. Why not
Oh,
king
yeah.
e1,
I
right?
like king e1.
Because that's going to stop your pawn, right, from going to d2. And now I can focus on picking up the a7 pawn with my rook. What I have to be very careful about is not pick it up on a5. So I'm just going to make some... but that's actually kind of
Do I just go
difficult.
rook d5?
Rook
after,
to d5.
After a5. After a5.
After a5, rook d5. Yeah.
A5, just pick up the pawn. Pick up something, bro.
Yeah, basically what you don't want is take on a5 right now.
Oh, the Tactinos.
El Tactinos, Tacticos, whatever you want. And that's
Breakfast,
a draw.
lunch, and dinner. Let's go.
And that's a draw, right? But yes, king to e1, a5, maybe rook d5, you go b4. Probably I can just simply take on b4.
Take rook
and
b5.
Rook b5, yeah.
Beautiful.
And that's picking up the pawn. That's it.
Pick him up and put him down.
And I don't think you can get, I mean, you can get to e3, but
maybe
will that, but you cannot
annoying.
even take on g2.
Oh, wow, that's nifty. That is nifty. That's very nice move.
Yeah. Yeah. No, this is good. This is definitely good. Okay, so it does seem like with precise calculation, Irvin Lamy might be taking down.
What was this opening? I'm curious because this is, I mean, this huge game, huge. I mean, Vidit is no joke, obviously. So c4, okay, just some d4.
Some Nimzo, yeah.
Is okay.
Knight c6, okay.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a
dang. Engine just disrespected that move. Like it's a development, straight up disrespectful move. Okay, whatever.
Knight e4, okay. Still looking good for black. I have to say, I'm a bit worried about this complex of pawns. And once again, the idea that I'm not finishing my development anytime soon. I'm a bit slow in that regard. So this is something that I'm always worried about.
Bishop f5 is coming too.
G5.
Whoa. That's why he got in trouble. What is he doing?
Whoa, let me readjust my headphones. G5, are you kidding me?
Yeah, he lost his mind on national television. You know, we already know that. G5. Engine 2, like, yo, you've lost it. What are you doing? Knight takes d5. It's just a pawn, bro.
Okay, give me that pawn.
I don't know what we got here. He said, try it. I'm gonna go for it. He says.
Okay. Oh my goodness.
That's not enough.
All right. I mean, you get it back, but the problem is you exchange this pawn for this pawn. And in the meantime, you also made my king safer after king to f2, which, by the way, apparently is a blunder. But
I was about to play that too. Wow, that's a blunder. Man, or missed win, whatever they call that thing.
Bishop f5.
Probably e4, yeah. Oh, this is just nice. Bishop e3, I'm developed. Rook b1,
I know. Yeah, bishop e3 looks like the right move. I guess bishop e3, knight b3, and we exchange the queens. Perhaps he didn't want to exchange the queens.
Right.
Bishop to b3, looking at bishop c2.
Yeah, b2. H4.
By the way, yeah. Oh, okay. Rook g6, and now the trade is not looking good because I have bishop g5. Everything comes with tempo in the position. Bishop
Yeah.
e3, f5, and now he just outplayed him in this endgame. Knight to e5, rook h4.
H4.
Blunder, blunder,
I mean,
blunder.
I mean, it's just turn the engine off. Like it's just the stupidest
I
thing ever.
know,
Like
I know.
so
It makes
crazy.
us feel stupid.
Looks so
Yeah?
bad, you know. Like this is crazy.
Okay, but this is actually a good position for black. I mean, this is looking really good for black.
Yeah, this looks great for black. I'm not gonna lie. He definitely bossed this. Something happened. Yeah.
Okay, so the idea was that knight takes
That's the
e4
ELO
actually
game.
works right now.
Takes.
Yes, they.
I mean, it's ridiculous.
Oh,
Like,
that's disrespectful.
I mean, the way that
That's
they doing this, bro. The way that they like, oh, missed again. Like, man, he's 26, 30, 2700. Like, you gotta be kidding me. Give him some
Yes,
respect.
they
Here,
elo
man.
with Vidit. Oh,
Unbelievable.
that's naughty. That was a naughty comment. I like it. 95 bishop takes d3. Whoa!
What? How is that wrong? That's a blunder, man. I am done for the day. This is just like I am not analyzing with any engine today. I'm just gonna be honest. Like
By
this
the
is
way,
ridiculous.
this just grabs a piece right now.
Oh man, he didn't play it.
No, he didn't. No, he did not. He played King G7. My guess is that they were both on seconds at this point.
Yeah, that could be something.
They
Right,
were
especially with
probably
37.
playing on increment at this
Right.
point. Knight to c6
But,
does in fact pick up the piece, because if you do try to defend it with rook to e1, I can in fact even
oh,
take.
take first and then D2?
I can even take and d2, and all of
That's
my squares are
precise.
controlled by the knight, right?
Even if you check and it can't
Check,
even
King
go,
g7,
like,
no problem. This knight
precise.
controls d8 as well.
Heat.
Yeah, and you don't have rook e7 because this knight controls e7 as well.
Beautiful.
So that's it, game over. King g7. But how did he get a losing position out of this?
How do you get a losing position? Okay.
Move 40, baby.
He blundered on move 40.
Move 40.
Knight
And now I have knight f5. And if you go on the f file, I pick up the rook with check. And if you go on the h file, which he did.
That's what I'm thinking. What if h file takes? Okay.
And then we have this check at the
and
end.
you got the man.
Oof.
Oh, the little nuance. Oh, he's
Oof.
losing. Dang.
Everything did
That's
not
just
work.
hard, bro.
Oh man.
That's brutal. That's brutal.
No, absolutely brutal. Absolutely brutal. Yeah. I have to say everything went downhill in time trouble from that move 35 to that move 40. Those last few seconds, the time when you play on increment, most likely, that's when it all went wrong for Vidit.
Yeah.
So
he's pushing, but
yes. All right. What else do we have? Let's see. Almost everything else is over. Oh, okay. Let's look at this game. Abdusatorov with the black pieces facing Shan Sargsyan. This one is looking good. This pawn on a2. That's going to be a queen. That's going to be a queen.
Let's see the beginning. I'm just curious. I would like to see what they play, what they're playing.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
oh, yeah.
QGA. Okay.
QGA.
QGA. A little aggressive. Yeah.
Okay, knight d5.
Nice.
Okay, get the knight to c4. Try to get to d6 if you allow me to. Rook to d8. Queen to c1. My guess is that knight d6 was a good move right now, but maybe not. Knight d6 and then take. But then you have rook g8, right?
Yeah, and we did knight takes e3, believe it or not. Bro, that's pretty disgusting.
No.
Right.
You do not want to see that landing on the board. So queen c1, knight d6.
Yeah,
he's not even taking on g7. He's not. I'm not touching that pawn.
I'm not touching that.
I'm definitely not touching that pawn. All right. And yeah, I mean, he just took over after that pawn up. Never let it go. Another pawn.
White definitely has some chances. Feels like White has a lot of initiative here, but that passed pawn on the A file is ridiculous.
It's so strong, and that's exactly what he does. Take on d7, but it doesn't matter. It's all about that A pawn. Boom. A2. If you go rook a7, I go rook a8. That's it. You take. Good luck stopping this pawn. That's not happening.
That's tough.
So queen e5, bishop a4, queen c8. Very nicely calculated, by the way, by Abdusattorov, because he is a piece down right now, but c4 is coming. And you cannot
Wait.
take that pawn because I take.
Very strong, yeah.
And after rook to
pawn
b8,
there.
a1 is coming with check. With check, son.
Boom.
And that's
check.
it. You don't have
Ooh,
time
you
to
lose
checkmate
both
me.
pieces. Look how crazy that is. Like, you take the queen and you lose both pieces. Like,
that's right.
When did you
check again? Give me that rook as well.
You lost both pieces in one move. You only get one move, but you lost both of them in one move. Like, how does that even work?
Yeah, this is nice. So queen to a1, rook takes c4, king to g2. And by the way, I think just rook c1, doesn't that... rook c1, that's a blunder. That's the way to lose it.
Oh, man.
Oh, that's the way to lose it.
Only way to lose.
Oh, man.
You just make some love.
Man, I was like, okay, what's happening? I can do this. And if you take on a2, I go rook c2, and that's game over.
GG.
No, 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 no. You take on c1.
Yeah, that one hurts. Maybe rook c2 check just to throw it in there first. See where the king goes.
Or
he
h5.
played h5, which is understandable.
That's a nice way. That's a nice way to do it. I guess you have to take on h6.
You may can try g6, but you can also take on you can try g6 with the same idea of, like, if rook c1, queen c1, and then mating.
yeah, g6 here, yeah.
No, g6 after h5. After h5, g6.
Oh, after h5. yeah.
Just throw, the bullet trick here.
Oh yeah.
The
now rook c1, queen takes c1 again.
Takes mate anyway. Beautiful. Beautiful, like it. But that's a one mover.
I like it. Yeah. I like it. So after h5, we're expecting g takes h6, but the problem is I can just simply take on h6. And I don't actually see a way for you to defend against rook to c1 now. Perhaps king to g3.
Sheesh.
But I'll give you a check.
King h3.
King h3, and now rook c2.
You have nothing. I have no tricks. Queen g1.
Maybe rook c1. Maybe even rook c1, right?
Oh, yeah, it's even better.
And rook h1, and I have a feeling this is some sort of a checkmate. Rook g1.
King h5.
King h5 and no queen g3.
Oh no, yeah, I can't get out of this. I can't. I tried.
At some point, I'm gonna get to you. At some point, I'm gonna get to you. Yeah. You give me a check, that's fine, but I hide on h7, and there's no way you can get to my king. That's it. That's it.
What a game. Good job.
So he took on h6. Take on h6, and we are expecting Abdusattorov to win this one, which, by the way, it's a really important game for him as well. He's been playing a lot of chess recently. He played Qatar Masters. Then he jets to Germany to play the Bundesliga for a couple of games. Then he jets to the Isle of Man to play this tournament. This guy is playing nonstop.
Yeah, he's trying to play. And that's how it is. You have to play so hard and play so good and keep playing Consistency, working on the game. This is like every day. It doesn't stop. It never, ever stops, especially for these guys here. Because they're always studying, always working, thinking about it, dreaming about it, studying and working hard to get better here. So pretty good.
Absolutely, and it definitely helps to be preparing for games every single day. He's only 20 years of age, so his energy levels, he can afford that. He can afford all this traveling, all this back and forth from competition to competition. So definitely Abdusattorov looking to keep active. He does so, and he seems to be starting his campaign in the Isle of Man with a victory in this one.
Looking good for him. 100%.
Yeah. All right. What else do we have? So we've seen this one. Irvin played the move king to e3, by the way, which I do believe might be winning as well, right? That's what
this should be winning, because we looked at knight c4 check. And king takes d3, and then I should just be winning that endgame. Now, of course, still takes some accuracy, but you're on the good end of it.
There's Jordan Van Forest, fan favorite, winner of the Tattoo Steel, playing another super talented youngster, Mendonça, Leon Mendonça from India. if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
His name definitely sounds a bit more Spanish, I think.
Something like that. Exactly.
He has some Spanish roots for sure, but he's from India originally. So definitely a very, very talented youngster as well. I think he's about 14, 15, something like that. 26, 22. What do we think about this position?
That outside pawn is very scary. And with it being white to move, I am thinking about how do I push or do I try to get the knight to e6? But there is some queen f5 ideas. I also have to be careful of trading because e5 will hang with check. So I have all these in mind. I might just need to push.
Yeah.
Right. Like
wait. So who's pushing first is the question.
Exactly.
Let's say we go caveman like this.
Queen, and then all right, there's got to be a mate. Is there like a puzzle rush in here? I feel puzzle rushy. Like queen g6, knight f4, but it doesn't work.
Where's the mate?
Where's the mate? Queen g6.
Do I just go like this?
Oh, you don't have any other checks?
You only have one check?
There's only one check.
You only have one check. This
Bizarre.
knight actually defends absolutely everything.
Right?
That's
bizarre, bro.
Octopus knight, yeah?
That's incredible. That is incredible.
Wow.
That's incredible. 4 queens on the board. Nothing he can do.
And the mate is coming. You're not defending against that. The mate is definitely coming. Queen takes g6 or queen g8. Nice. All right. So what's the way out for black right now?
Okay, so push.
So let's say push.
Let's
say push. You push. Continue pushing. And now queen to b8 perhaps is the only way out.
Oh, perpet.
If you go
what if I go g3? What if I tempt fate here?
Then I go a2, and when you go
queen,
then we queen, and then I queen.
Okay, we shake hands anyway. Dang.
Yeah.
What a game.
Yeah. What a game. What a game.
What a game, yeah.
Oh man. I like it.
Wow.
I like it. So let's review what we've seen today, shall we? By the way, this is Hikaru versus Zain draw. We've seen that game. Hikaru was on the back foot after the opening, an unfortunate opening for Hikaru, but as he mentioned it in his interview as well, it's all about managing to stay resilient. And I think he sees the side that is full right now after this game, because it's easy to get a little bit, not necessarily depressed, but a bit sad about making a draw with the white piece against a much lower rated player. But at the same time, you know that every single game is going to be difficult. You come into this event knowing that every single round you're going to have to work for a full point. Things just simply didn't work out of the opening, but still he showed his defensive skills and managed to secure a draw.
That's it. And it's about being tenacious and resourceful and understanding that your opponent is human too as well. Things can happen. Didn't get out the opening the way that I wanted to, but hey, it is what it is. We still got a good result. Draw is not bad. Some people lost first round, and we didn't. So we're gonna keep it moving, take it one game at a time. If I'm Hikaru here, we'll see what happens.
Absolutely, and keep an eye out for the recap. That should be coming in a few minutes as well. Hikaru was mentioning this game also. Take a look at what happened in this one. Fabiano with the black pieces against Ivan Saric, and as Hikaru put it, Ivan, pretty much committed seppuku in this one. Take a look at this. B5, A4, not castle, not putting the king to safety. Forget about that. Let's just go for it. B4, 92. You want to munch on my pawn on B4? Sure, I'll let you munch on my pawn on B4. Might as well try to create some chances. And we really like this move, D5 from Fabiano. And after that, I have to say, the complications, it was all rook takes
They
f6.
baited him into that.
By the way, this is a natural move. I think I would have played rook takes f6 as well. I think you would have played rook takes f6 as well.
Oh, yeah. I know he baited him into that. He had to, because Fabi, I think, realized through calculation that it's just not as strong as he thinks. So else he wouldn't have played knight f6. I think He was like, "Yeah, you're gonna sack it," and I see through it to understand that you don't have enough, which is crazy.
Yep. And take a look at this. Rook at fate. Boom. Queen to d8. Nice defensive resource. You might be looking at the position and be like, whoa. Look at these knights. Knight d5, knight f5, maybe opening up the e file. I'm giving you a checkmate, but you're just simply not in time. Queen e5, queen e7, everything comes with tempo. Rook to c8, looking at that queen c5 idea. I really like this. Knight to d3, and this was what basically spelled trouble for white. Knight to d3, backwards move, but missed this idea of f5. Not only an offensive move, because if you do take on f5, queen to e3 comes with a check and picking up the knight on d4, but a defensive move as well, because you're making space for the king to go. King f7, king g7, and basically assign the score sheets because I have more material. I have material advantage in the position as black. Knight f4.
It was nice. Queen f6, brilliant.
Brilliant. That's a mate. That's a mate coming. And guess what? If you pick up my exchange, you lose not one, but two knights. Exactly.
These knights are gone.
Yeah, they're definitely gone. Rook f7, defending the bishop on b7. And I mean, it looks good. You are maybe half a move away from checkmating me, but you're not in time. Rook e7, and after queen to f2. That's it. That's it.
Good job.
Nice game for sure. What else happened? A lot of draws, but okay. Kanti, take me through this one. Take me through this one.
Oh,
your favorite LeBron.
Man, this one, LeBron.
Your favorite LeBron.
Look, that was crazy.
I'm even going to switch the. We're going to see it from LeBron's perspective.
Let's see.
I mean, take a look at this.
Look at this heat, bro.
Yep. E4, boom. Bishop c5. All right.
All standard.
Boom.
Oh. Queen e7.
Oh, you want to pawn down? That's no problem.
Nothing. Castle queen side. Knight g4. Yeah, you could just feel the heat from this. F5.
And guess what?
F8. Ooh, boy, that was heat. When I saw this, I was like, oh, yeah, he came to play today. This LeBron Aronian, this is why we call him LeBron Aronian. Like, look at this game, bro. Like, whoa, he just really went off here.
Boom. Boom.
It's
now
not even
restored the material balance. Okay, but still a nice king on b7 protected by the pawns and some active rooks. Take a look at this transition right here. Boom. G4. Missed it the first time.
Yeah, he missed it the first time. And then here it is. He saw it the second time. Boom.
Did not miss it the second time. Yeah.
Right, don't give me a second shot. Rook c2, finding all these sick moves.
Now the rooks are doubling up on the second. That's going to be old she wrote. 2 pawns up in the end game, and LeBron takes it home.
Converts. And the other one was that game with Duda.
Oh, Duda.
That was the game of the round.
We got to watch that. Yeah, we got to see that. That's the last one, because after this one, I mean, we really don't have to see any other games. I mean, take a look at this. Duda with the white pieces. Keep an eye on that queen side. Keep an eye on that queen side. In fact, keep an eye on both sides of the board. Take a look at this. Boom. Okay. All right.
Boom. Knight takes a1. That's going to be a5. And then knight takes d5.
Okay.
Oof. Heat.
That's on fire right there.
That's okay.
A5.
That's on fire. Takes. Bishop a3. A6.
Oh, I'm just about to checkmate you. How about that? No.
Not today.
I'm getting a queen, baby. I'm getting a queen on the board. I mean, show me the next move. Show me the next move.
Twist it in there when you do it.
Boom.
Bishop h1. It's the piece 3 times clockwise and then hit the clock.
Wow. Bishop h1. Bishop h1. What a move. What a move. Oh, you're just about to checkmate me.
Oh, that's cool. That's cute. Okay, watch this. Queen b8.
The queen is coming back.
Blocking
you want to take my queen? I get another one. With check. And then I come back. Swing back to g3. help my buddies on the king side.
Beautiful.
What a nice game. What a
Yeah, that
nice
was
game.
sick. That
Bishop
was
takes
sick.
f1 and
Queens.
finished with another queen on the board.
Two
That was a
queens.
nice one.
Yeah, that was the best game of the round. Like, dude, just could be proud. You know, you definitely, when you eat your lunch or your dinner after that, it just tastes better when you had a game like that. Because you know the internet is talking about your game right now. On Twitter,
yes, it
on
does.
Facebook, on all the platforms, they are
Oh,
talking
yes, it
about your
does.
game.
Oh, yes, it does. Yes, yes, yes. The internet knows. Well, Kanti, that was a fun round, I have to say. I've had a lot of fun
Same.
calling the action. I think this is the first time we've done commentary together. I had a blast.
Blast, bro.
And I think we're meeting again tomorrow. Is that correct?
Yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. Correct.
We'll be here to call all the shots, all the action, and with round 2 of the FIDE Grand Swiss in the Isle of Man. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
When I see some of these moves that computer suggests after a game that I play, and I just go, wow, that is the beauty for me, because these are not moves that I would ever consider. And when I then see the move and then like I might make a couple of moves to try and understand why, that is the beauty to me. I feel like playing chess, and I feel like hoping. I feel like playing chess, and I feel like streaming. I'm just trying to play as well as I can, and I don't really worry. Like, if I lose a game, it's not the end all be all. I'm not naturally talented, but if I don't get something, I try to figure out, why don't I get it? What am I doing wrong? Over and over and over again. I feel like playing chess, and I feel like hoping. I feel like playing chess, and I feel like streaming.